This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Namaste, buenos dias, hello, good morning and welcome to International Sunday here on the European Cricket Network. Well, yesterday it was the Spanish flags that were being flown high as the Spanish won all the matches in that Super Saturday. But today, maybe the Czech Republic can come back strong. Can they register some wins of their own? I'm Rico Full, you're watching the European Cricket Internationals here in Barcelona, Spain. And the action starts right here, right now. Yes, yesterday certainly was a great day for Spain when they won all the matches. The men won both their matches and the women won 3 of their matches as well. That technically means that the women have really sealed the series as a series win for them. But the Czechia men certainly still have something to play for. And we did see some good play from them yesterday. There's no doubt about it. There were pockets of really good play. But the issue was they couldn't do it all the way through. And the same you could apply to the Czechia women as well. So this is a big day for them. I think that both teams will be hoping that they can get a win under their belt here today on this International Sunday. Speaking of the very first match, it will be Team Czechia and the men take it on the Spanish men. So this is going to be an exciting one. I think Czechia know that they've got to get a win here to keep this series alive. I know that Arun, the captain of Czechia, and Yasser Ali are in the middle with Stefan Gooch. Why don't we join them for the coin toss?
Czechia to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It's tails. Good luck. All the best. Have a good game.
Thanks.
Spain have won the toss and they're having a bat.
It was great to see Christian Mills back yesterday, and he's captaining the side here today, winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bat first. No surprises really. I think when the bat yesterday, that's where they were sort of more powerful than Team Czechia, getting plenty of runs on the board, and plenty of good players played well yesterday. The only half century though that we saw was from big Mohamed Babar. That's quite amazing. We've seen so many runs being scored on this pitch, yet yesterday only Mohamed Babar for the men's, and then for the women's it was the Team Czechia, Fawa Babar, that also got a half century. Others got close but didn't get quite there, but we saw good solid performances there from the Spanish batters. Babar was good, Yasser Ali showed his form as well, Hamza Salim Dar, Christian himself, it was good to see him back in form. He smashed the ball all over the place, and then of course a little Babar Khan as well, Booney, he was in good form as well. With the ball, I think the spin was the key for the Spanish yesterday. Lorne Burns was sensational. Don't forget, he took a 4-4. I like the bowling of Sebastian Hughes Bennett as well. I think he was really good. But then in that last match as well, we saw how good the pacers were. Hamza Salim Dar got his radar right, and so did Mohamed Atif. So they're a strong side. Czechia, though, they've certainly got to pick up their game here. And we know they can do it. As I've said, we saw them do it in pockets yesterday. I think Mohamed Ratul, he's a very powerful and dangerous left-hander. We saw him score very quickly. We saw the same from Sababun Davitsi. He's very good as well. Arun Shakon, their captain, experienced player. We know that he can do it. But he will know for them to do well here today and get a win against this very strong Spanish side that other players have to perform. I think Buyana is one of those. Grover is another one. And I think Ricket Toma needs to have a good day as well. We know that this pitch has played really well. We've been here watching it during the European Cricket Series, and I like it, and we saw that yesterday. It is an artificial surface, but what we saw yesterday from it is something that I suspected all the way along. Spinners will do well on it. The reason for it is that it's a little bit coarse. The ball will turn. Lorne Burns certainly got the ball to turn yesterday, and it has that little bit of extra bounce which the batter doesn't quite anticipate from the slower bowlers as well. But the seamers did well on it as well. But one thing that we know, if batters get in here, a lot of runs can be scored, and maybe we're going to see that in this first match between the Spanish men and the Czechia men. Maybe Spain are going to go out here, and I think their ambition is to hit that 200 mark. Let's see if they do or not. It's going to be an exciting game. I know that Georgie Parker had a fantastic introduction to international cricket yesterday, and she's looking forward to this one as well. Georgie, the news from the middle is that Spain are going to have a bat.
Yes, Rico, very much looking forward to this one, and can't wait to see the 5 international matches today. And we can see here that match 1 there yesterday was won there by the Spanish team, and quite convincingly as well, although I think it did take maybe 10 or so balls more than we thought it would. Mohamed Babar, now we've not seen much of him in the ECS series, but here in Spain, but he got going yesterday, didn't he? He was clonking them all around the town. 62 there for him in this second match between these two sides. A very, very convincing win. 84 runs there, winners for the Spanish side. You see Ali doing a really good job. Hamza coming in late. Christian Munoz Mills was very, very good as well early on, and hitting runs just for fun. So this Czech side have plenty ahead of them today. A big challenge, but they have 3 matches here. They did manage to steal that 1 point off of them, as you can see there in the standings. Well, Spanish team, you'd want to think, will be looking for those 4 points every single game here. And so this will be a very, very great day. And I'll bring in Rico here. So we've got a really good opportunity here to watch some good cricket.
Yeah, good morning, buenos dias to everybody. I'm looking forward to a great day. What a great sight that is. Let's have a look at the teams here. You saw there that Spain winning both matches yesterday, 3-1, and then, of course, the last match, Czechia didn't get a point at all. Ishan in the side, we know that he's been in fantastic form. Great to see Christian Munoz back, and he was back with a bang yesterday, batted very well, and he's going to be captain in the side here again today, so taking the reins over from Yasser Ali, who, well, in the absence of Christian, Yasser, and of course someone like DDC, Daniel Dolkaya, not playing in this series, did a fantastic job. But what a lineup that is. I was very impressed with Alec Davidson Soler on debut behind the stumps. He was good as well. Thomas Vine had his, I call him the old Bombay mix, a little bit of everything coming from him. And Lorne Burns, wasn't he good? Well, both the spinners, Lorne Burns and Sebastian Hughes-Pinar, were good. But what do you think that Czechia need to do here to try and get a good result against the Spanish side?
Well, they need to attack that slow spinners, weren't they? Spinners really managed to stop any momentum they have, but they just don't really bat deep enough, you wouldn't have thought. You could see once their openers got out, they really didn't have much going after that. So they need to be sticking around for longer, and whether that's playing a little bit less aggressive early on and so they can stay around for longer, or maybe that. But they need to be batting for more than the first 2 overs, which is what they did in that last match yesterday. Yeah,
it's good to see some new additions. Martin Wando, now this is a guy, Georgie, never played cricket before he started seeing it on the European Cricket Network. He's a Czech-born player, learnt the game by watching, comes into the game, and now here he is playing for the national side. That's a story. And they're also going to start with Bagel, who's coming into the side as well. So another thing to think about is that we saw good signs from them. Mohamed Ratul was good. I think Magare showed what he could do as well. But they really have to come together as a team. And it's an opportunity to say good morning to everybody. The players are just getting ready to come out. The umpires will lead them out. It's umpire Shane and Sahel. And I think we're looking forward to a very exciting day. Thank you for joining us. I know there's a few people on the chat button early this morning, but International Sundays. I hope you're going to have a fantastic Sunday. I reckon a few people are still tucking into their breakfast.
Yeah, early around the world, and early here, early start for us, but it means we get an extra match of cricket all throughout the day, and it was nice to see the women as well get a few matches yesterday. Spanish team have wrapped up that series,
yeah, they have.
But it's an opportunity for them all to learn and grow this game. Obviously, cricket's growing in Europe in general, and particularly in the women's. It's coming a really long way, nice and quickly, but it's you can see the Spanish team have had a little bit more development under their belt, and you can see that with the performances on the field, where they look a little bit more natural in the ground and around the field. But they, I think, this is a nice opportunity for the Czech team to be learning and growing the game.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think yesterday for the men and the women was an opportunity for them to get used to the pitch, because the pitch is different. I know I was talking to some of the Czechia guys yesterday and this morning, said the pitch is very different to what they're used to. Is that the back at home it comes on a little bit quicker, so the batters need to get used to that. I think the bowlers at the same time know that they can't bowl a shorter length on here because the ball holds up. So they've learned from that. I think it will be a better day for them, but still I think Spanish side very strong. I know that Snow Seneth already in the side today. He does have a bit of an injury. So you got someone like Raja Adil coming into the side, who's a very quick bowler as well. Let's have a look at some of the stats here that are provided to us by Ravi and also by Shazad. I mean, this is who will win. No surprise here, 91% to 9% in favour of Spain. And I think, if you have a look at the two sides and you have a look at the depth and the strength of the Spanish side, it's not a surprise there. Also, Spain, don't forget, being a host nation, they have got the sort of freedom of having a bigger squad, so players can come in and come out. I think we're going to see that a lot. I think both sides, the Spanish men and the Spanish women's sides, will do maybe some experimenting here today as well. Maybe not in this first match. I think this first match is all about getting this win under their belt for Spain, winning the series, and then after that, maybe the next two matches, I think Corey Ruckers might just make a few changes, but we'll have to wait and see. But you can see there, the players are out. Good morning to them, and a little update on the weather. It should be another very nice day, a bit like yesterday. At the moment, currently a little bit chilly. It's about 10, 11 degrees. The highs will go up to about 16, 17, but under the sun, it will feel nice and cozy. So we're going to have hopefully a very good day of cricket. The weather will not be an issue. I just get a feeling we could see a lot of runs being scored here. 3 matches between the men and 2 from the women. The women will be up next, so they get a bit of a lie-in this morning. And it's going to be Mohammed Ishan who's going to open the batting here with his captain, Christian Mills. Ishan, of course, we know all about him. He's the first batter and the only batter so far on the European Cricket Network to have gone past the 3,000. Forget the 3,000 him and Hamza did last time. He's gone past 4,474. And in case you're wondering, Hamza is not that far away, 3,832.
No, that's not far off at all. So we see plenty of records going and getting broken here every day on the European Cricket Network. And so Tyagi is going to be given the ball here. The Spanish team obviously electing to bat. They want to put a big total on. And they want to be able to bat for the full 10 overs, I think, as well. They know that maybe they won't be able to do that if they don't bat first. Tyagi.
Ishan will go first ball. It is going to be a royal duck. Can you believe it? Mohammed Ishan, who has scored 4 centuries here in the European Cricket Series in 2024. He has gone first ball. It's a full delivery. He sort of miscues it, doesn't come out good at the bat, doesn't get the middle, and it's straight into the hands of Rickett Toma. Toma. It's going to be a royal duck for Ishan first thing in the morning. A little bit of royalty, and Ishan is going to go.
What a start there for the Czech side. That's exactly how you do it. Get a wicket early. They struggled to get a wicket early in their last match yesterday. And that resulted in a very, very big power play. Well, unsettle them early, and that's the best way to do it. And so a nice wicket, none for one after 1 ball. Royal duck.
Yeah, royal duck. Okay, Baba Khan.
He's coming in early.
He's coming in early.
He'll come in hot, I'm sure.
Thing is, though, the Spanish team, they're not going to be worried about that. They're not going to be, oh, no, you know, this is a tragic start. It's the way to play. They know that. They accept that. Go out there, play your shots. Don't waste delivery. So Ishan, the main thing is, hasn't wasted delivery. He's gone, but I'm pretty sure that he will have a big knock in it. But he hasn't managed to do so in this international series so far. This man, on the other hand, came out yesterday, and he certainly blasted some. He's going to get a wide to start with. Yeah, Booney. And Baba Khan blasted 29 of just 7 deliveries yesterday. You know, there was one that flew over the fence yesterday that he hit, and we said it was very close to hitting a spectator. It did.
Are they okay?
You know who it was? You know Danny Long Martinez, who made his debut for
It was his family.
Spain? It was his family. It was his, I think it was his mum.
No, is she okay?
Caught her on the knee. She obviously was in a bit of shock. More on it after this. Well bowled, good areas. Did have to go to hospital. The knee is very badly swollen, but I've been told that she's okay. So, Mum, Danny Long Martinez's mum, if you're watching, and I'm sure you are, I hope you're okay. And, well, maybe if you are and do come down to the ground later, make yourself known. I'd like to say hello to you in person, but took one for the team.
Oh, my goodness.
Took one for the team.
And that was roosted as well.
Yeah, that was little Baba who got it. Swings hard, no run. So what an over this is so far.
Fantastic over so far. Only the wide from it, so no runs.
So remember this yesterday that they did have little periods where they were on top, but Spain always found a way to come back. Now, can they maintain the pressure this time? Remember, if they don't win this match, then the series is won by Spain. So it's a huge match. Another good delivery. So good areas from the man in shades here, Tyagi. Looking sharp, looking the business. And at the moment, getting the ball on the money. A lot of people in the chat first thing. And we'll say hello to you maybe after this delivery, because so many of you, well, who says you need a line on a Sunday? Well, not our cricket lovers. They're on the chat, our cricket family. Changing the field here, so they bring back up Toma, who took the catch to remove Ishan. And sliced out on the off. Still no runs, and no runs on the bat so far. Quite incredible. What a start this is.
Yeah, outstanding start. And this is the things you need in the power play. Don't give away many runs here at all. So just the one wide. And rattled this Spanish side in this opening over.
Bit of spin to win maybe, and I like the fact that the keeper, Sahil Grover, standing right up as well. And it's another dot ball. Incredible over. Incredible start. It starts with a royal duck. A little bit of royalty here in Barcelona. There's Ishan went without scoring. Very first ball, golden duck. Then there was one wide, and after that, nothing off the bat. It is 1 for 1. And just to remind you, something else is coming up. It is the Champions League of cricket, of course.
I've not heard about it.
The European Cricket
I've not heard about it.
I think you've heard plenty about it. I think you're excited about it. I think
yeah.
it's going to be fantastic. Happening, of course, in Andalusia at the Cardiff Oval. 33 nations, 35 clubs, but only one champion. Drew will be there defending their crown. Paco Badalona from Barcelona will be representing Spain, but it's going to be an absolute bash. And I know a few people will be there. Looking forward to meeting you there on the 26th in 8 days' time. Okay, now then, I wonder if they will try and just keep the pace off here. Looks like Ricket Thomas, the man who took the catch to remove Ishan, is going to bowl next. He's very particular about his field. The 2 men that are allowed out, well, 2 allowed out. They got 3 out here. This could be a mistake. They got 3 men. I see 3 men out at the moment. Ah, there we go. It's been brought back in just in time because they had a sweeper out on the offside as well. So long on comes back in. They've got quite a wide, a long off and a sweeper on the offside. Ricket Thomas to bowl.
So Manoz Mills.
Oh, well. Now, a few bowlers have had issues with this. I know I was speaking to Tom Vine, who, remember yesterday when he was bowling, did slip and fork. A few others did. They said that just around there where your front foot lands in that first match in the morning can just be a little bit
Slippery.
damp. Yeah, with the humidity, I think, a bit of dew that's still there. So that's nice. If there is, get the towel out, give it a wipe. And, no harm in that. First thing in the morning. Good job done there by Sabah, who now goes back to his mark. Christian, well, he doesn't waste any time. Boom. Shaka Lagia. Bole. The captain, Christian Munoz Mills, says, right, enough of this. Let's go back to what we do. Hits it hard, down the ground. 6 runs.
Yeah, and starting how he played yesterday, he hit 38 off of 11 in yesterday's match, and he hit them very, very quickly. Wanted to get this run rate going, and he'll probably want to get this run rate going now as well. Baba Khan soaking up 5 deliveries.
It's going to be a wide, so...
And 1-6 does that, makes you then be a bit stressed as a bowler. And Thomas had a couple of overs yesterday where he was hit for big numbers.
The swing there, you see that ball's pretty new. It's going to swing around. So he's trying to get it as close to that wide indicator line that you see painted blue, but the ball just swings wide. See, he'll try the same again. Yeah, that's oh dear, that's error is going to cost 4 runs. That's a bad one, really. You've got to be stopping those, and that's Ruturaj Marget. This one, if you see it here, look, you can't be letting those go through. You're not on this surface.
No, he made himself a little bit too small there. Needed to make himself bigger. And it just went straight through him. So an extra 3 runs there coming to Mills, who quickly gets to 10.
Yeah, little things like that can change the mindset, you know. You've got to stay on top of this, Czechia. Nice looking shot. There's a fielder up there, and well, he uses whatever's available to him. Puts the foot on it, and Christian will come back for 2. So he was tested there, the fielder on the boundary.
So he probably saved what was lost on the other side.
Yeah, runs hard. See it here. And there we go. Gets the foot in there, and that's Abagel, who's playing his first match. Going to be another wide, I think. So, yeah, trying to keep that ball just inside. He's a little bit disappointed. Let's have a look at this. I think it's the swing that he's getting here. if he gets his ball to go through. So it starts okay, but look, yeah, there's no doubt about it, really. I don't know why he's disappointed about it, to be honest. Piyush Singh Baghel. That's a name, isn't it? Piyush Singh. Had to practice that a few times. Right, up in the air. And that will go all the way as well. 6 more. So Christian, 2 6s and a 4, has got them up and running again.
Yeah, so that brings up 20 from the over. And, those couple of wides and a couple of 6, it's really adding up. So after a very, very good first over, Tiagi quickly getting up into the 20s, the Spanish side.
Christian, look at his stance. He hasn't changed at all. Shows all the legs, all the stumps. He wants to take the single, and he gets sent back by Babar, who doesn't fancy taking on the fielder. But yeah, I mean, just take a note of the way Christian is he starts here. So he's literally showing you all these stumps. He's got a very open stance, but then he's very quick to sort of almost jump across, get in line with the ball and crunch it. So you see, look how open he is. Look at that. He's saying, right, there's the stumps if you want them. He knows, he's going to get unlucky here. Smashes into the stumps. And, yep, Georgie, it's another stump buster.
Yeah, that stump. I'm hoping has some Powerade on the bench, because it's been getting a workout all week. And that's what would have, and I assume would have been a boundary there. So the Czech side, a little bit lucky there. After giving away a boundary, they've saved one as well. So it probably evens itself out. 22 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, you can see there that Spain got first match. They missed the opportunity to take all the points. And they missed out on doing the octopus over Czechia yesterday, but they did take all the points available to them in match number 2, which was a dominant win from them. Spain putting 184 on the board and Czechia all out for 100. And we saw some brilliant bowling there as well. We mentioned Lorne Burns, 4 for 11, and then there were 2 firsts for Pinan, Hamza and Atif. So it was a really dominating performance. Well, then, surprisingly not going back to the opener. That's a good delivery, asking the question, not out, but it's a good ball from Buyan. That's a bit of a surprise, I have to say. I think we've talked about this a lot. If you're a bowler and you're bowling well, and yeah, something like Tiagi, who's just gone for 1 run and taken a wicket, surely you go back to him.
Well, let's see, though, how this goes. Shazib did a nice dot ball there. I guess when they run so deep, though, you risk losing all your bowling assets early on. So nice to be able to spread that out a little bit.
Watch this one. This hits right at the wrong part of the bat. As soon as he hits it, Christian feels that shaking his hands. It hits right on the toe, and he feels all of the vibration back, going back up his body. Right, 2 dots. Firmly hit, but Sababoon does very well. Sabah. Now this one is the way to do it. Bounces a couple of times, but he gets the body behind it, makes the stop. He's a tremendous fielder, remember. He's a man who took a jalebi catch yesterday. Unfortunately, though, it was off a no ball, but what a catch that was.
Yeah, outstanding catch. One-handed catch. And better technique there from Easy. Just 1 from the over so far.
Delivery, it's full, it's straight, it's stopped, and Booney gets sent back. I think there is a run there. I think normally you take it. I think Christian is now apologising to Baba and saying, yeah, it was my bad. Hello to Dave, hello to Rob Thompson. A lot of people in the chat early this morning as well. I'm loving the interaction with you all. And Jules is there as well. All enjoying this international cricket. Hello to Jimmy Cricket, to Hakeem. Shot, and that one ain't coming back, is it? That is going to go all the way, and it sails over the nets. Big hit from Babar. Well, Babar is off and running. He finally gets off the mark. It takes him 7 balls to do it, but Babar, he's woken up.
Yeah, and that's the way to do it. That's what we're used to seeing him do. So the dot balls, they don't suit him. 6s do.
Right, he's back. Booyan, it's a good start. Look, if you can avoid going to a boundary here, it'll be a very good over, and it'll be a very sort of low power play for...
I reckon that's a bit stiff.
I reckon the bowler believes this comes in enough. Let's see. I think it does come in, but does it catch any of the line? I think the umpires, they're being so consistent with those calls and so tight. You can understand why it's called. The bowler feels that he's been undone. All right, up in the air. It's a miscue, but they move the field. I don't know why they make this decision. Remember, Saba was back on the boundary. We saw him make a stop there earlier. But to Babar Khan, he comes inside. And, well, if he stayed where he was, that would have been straight down in front. And you can see the bowler is having a bit of a chat here there with Arun, and he's not happy about that move, and he's questioning the reason for it. Yeah, he's disappointed, and so he should be. But Czechia shouldn't be. Keeping Spain to 34 in the power play, that's good. Spain are a team that normally are hitting 50 plus. Yesterday, I think in that match where they scored 184, they were on 60 in the power play, so they've done well here so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a couple of those last two deliveries there that got any runs in that last over. So they've changed how they are bowling towards Spain, and they're making it difficult. So Mills and strike.
Out of the power play now, so just having a quick look at the field. Square leg back, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper. So very standard field set. Blasted, oh my word. This is a shot and a half. He's hammered that. He's absolutely hammered it. That is brutal. And that is 6 over cover. Look at the power in this shot.
Yeah, perfectly timed. And that is absolutely creamed out of here. So that's the first one over the fence today. But I'm sure there'll be many with this Spanish side. Some very big sitters coming through.
Back to the drawing board. In comes Sabawun Daviti again. Slower delivery. It's well bowled. That's clever. Bowling to his field. That field did change also before he bowled that delivery. An extra man went out on the offside into that extra cover area. So square leg was brought back in. And I think when you're on a pitch like this, the variations from a bowler are so important, because otherwise it's a batter's dream, isn't it, that track? And I think the only way you're going to get some success as a bowler is if you have got a few tricks up your sleeve. The slower delivery, the slower short ball, that gets used a lot. The change in length of variations. Okay, this is catching opportunity. Arun Ashokan, the captain, will take the catch. And that will be the end of Little Baba. So Babar Khan didn't quite get flying like he was yesterday. Goes for the shot, but you can see here he's leaning back. He gets done by the extra bounce from Sabawun Davitsi, and he's not able to get on top of it. Leaning back, it goes up in the air, and Arun Ashokan makes no mistakes as he removes Babar.
Yeah, he never really got going. Took him 6 balls to even get off the mark. It wasn't until his 7th till he hit that big 6. And he hit that shot, and it was very different, quite contrasting to the Baba we saw yesterday. But probably best that he is getting out. He wasn't seeing it well, and his run rate isn't really where we're expecting them to be. So Yasser Ali's going to come in, and he can tonk the ball around. He had a great innings yesterday in their second match. So a little bit of firepower still to come, and that's for sure, between this on the Spanish side.
Yeah, he was in good form yesterday, 23 of 12, and then in the last match, as you mentioned, 49 of 19. He is in good form, so you got the vice-captain joining the captain out there. Both these two guys have led the Spanish team well. And, of course, that's the thing here, plenty of batting still to come. Remember, we still got Hamza Salim Dar to come in. That's well bowled, so there's another dot. So they're getting the dot balls in here, and I think that's the huge difference between what Czechia are doing at the moment, or have done so far in these first sort of 3 and a bit overs. They've got dot balls in there, and if the balls aren't being smashed to the boundary, then the score looks as it is at the moment, 41 for 2. with 2 balls to go to the end of the 4th over. Goes down the ground. This is coming in here. Let's move out of the way. The equipment was safe. No worries. I'll get that one.
Yeah, it came right at us. Very, very brave for us to get right out of the way. Too early, too cold to be catching any of these balls. And so that was us done for the day. You can see it come right in the middle, but all the equipment was safe, don't worry.
Incoming.
We'll let that one come right onto the European Cricket Network banner behind us.
Yeah, no worries.
It's a big 6 there. So Yasser Ali's got his iron already.
It's going to be a wide. Ooh.
Again, he's playing with that line, and I don't mind it.
I think he's saying about the movement of yes here, but nah, there's hardly anything in it. And I think...
It can go either way, I think.
Yeah.
Depends who you support with what you think with that one, I reckon.
Hits it hard and in the gap. 4 more runs. So yes here, so far in the sort of form he was in yesterday. So a huge 6. And he's followed it up with a boundary. Not the worst of overs from Daviti. He does pick up a wicket. It will go for 18. So the score at the end of 4 now. The 50 came up with that boundary as well. 52 for 2.
Yeah, 18 off of that one. So an expensive over. So after a very solid start now, the Spanish side has started to pick up this run rate. A couple of heavy hitters in there. Mills, 27 off of 11. And he'll be getting this strike now. So Tamar, come back onto strike.
Starts with a wide. Trying though, they've got a plan, and that's what I'm liking about Czechia here. They know they're up against it, but they have a plan. And he just goes a little bit too wide there, does the Buyan. And that's better.
Oh,
and he's going to be...
frustrated.
Yeah, and where's this going to end up? It's a... Oh, we're going to have a look at this. And then look at it closely. So that's
frustrating as a keeper, isn't it?
Yeah, Wandell
Not as a
here.
keeper, as a bowler.
Yeah, for the bowler, very frustrating because he gets it exactly where he wants it. The keeper should be taking it, doesn't. And now we have to look at this. So Wandell is after it. Now he gets a slider, but keep an eye on the feet. Oh, it's a really difficult one. Very difficult. I think square leg is probably able to keep an eye on that as well. But maybe one more time. Looking at it, just the last bit. So let's watch this one more time. Slow it down frame by frame from when he starts. So let's just keep an eye. Any touching of the rope. Do you see anything on the rope? And I suppose when you look at that, you got to say, look, for me, it's not conclusive. Be interesting to see what the third umpire, Imran, and the tournament referee, Stephen Gooch, are thinking about it. Do we see the rope move at all? I don't see it. So I think you've got to give that as a save. Me looking at it, I say it's a save.
Yeah, I agree. The rope doesn't move as such.
And that's what they're going with. So great work there from Stephen. Well, Martin, I should say, Stephen. And that's going to be 4 runs. And a little bit of, well, I suppose you could say, is it bad luck or is it good cricket from Christian? I think he plays this shot. Let's have a look at this. You make up your mind.
Well, I'm sure he'll say he's playing for it.
And Dave's asking a very early question. How many times did I split my webbing in my career? I'd say, Dave, I did it on 3 occasions, but it all happened once I got past the 40s and when I was in Spain. Never happened in England at all. But I suppose the older you get, the more likely it is. Says, well, the captain, Christian Munoz-Mills, he is not letting up the assault from him. He hits another maximum as he moves to 37. And just have a look at his array of shot selection. All over the place at the moment. The only shot he hasn't played as yet it's the pull or the hook. So he hasn't been tested with a short ball, but it's been a wonderful knock from him so far, this.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a wonderful knock yesterday too.
Hit firmly, but to the fielder. So this time will just be a single. That means that yes here. Now there's the opportunity to go again. Yeah, 3 times. Split the webbing. And, had a few stitches. There's that one there.
Oh, yeah.
That one there as well. And then I had one on this side as well. Just showing my scars to Georgie now.
Battle scars.
Well, that's not a good one. Legs up. But at least my fingers are still pretty straight, not like Vinny Sandhu's. Of course, is a very different story when you're a wicket keeper. Vinny can't point straight, by the way. You know that.
No.
He can't point straight. If he's pointing in one direction, the fingers are pointing in the other.
Whack down the ground. Picked on long on. And so Tomar just cleanly gets it. It's just going to be the single. Mills back on strike.
Don't camera after this one.
Let's see if we can prevent this going to the boundary. And that's nicely played. Beautiful soft hands. And I've got to say that Christian Mills at the moment, he is in some kind of form. This is a delightful shot. Look, just
Touch nicely.
Yeah, the finesse in that is beautiful. We see power, but we also see finesse. And we're going to see plenty of that today. A very good morning to everybody around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Happy International Sunday. Yeah, we've got 5 international matches for you here today. We've got 3 from the men and 2 from the women. Looking forward to seeing the women again.
Yeah, it should be outstanding. And we saw a lot of improvement yesterday from both of these sides throughout the day. And so it'll be interesting to see whether that improvement continues and whether or not they change their game plan throughout the game. So plenty to go on. We've only 5 overs in. We've got another 45 or so overs to go today.
Yeah, I've got a long day. And I think we're going to see some improvement. And, I get the feeling that maybe Czechia women may just get a win under their belt here today. I just feel that they would have gone back yesterday. They would have done some homework. They would have come up with a bit of a plan. But, the only person not appealing here is the bowler, because the bowler knows it's not out. So Tyagi does get brought back. He gets brought back to bowl the 6th over, which again was very surprised that we didn't see him back straight away after his first over. Only went just for the 1 run. Edge and gets a hand to it, but can't take the catch. I mean, this is going really quickly.
That's a hard catch.
Yeah.
That's a really hard catch.
And liking this from Tyagi, he's applauding it. I mean, that is done really well. That's a Sagor Hussain. He does save the boundary. I get the feeling when I look at that ball actually moved in the air as well. It looks like he went up with one hand. It looks like the ball was moving in the air. So he does really well to get a finger to that, stop it going to the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tyagi's had a great spell.
Launched, and that is big. That one is going to be pretty close to going out of the ground. There it is there. It just hits the border fence. It doesn't go over. He's just crunching it. And moving now on to 48, iron up half century. Only seen 1 yesterday from the men, and that was from Mohammed Babar. And we saw no other from any other man, and the only other one we saw on the day was from Fawad Babar, the batter for the Czechian women.
Good bounce back there, come back there from Tyagi. Swing and a miss there from Mills, who hasn't been doing many of those. Tyagi taking Isan, of course, in the first match, in the first over, first ball.
A little bit too wide this time, and this time it's left by Christian. He doesn't try and do anything with that. He says, yeah, I'll just take another wide. You can see he's waiting for one just to be a little bit closer to him where he can once again loft away. So the captain of Spain, Christian, 2 away from what would be a brilliant half century. Reaches for it, and he's disappointed with himself. There's a massive groan a grunt. Look at these figures from Tiagi, by the way. So 1 for 9, a ball to go in his spell. He's been brilliant. He really has.
Yeah, and they're against top order batsmen as well. He's not doing this against players that aren't comfortable at the crease. He's doing it against the guys hit 48 from 19. So absolutely wonderful so far. 1 to come.
And this one will go all the way. Stand and raise your bat in the air. Christian Munoz-Mills is back. He spent over a year nursing an injury, coming back. And he is back, and he is back with a bang. And what a lovely moment this is for Christian Munoz-Mills. He's back in the side, and he's back where he belongs. He's leading them, and he's scoring runs. Have a look at that wagon wheel. But like I said, nothing there really that he's pulled or hooked. So maybe there's an area that he can be tested in, but he's played, other than that, to all other parts of the field.
Yeah, you can see that in very quick succession as well. Off just 20 deliveries, that 54 came from, and what a way to notch it up as well. A wonderful shot. And he should be very, very happy, very proud with that, the captain.
Yeah, well, Tiagi should be proud with these bowling figures as well. I mean, 15 he'll go for, and he's bowling to, like you said, you know, key batters, hard hitters. And 6 overs complete, 86, so that expected score around about 150. But it could change if they can pick up the wicket off Christian. I know there's batting still to come, but Christian is on song at the moment. Great delivery, really good delivery.
Yeah, you can see that their length is much better here today, the Czech side.
That's a nice start from Mangari. To the pads again, so you can see that could be said that the likes of Ishan, Khan, and now Yasir as well, not as fluent as we'd normally expect. I mean, that strike rate from Yasir is, you know, it's not the best. 12 of now 8 deliveries. Usually he's much better and much more effective than this. So they have bowled well to him.
Yesterday, in the second match, 49 from 19.
He gets hold of this one, though. He gets right under it. So that's 6. That will help. Because I think otherwise, I think he knows that Christian at the other end is probably thinking, hang on, I've got Hamza sitting there who could come in and smash the ball. I've got Mati Ur-Rahman who can do the same. Noel Burns can be pretty useful with a long handle as well, as can Tom Vine. So if you're not going, then well, maybe I'm going to send you back. Yes, it says, not yet. We were talking about Hamza yesterday doing the same. We know what Hamza did afterwards. It's well bowled. He watches Yasir move early and he follows him. He doesn't give Yasir what he wants. But this is now where the test is for Mangari, because he's got to get this right now to the captain, who is hitting ball so well. 54 with just 20 deliveries. Oh, not a good delivery. Good stop from Grover. That one could have been a minimum.
So that pressure from Mills, though, coming into the bowler.
Much more vocal in the field today, Czechia as well. They're encouraging each other, giving themselves an opportunity. Well bowled, beautiful length. When you talk about length of a bowler, maybe if we can have a look at this side on, watch where this ball is pitching here, folks. So Christian wants to try and get right under it, but watch the length. You can't get under balls that are pitching there, so that's really well bowled. And it actually goes onto the stumps.
Yeah.
It goes onto the stumps. Wow. Well, I didn't notice that first time. In the air, is a fielder out there. Can't get there. Splendid effort. Great effort, sliding around. And look at that. That's the difference there. Look. Applause. Mangari is applauding the effort. So they're trying. Beautifully timed, by the way, from Christian. Again, it's almost like he hardly touches it, yet it still pings off the bat. And the fielder there, superb effort to try and stop it. He couldn't do. I think that's Ratul out there. We have a quick look at this. Of course, we mentioned with 8 days to go to this, the European Cricket League is where all the club champions come together, the Euros of cricket. And we will start with Gina Brescia who will be taking on Skanderborg. That will be the very first match in that group. We'll also see Cobra CC from Hungary, then from Croatia, the Zagreb Assassins. Wide to start from Saba. They just feel here that if they can sneak in one good over, they can really restrict, maybe even restrict Spain to 135, 140. If they can do that, they'll be very, very happy with it. They sort of, I mean, it reminds me a little bit of the match yesterday, actually.
Well, they haven't had one of those really big hitting overs that we saw yesterday where it was 6 after 6 after 6.
Yeah.
So they've come in and they've gone, we're going to get hit for 6. That's this form of cricket. What do we do with the next ball? And you can see they're not having back-to-back.
Yeah,
whacks.
You're right. And what I was yesterday when they got to that 184, they were around about, looked like they would get, Spain would get to about 150-ish. But then there was that one over, wasn't it, that went supersonic. And then the 184 came on the board. So Czechia, that's what they're looking to do here again. And Spain, though, they're hoping that they can also get that big over in to take them past that 150 mark. Well, after a wide, Saba getting the ball right here. Is Christian having a chat once again with Yasser and probably saying to him, hey, Yasser, 12 balls, 19. You got to send this one out the park, otherwise I might pull you. Well, he doesn't send it out of the park. It goes straight to the fielder. So I wonder what Christian Mills is thinking here. I'm having a look at the bench. Bench is sitting there quite relaxed, though. Don't see anybody padded up and ready to be pushed out there. For example, Hamza. Hamza also being left-handed could make all the difference. Yeah, there's the bench. Smashed. Well, I said there weren't too many shots that he played in that part of the ground. And when he gets one to pull, he pulls it pretty effectively. The sound his bat is making, Georgie, is just a delight to hear, isn't it?
And it echoes around here as well with the stadium and then the emptiness around.
And look how quickly he's onto that. And the good sign here for Christian and, of course, for the Spanish boys and all the Spanish supporters is there doesn't seem to be any issues with that knee that was operated on. He seems to be moving pretty well. Gone big. Shaba, manos. Arriba, Vitro. Well, arriba, Nawaz as well, because you're going to get that one off the top of the nets. Well, what a good hit this is. And the thing about Christian is the way he's holding his shape. He's staying so still. He's not losing his body shape, and that's working beautifully for him. Moves to 68 here, and a ball to go from Davidsson. He's gone for 30. And nicely pitched up and take a single. I don't think Christian or Spain will mind that, because Christian Munoz moves to 69 and he'll go back on strike with the score on the Nelson, 111 for 2.
Yeah, and I guess that's the over that you wouldn't have wanted if you were the Czech side. So I was saying the ones we had avoided so far, it was always in the arsenal of the Spanish side.
Right, who do they go to here now? So this is going to be interesting. It looks like they will go back to Ruturaj Magari. So he does go back. So this is a big over. Now, hang on a minute. Here we go. This is what I suspected could happen. There is a retired out. So after sticking with the yes here for a while, I think Christian has made the decision that yes here is just not clicking. So Yasser Ali is being retired out now. Remember I said to you that Spain will not hesitate to do this. Yes here, 20 of 13. And with 12 balls to go, and Christian Munoz decides it's time for a change and going with yes here. So just keep an eye on the strike right now from Hamza Salim Dar. He's at non-striker's end at the moment, and he might stay there a bit because this one has been just flicked away without any effort at all from Christian Munoz. We could be, you know what, we could be on for something special here from the captain of Spain, because the way he's hitting it, He hasn't miscued one at the moment. We could see an international century here. I'm calling it. The way he's batting at the moment, 75 he moves on to of 26 deliveries. This is just an outstanding knock.
Yeah, absolutely effortless from Mills. So a good start to the over there for him. And keep the strike.
Just plays this away, so he'll give Hamza his first ball. A good delivery there from Mugari. Comes back well.
So now slimmed up. Hamza is going to be facing his first ball.
Yeah, and you can see Christian, he just goes and has a little chat with Hamza. Now, this is...
Either get off strike or get a boundary.
Yeah.
Don't hang around. We're 118 for 3. There's only 10 or so balls left.
Aruna Shokan just making a change in the field to Hamza. Nobody gone back on the square leg boundary as yet. So they're keeping mid-wicket and long on, but nobody. It's good. Quite an unusual field, actually. He's moving so many people out onto the offside and just leaving, well, with himself, 4 on the leg. Okay. So Mugari ready to bowl to Hamza. So let's see if the retirement of Yasir works as the captain wants it to. Plays it out and get a single, so the captain will go and strike. Qué guay, qué jugador de capitán de España, Christian Munoz Mills. Tienes 76 carreras aquí, pero jugando muy, muy bien. Excepcional. Firmly hit, should be stopped, will be, just a single. So every time that ball's not going to the boundary, it's a big win, it's a big plus for the Czechia boys.
Absolutely. Don't forget, this is the team that was knocked for 184 yesterday. So a big improvement in this second match already, or in this third match, I should say, already.
Just doesn't get this right, so we'll go back to his mark. He should have no issues with the time. He's got 2 minutes to complete this over. 2 balls. Shouldn't be a problem. And it might be if he keeps bowling wides, though. I think he just has that, when he went to bowl that last one, he just stopped with, oh, hang on, left-hander, got to think about this. Goes back to his mark. He knows what he wants to do, but he doesn't get it right. And it's off the edge, it will bounce, and kindly to the fielder. He watches that well, so he's not going to make a mistake there. So just a single. So this over so far, the 6th right at the beginning of it, and then it's gone single, 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 wide, single. Huge delivery this. Huge delivery. Can he prevent being hit for a boundary? And the answer is no, as Christian plays this shot. Well, I think he can play this in his sleep now. He's played it so well. He elevates it over the man on the boundary, gets another 6 and moves into the 80s. 83 of 29. End of the 9th over, 128 for 3.
Yeah, so who's going to be bowling the last one? It looks like it's going to be Tomar. Tomar went for 21 in his opening over, though, so he won't want to be being hit for that big. You want to be keeping this nice and tidy. If they can keep this under 150, I think that's a win.
Yeah, I mean, look at that expected score. It's sort of come down a little bit all the time because Spain haven't been hitting the big numbers. They've been hitting around about the 14s per over, haven't they? That last one going for 17 because of that big 6 at the end. So this is a big over here. Be interesting if the plan here from Spain is, from Hamza, is to try and get Christian back on strike straight away, so Christian can face 5 deliveries of this last over, or whether it's like, you know, nah, forget that, you just play the ball on merit, try and smash. If you can stay there, hit the ball to the boundary, you do it. Just going to go for a wide, so just watch this again. So it's that slower delivery, but he's trying to sneak it in, misses his spot by a couple of inches. Still 6 balls to go in the innings. Shot, and that's the Hamza that we know gets all of the momentum into the shot, hits it straight down the ground, 6 runs. So They want a big over here, Spain. And Hamza, look, there's the shot he plays. He's like a wildcat prowling as he comes down, and then he hits it well. And 6 runs down the ground. So we're into the 130s now, 135. Can they prevent this being a big over? Hamza, I think they've got their fielders very straight behind. Slow delivery up in the air. Is this a catching chance? It isn't. It will go all the way for 6 runs. Just have a look at this again. Does this clear the fielder or go through him? I wonder if we get a better look at this here. So in he comes. And keeping an eye on it, and I think it's going over him. Yeah, well, he does get hands to it, actually, Tiagi, but he's probably already over the rope. Yeah. 6 more.
I think his height there probably preventing that one. Going to be a very difficult catch. So 2 6s in a row.
It's another wide.
Yeah, this is not the last over that they probably wanted.
Yeah, the plan is there, but the execution isn't, unfortunately. So that 150 that they're trying to stop, the score getting past now, definitely on. Still 4 balls to go. And now that expected score around about the 152 mark, but I get the feeling here, if Hamza gets hold of a few, they can go beyond that. They could even go to 160, you know. Okay, this is catchable. Wicket keeper, well, I thought was going to claim it, but the bowler, Thomas says, no, leave it to me. And yeah, he said, oh, yaar, main glove paya, mere liye rehn de kar. And well, that's what Grover thinks about it. Rikat Thomas just turns around and walks away and says, what are you talking about? I took the catch, didn't I? But I think Grover is right. You see Grover, he goes for it. And in the end, Thomas said, no, I want it. And then just keep this going for a moment. Just watch the wicket keeper.
Yeah, he says, I've got these big things on my hands. But in the end, the result was what we needed it to be. And so I think Lorne Burns is going to be coming in.
Yeah, and he's coming in to do one thing, isn't he? Smash the ball. That's what he's got to do. They've gone with Burns. They could have gone with a hitter like Tom Vine, maybe.
I think they've gone Alec Davidson, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so Davidson liking his keeping. So let's see what Davidson Soler can do here. So Thomas does pick up a wicket. Hamza goes for 14 or 5. And, a lot of movement, but doesn't get this right. And that's a very valuable dot ball. Look at Arun. He's got the towel. He's gonna do a bit more work there.
He's been watching Joe Root, I reckon.
there's no second slip though, so he's all right.
No. How's that for your first shot, though?
If he pulled it off, everybody would have said, wow, you know,
absolutely,
what a player.
But the risk is you don't. So that's all right. A dot ball there. Nothing lost from it. 2 balls to come.
I find that quite amusing, actually. We saw that the front foot area was wiped on the pitch where Thomas was slipping, and then he wiped his shoes, but he has to then go back to his mark. That's hit down the ground, and that's out of here. No mistakes this time. That's a beautiful straight hit. So after getting the first one all wrong, Alec comes out and he smashes his second ball for 6. So they're touching on that 150 now. 148 for 4 with a ball to go.
Well, it just shows that simple cricket is the best cricket. That was a wonderful shot straight down the ground. And so 148, last ball to come here. Thomas comes in and now goes for the sexy shot. And he's home, well, but he's wasted a ball.
He's what was he doing there? He was like a statue.
Then he runs off screen.
I don't think we have him on screen. We might be able to see it side. What happened?
What a strange moment.
I wonder if we even catch him on side. So he goes for that shot again. He doesn't get it right. And yeah, we'll see him here. He says, I'm here. How long can you stay there for? How long can you stay there for? Go on, a little bit longer. Get your stretching in the morning. So that will be no run. So they keep it under 150.
They do.
So fair play to Czechia.
So 20 off of that over. Thomas being expensive again. 41 for him. Over his 2 overs there. So this is a target that is chaseable. It's a target that is defendable as well.
Yeah.
It can go either way here, so it'll depend on how the Czechia guys go with whether or not they come to play in this next innings.
Yeah, and really, I suppose you could say it's 148 of 9 overs, because you know what happened in the first over?
Yeah.
Not a lot. There was a very first baller for Ishan. We saw a royal duck, and then there was only one wide, and that was it on that first over. But then we knew that Christian was going to have a reply, and he did, because the next over from Thomas went for 21. And what a knock from the captain, Christian Munoz-Mills. I think he was superb. He hit balls to every part of the ground, and unfortunately there towards the end with 12 balls to go, I think with the last 12 balls, did he just face one of them?
Yeah, that's the thing. When he was on the strike, he was really good. He had the decision to retire out ECI-W, which is probably a good one, but even then after that, wasn't able to get much of the strike. Alec Davidson choking up a couple of those ones. Would have been nice for him to give him a single in one of those last deliveries instead of a ramp shot again. And Dart comes up 14 off of 5 for him. So he wasn't able to get too much after it, but a really great knock from the captain, 83 off of 29 deliveries. So Baba Khan and Isan not really getting themselves going either. So he did it off of his own bat.
Yeah, and then there was some changes made in the batting lineup. Yes, here couldn't quite get going. He went 20 of 13, so Hamza came out. He did hit one big ball for 6, but then he skied on up that Thomas wanted to take. As Thomas took the catch to removing, and then, yeah, just trying to get a little bit funky was Alec, and he tried it twice, missed it twice, and I think you said it. Sometimes keep it simple. Keeping it simple. When he did, he hit it straight down the ground for a big 6.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful 6 down the ground as well. And so you can see here the scorecard, it was very much the Christian Munoz-Mills show, 83 off of 29. Thank you for coming. Other contributors there, you can see Yasser Ali retired out though, just not hitting them fast enough. He was getting runs, but in this short form, you can't be waiting around and soaking up any dot balls. You could see Baba Khan soaked up too many and got himself out. So he just wasn't firing today, but how good was Tiangi? The 1 wicket and the big wicket in the first over of the day. In his first over, just going for the 1 run and just 15 runs for his 1 wicket. So great economy rate by them, and really it was a much tidier bowling lineup there today from the Czech side. So 148, they'll be chasing 149 to get that win, and it's winnable for this Czech side if they push and keep themselves in at the crease. So we've got a game on our hands here between Spain and Czechia. This is the 3rd match of the ECIs here on the ECN network. So stick around, see what this chase has to come and offer, and it will be the Czech side. It's their turn to reply. Spanish will be taking the field. See you very soon here on ECS for these ECI Spain and Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back here, and we have a chase on our hands for this Czech side. The Spanish side were limited to under 150 runs, 148, and that was due to an absolutely outstanding knock by Christian Munoz-Mills. So this Czech side, they are going to come into this one with an eye on the prize. That target of 149 is definitely possible, but we're going to have to keep this top order around for as long as possible. So Ratul there, he is going to be facing this opening delivery, and it's going to be Hamza, who came in late to the piece here to take the first over of this second innings here between these two sides. So the Spanish side, they are coming into this one as heavy favourites, and you'd think that they should be able to defend this, but this Czech side, I think that they're coming into this game full of optimism. And so Magari is going to be joining Ratul there at the crease. And Rico, as you come back into the cube here, it's definitely a total and a target there that the Czech side, you think, should look at and go, we can get this.
Yeah, if you think away, they started yesterday with the bat, and when they were looking to try and get close to that 184, it was a great start. They had in fact, on paper, the first two overs, they did better than Spain. They were really motoring.
It starts with this opening partnership, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we start how we started the first match. And my goodness, we've got two Royal Ducks. How often does that happen? And so that one is just cut away and taken very cleanly there by Bubba.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bubba Khan took an exceptional catch yesterday of Burns. Look at him there. You don't think he's just getting his hands, getting that massage, and next thing you know, he takes a catch. That has gone quick. There's no doubt about it. What a great catch.
Well, who would have thought that? Two Royal Ducks in 2 innings. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, let's see a bit of royalty. There you go. Look, sometimes it's just the way it goes. Yeah, you don't see that often, and I don't think I can remember a time I've seen that on the European Cricket Network. I know it has happened, but that was an amazing. I'm loving the caption there, that camera there. I mean, if we can see that again, it'd be great. He's just warming his hands up, little Booney there, warms his hands up. He's ready to go. He doesn't look that ready to go, does he? You think he's still sort of, you think he's going to have a big yawn there in a minute. And next thing you know, the ball's come to him like a bullet, and he takes the catch. A marvellous catch. And, well, the same way that Spain started, Czechia have done the same. And they've lost a big batter in Ratul, very first ball. Yeah,
a really big loss there. You'd think Ratul hit 32 off of 11, so he really started them going yesterday. So that's a massive loss.
That one's gone through pretty quickly. It's Sabawundavici, who, well, is like for like. Isn't it? One left-hander goes, another one comes in, but Hamza, well, he whizzes this past him. He doesn't know too much about it. I want to buzz now, of course, the Spanish team after taking that early wicket. Looking to seal the series win here. If they can stop Czechia getting to 149. To the pads. Probably just missing out on that one. That's one that you normally would expect batters of this quality to put away. He goes just too far down the leg side, and if he stays still, if he stays in his crease, it's at least he's getting a wide for that, so he allows this one to hit him.
Eerily similar to the first over, isn't it, from the day? a wicket first ball and then a bunch of dot balls after that one.
2 and 2 probably, it has to be. Hamza says leave it to me. And he takes a catch, so Saba will go without scoring as well. He's going to go for a 3-ball duck. Hamza Salim Dar has taken 2 wickets here. And there is no score on the board.
Yeah, and so when I came into this, I was optimistic that the Czech side could really challenge this 148 total. But since then, it's just been 2 wickets and 2 ducks.
Yeah, 2 ducks.
And again, big wickets. We know they don't bat deep, so it's going to be these top order players that were going to come in and do something. And so Magari's just down the other end going, well, can I get on strike or do I want to stay away from all of this? Because Hamza is putting them into some lovely areas.
Yeah, well, that's the last thing that they needed. And you know, they'll feel that they put such a big effort in there in the field to try and they did restrict Spain to get to that 150, and now losing those 2 wickets. No run on the board so far, so at the moment, Hamza Salim Dar is on for, well, if it stays like this, a 2-wicket maiden. But he's after more scalps, I'm sure. Aruna Shukon, the captain, comes out. And he's going to get a wide first up. It's a good take by Alec Davison Soler. Nice and tidy behind the stumps. So just lets himself down there, Hamza. But very much, as you said, the same as the way Spain started that first over. Was 1 wicket though, but only 1 run. Here we got 1 run, and that was a wide as well.
So Asher Khan's pushed himself right up the order. He came in at number 7 in the second match yesterday. He's brought himself up to number 4. And that's probably because he wants to settle things in the middle there and get some runs on the board. He hit a handy little 18 from 9.
Yeah, so they're just holding, looks like they're holding back the likes of Toman Buyan and Arun, hoping that he can get something going. It's a really good delivery. Stops himself playing the shot, but that will be the over, and it is very much the same number of runs on the board. The only difference is, as opposed to 1 wicket, the Czechia are 2 wickets down. 1 for 2. Great start from Hamza.
Yep, very, very similar over, except an extra wicket. 40 matches since the Golden Ball.
So it looks like Tom Vine, who bowled very well yesterday. Mr. Bombay Mix himself come on the bowl, and just watch the variations here from Tom. There'll be some
Mr.
faster
Bombay
ones.
Mix.
Yeah,
What's that
Bombay
mean?
Mix. Well, you know, a packet of Bombay Mix. You never know what's coming out next. You never had Bombay Mix?
What's Maybe it's a British thing.
No, it's not British. Think Bombay. That's the clue. It's like mixed nuts and all sorts in a packet. That's why they call it Bombay Mix. So you never know what you're going to get.
Oh, like all the... Yeah, I know what they are. I know what they are.
So crispy things, nutty things, with a bit of spice.
I didn't know it was called Bombay Mix.
Yeah, Bombay Mix. Now
I
you
just
know
called
what I'm talking
them.
about. So you know,
nut
you just
mix.
never know what's coming.
Yeah,
So yeah, Bombay Mix.
I like it.
And let's start with a wide. Good take behind the stumps.
I was thinking the gin once you started saying Bombay. I was like, oh, the gin? I'm like, sorry, where are these Bombay mixes? Can I have one?
Well, we could have a Bombay Mix as in a cocktail. Can we? It is Sunday. A little bit early though, I suppose.
No, it's at 5 o'clock somewhere. I'll just start putting myself in Australian time. That one. It's just sneaking.
And that's the quicker one from Tom, and it's a pretty quick one. Just doing a few warm-ups there with Soler. And of course, his sister Andrea plays for the women as well, so very much a family affair. And really good bowling. Look at this length that's being bowled here by Tom. Absolutely perfect, and he's nailing it. Watching the bounce here. Look at the carry through here. So very awkward length to play for a batter, and he's not giving room, keeping it nice and close here. So you can see here that Magare just struggling a little bit. Arun just has a little chat with him. And of course, all these dot balls are hurting. Just gets played out onto the onside. Will be just a single. This gets fielded there by Ishan. Remember, he took a fantastic catch yesterday. He'll be hoping for a highlight in this innings for him as well. At the moment, the only thing he's contributed. It's a bit like, I suppose, a bit like Ratul, which is a first ball at 2 Royal Ducks. Maybe it's going to be a royal day, who knows? Everyone gets that slower delivery this time from Tom. It just gets played out onto the onside. Very difficult to pick as well, and that's what makes him harder to play. You don't see the slow ball coming, so you can see that one, hardly any pace on it at all. That's going to be a wide, so there's a teaser there for Magare. Says, I'll put it out there. I think he might chase it, and at this time he decides I'll leave it alone, and we'll get the wide signal there by the umpire. It's best umpire Sohail is out there with umpire Shane this morning. Once again, this time a little bit fuller, swinging into the batter. So Spain well in control. The rate currently standing at around about 17.5 required. You can see, you'll see in a moment what the wind predictor is thinking about this, and I think it will have Spain heavily favourites.
I think when you're losing 2 in the first over, and could be 3 very quickly.
Yeah, it will be. Simple catch taken, and Lon Burns showing you how to do it. Gets in a very good position, and Tom Vine picking up a very good wicket, and those variations and the change in pace does the job. It's another wicket that will go right at the end of the over, and 2 overs complete, and it is 5 for 3 as Magare goes for 1.
Yeah, so this isn't the start that the Czech side needed at all. They just need to get a boundary, get that monkey off their back. And so, we have a new batter. Luckily, they don't have to face the first delivery here. It was end of the over. And so, this Spanish side very much in control. And they're looking to win this one pretty quickly. Tom, we're going to have Lon Burns comes in, and we know that he's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, he bowled beautifully yesterday, didn't he, in the day? I mean, he was getting the ball to turn and spin, and took a spell of 4 for 11 as well. He was on a hat-trick at one point. He was on a hat-trick. He had Binyan on a hat-trick. He also had Hamza on a hat-trick at one stage.
Yeah. He was doing it against batters in form as well. So Asher Khan now is going to have to do something special.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, good. And the confidence you get from doing that against a very good bowler like Lon Burns is good for not just you, but your team as well. So Lon Burns hit for 6 off of his first delivery.
Yeah, good footwork. He's not afraid of going for his shot. He believes he's going to get there, and he's not deterred to go after it, even though the wicketkeeper Solarius standing right up to him. So nice shot, and the first boundary, the first real aggressive shot being played and executed. And then Burns gets back in slightly shorter. Look at the movement on this. Look at the spin on this delivery. Watch this spin. He really does get this ball to rip and grip, doesn't he? Watch this one. And this surface will allow you to do this. Watch where this is going. Looks like it's going down leg, and look at that comeback. Yeah,
and so well defended there in the end.
And this one is fuller, so Arun is after it, and he's going to smack that pretty well. So that's another 6. Has this one gone out of the ground? Yeah, it has. So there you go. Out of the ground. It's a good job. There's nobody having a picnic there at the moment. I suppose a little bit early for it. Later on there will be. But that could have ended up in somebody's yogurt. There it goes. Back to the action, slightly shorter, gets played away, and this will be 4 runs as well. So the captain has started. Well, maybe he, like the captain of Spain, Christian Munoz-Mills, is going to be the main contributor. Good start from him so far.
Yeah, And Lorne Burns been hit around a little bit, and so I said they needed to get some boundaries just to get that off of their back, and they have. And Asher Khan doing what he needed to do as a captain.
This is an interesting one because he knows Burns that he's going to come back in a long way. So he bowls it down the leg side, and it does come back to Arun, who's ready to play it, but he, I don't think he expected it to spin so much. 21 for 3 after 3 then.
So power play 1 obviously there by the Spanish side. Absolutely choking them in those first. So you can see after the first it was pretty similar, but the Spanish side just then ticked them away over the next 4 overs. So the Czech side have got some work to do.
Yeah, and they're going to be tested again because Mohamed Atif, who I think bowled a brilliant spell of bowling yesterday in that last match. He was quick and he got the ball in the right areas. He caused all sorts of trouble, and he avoided that delivery that he sometimes strays down the leg side, and that's what made him so effective yesterday. So here he is, and he's bowling the first ball to Buyan. And, that's the areas. And this is why you see a lot of right arm bowlers wanting to come around the wicket. They want to be bowling in that area. And you can see there the length of that delivery. It's just perfect. And the angle that the left armour comes up from as well, it makes it so difficult for the right-handed batter to pick that line. So a little adjustment may be made for Buyan. He does tend to stand, look where he's standing here right in front of his stumps, which is not a bad place to be against the left armour. Now he gets a short one and he knows he's missed out on this. You can see Buyan, normally quite an effective, powerful, aggressive player, but a couple of dots to him now, so that's going to be messing with him upstairs. Goes for it. Is a fielder out there, and oh, great effort. Diving forward, and Ishan couldn't get it into his hands. We saw him take a splendid cat yesterday, diving. And he comes around, he does everything right. He's one of those, though, I think, when you're diving forward, when you're hitting the ground, the ball can pop out. Look at Corey there in the background. A little bit, oh, almost. So a life for Buyan, survives. Going for the big shot, but this one goes right through him.
So still a very good over though, regardless of that drop catch. Just the 1 run from it. Asher Khan, he's the one that's been hitting them, and that's the first stop ball for him. So Atif's just extra pace on this, making these 2 batters struggle a little bit.
And that's the one that sometimes he does stray on the legs, and he's lucky he doesn't get punished. It straps a scrun on the pad. They'll get a leg bye. Okay, back to Buyan, who, don't forget, could have been gone for a duck, but has got a run to his name. Let's see if he can make it count here. Atif, just the 1 from the over. The other was a leg bye, remember. Yeah, well bowled. Quick, fast, effective. And
wanted a bit of fancy footwork on the end there, Atif, but didn't quite latch on to that one. And so it's going to be a couple of runs there. 23 for 3 at the end of the 4th. And so the Czech team, the wickets have at least stopped coming, but we are not really getting going in terms of that runs. So Pinyan's going to be coming on, and he was on a hat-trick yesterday. He was bowling to the tail end and got a few nice deliveries and nice wickets to his name.
Yeah, he's good to watch, is Pinyan. He knows his cricket. And you'll see he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows where he's bowling to the batters. He knows where he wants his fielders to be. And he's Like any good young bowler, he doesn't want batters to get anything from him. So he says, I'm not giving you a run away. He's down, he makes a stop, no run. Wants to get a little dab on this, does Arun, and he almost plays it back onto his own stumps. So not going well at all. The captain, after hitting 3 boundaries, has gone slow now. Babar Khan is being moved out onto the offside to try and tighten that cordon where Arun was looking to play that last one. Gone. Adios. Brilliant work. This is super quick, lightning quick reflexes from Alex Davison-Soler. I'm liking the look of this kid. This was sharp. This was quick. This was exceptional as Binyan gets the wicket.
Yeah, and a big wicket too there of Asher Khan. He's the only one that's been hitting any runs here. He just misjudges this one, and you can see the pressure and not getting his bat down at all. And so adios to you. And a really nice stumping there.
Yeah, just watch this. Beautifully done. Absolutely beautifully. And that is
perfect technique.
Yeah, poetry in motion as well. No danger of him going over this, reaching over the stumps. Just takes the ball cleanly and does the rest. Great to watch. I'm liking the look of this kid. He's a very good player. Superbly well done.
So 4th wicket down, 23 runs. Halfway through the 5th over. And so that target is looking nearly impossible now.
20 years of age is the Alex Davison-Soler, so definitely is a great find for the Spanish team. And of course Andrea Davison-Soler, well, we'll see her in action next as she plays for the Spanish women's side, as they will be also taking on Team Czechia. So Spain here looking to wrap a series win up with still 2 matches to go. Very much the same that the Spanish women did yesterday, and the way it's looking like it's going to be a bit of a thumping again, isn't it? Because no batter really able to get going. So these two, we know they can on their day, they can perform well. And that one's going to find the boundary. So that's 4 runs. Just straying a little bit onto the pads there. So Toma, look at Toma getting this one away.
Yeah, and so it's all a little bit in vain though at the moment, because that is just 29 for 4 at the end of the 5th. And so they're well off where they need to be. But that's because there's a big difference between the Spanish side really and the Czech side. We always knew that.
Yeah, they're very strong, very powerful, playing at home as well. This is some of the places that we will be visiting. Of course, ECI will be happening in Andalusia, Spain. And then after that, we'll go to Portugal, France, and Italy. And going to places like France and Estonia. Haven't been there for a while. I think first time we go to France. So that's going to be very exciting. I believe that we'll be playing at Drew's ground. I'm looking forward to that. And Lon Burns is probably going to pick up another wicket. An easy catch and a nicely taken. No mistakes there for Atif. So Lon Burns picks up his first. The very first ball of his second over. It's a big swing from Sazib Bouyan. And it's going to be a disappointing 2 of 6 deliveries for him.
Yeah, and this is where it starts getting difficult here. The Spanish side yesterday, once Asher Khan, Davitsi and Ratul, they were the only 2 that really scored runs. No one else managed to stick around for more than 3 balls. So it'll be tough pickings now for the Czech side. And so I think a win for them is to be able to soak up some of these pressure and some of these balls. The singles are going to be okay. You know, you're not going to be able to get the win, but facing the deliveries is now the learning that you're going to get from this side. So another 5 though from Lon Burns, so that'll be difficult. We know he's such a good bowler.
Okay, new batter comes in. It's Hossein. Burns probably eyeing up another Hatful of wickets here. Well, this one won't be one. That's actually a pretty decent hit. It's absolutely clobbered out of here. So 6 runs. So Hussain saying, you know what? I might as well have a hit. I might as well try and get a couple of highlights in here on the international stage. Well, why not? There's this one. Well, smashes in to the building there. Okay, Burns back to the drawing board. I think he'll be a little bit shorter this time. In fact, he goes fuller, gets that Yorker length delivery. It's nicely played by Hussain, doesn't get carried away. So now back to Ricket Thomas. Let's see how he handles Burns. Goes for a big hoik across the line. Aiming for that cow corner area, but he's got to be careful. There are 2 men back there waiting. I think he says, oh, I better wait. The umpire was still on his way back. He's just getting his steps in. It's Long Burns. Firmly struck, but Tom Vine should do the fielding. He does, no issues. Gets a big strong throw in, but I think he forgets that Soler is not so tall. Nice day here now, Barcelona. No clouds. Oh, catch him, catch the bat. Oh, it almost digs into the ground. Have a look at this. Well, they do say bats are meant to fly. Well, this one has gone a long way. How's that, saying Matty? Not out. Give it back to me, he says. Give it back. It's mine. It belongs to me. Oh, well, have a look at this.
You're showing how much he's putting into this one. Look at this one. Way! The Olympics are coming up soon. I don't know if he wants to do javelin or discus because that went absolutely flying.
I love the way.
He still goes for the stumping.
Well, I love the way the batter, I mean, he does extremely well. He loses his bat, but he still manages to keep his foot down. Oh, there was a good bit of action there.
That is very funny.
Hussain. Well, I tell you what, the bat's gone further than some of the batters have hit the ball, it has to be said.
Yeah, absolutely. 37 for 5 at the end of the 6th. Pignon's going to come in again. He took a handy wicket in his last spell.
So the last, I suppose, of last over a spin. I suspect that Tom Vine will come back to finish his spell at some point as well. At Tiff, they'll probably hold on to him. That's a nice looking shot, good pick up, and this could be out. And they're asking the question. We're going to go upstairs here. It's once again, it's Babar Khan. That's a sharp bit of fielding. I get the feeling that he's running into trouble. And let's have a look at this. And once again, it's Hussain. So we'll see this from side. It's a great pick up and throw. Let's have a look. So quick pick up, and
Going to be safe.
he's going to be safe. Let's see here. At the moment, he's getting the gloves. So he's, yeah, there he goes. A lot of talk about that. I know that Vinny has a lot of talk about this, about wicketkeepers taking the ball there and then swinging all the way around to get the ball onto the stumps, as opposed to standing behind the stumps and going forward. Batter, though, runs well. This time, holds on to the bat. Needed to, because otherwise he wouldn't have made it. Same here again, and this time Hussain says, stay there. I'm not running into trouble again. Super speller bowling from Sebastian. Okay, well, this should be out. It's high up in the air. And Mathieu Roman will take the catch. Thank you very much. So, wicket number 2 to Sebastian. And Hussain this time does keep the bat in his hand. And though it doesn't really help him, he's not able to get onto this. He sort of catches him high up on the bat, doesn't get the right contact with it. He'll have to go. So disappointment for him, though he did give us a nice highlight.
A very good highlight. And so Pignon gets his second. And Martin Wandel, the native Czech player, is coming in to bat now, the left-hander. So the first time we'll see him with the bat today. And you can just see how important it is to have cricket on the TV, though, because when they see it, they want to play it. And here's a testament to that.
Yeah, wish him luck here to Martin. So Wandel, let's see how he starts there. He's up against Sebastian, who's bowling so well at the moment, though. And what a good start. Good areas to the left-hander. Loving his technique and his style. Saw him bowled here last November when they played the ECIs with Romania and Portugal. Okay, goes for the shot, and he's going to get this, you know, so it's going to be 6 runs. And Shaba for Martin. Well, it comes in and hits his first boundary. And that will be the end of the over as well. So good spell of bowling, despite that ball sailing over for 6 for Pignon. He'll go for just 19 of his 2 overs. And he's picked up, well, I'd say 19, 13 actually. I'm getting carried away. 13, 2 wickets. End of the over, 44 for 6.
Well, nice to get some runs on the boards there for Wandel. These are upcoming events here at the European Cricket League. That's coming up in 9 days, so hope you're getting all ready for that. It should be absolutely fantastic, and all the places that we are going here with the ECN, Portugal, France, Italy, Estonia, Greece. Ryan comes in for his first of his second.
Hit pretty well. Ishan makes the stop. We'll keep it just to the 1.
So Ryan was very good in his opening over. Very, very economical. And so he'll be wanting to keep that because this is a very good tidy score from the Spanish side. No real extras.
That's the first one he's dropped a little bit too short. And that's a really good shot from Wandel. So 2 sixes to him. And he puts this away very well. It just holds up. We know that it does on this deck. So it allows the batter to get into a good position. And he does. And he makes a solid strike of that. 6 runs. You can see the difference of where the 2 teams are. Spain at this stage were hitting the 100 mark. 50 comes up though for Czechia. Strikes that well as well. Ishan's got work to do. He picks it up well. And a good pick up and release, just the single.
Yeah, so Wandel, a little bit of power hitting coming in. 13 off of 4 for him. That's nice. Tamar now will take the strike. Halfway through this 8th.
Strays down the leg side. That's a disappointing delivery from Tom, and he knows it. And he'll be disappointed with that ball. It's an easy hit, really, isn't it, for Rikit Toma? And so they're just starting to get a little bit of momentum going, a little partnership. It'd be nice for them to get this partnership here. Remember, they've got 2 more matches against the same opponent, so they know what they're up against. So if these 2 can at least get a little bit of hitting in there, it'll serve them well. Here's the throw, and that will be out. Great fielding, it really is, and the fielding has been exceptional. And is that Babar again? I think it is. You know, Babar Khan. He's taken a lightning quick catch, and now watch this pickup. I don't know if we have it on camera. There it is. Great pickup, great throw. It's just superb. It really is. I mean, a lot of fielders would have just thrown that wild. It would have either gone over the bowler, but no, Babar, it's an excellent throw. He's throwing it on the bounce, making it easier for Tom Vine. And Vine just, well, he can't miss from there. So another wicket will go, and Tom is going to get himself run out.
I don't know there was a run there, but Martin was already down the other end. So he'll want to make up for this one.
Baba Khan and Tom Fine working well together. That's the end of the over. A little bit more expensive, that one from Tom. It'll go for 12, but the do, courtesy of the run out, get another wicket. So 56 for 7, 2 overs to go. And it looks like Hamza will probably bowl this one, and I'm guessing that Mohammed Atif will finish things off, unless they want to give somebody else an opportunity to turn their arm over. I suppose there's every possibility of that. I know that Christian Mills himself can bowl a bit of spin, and even Yasser Ali could also get some spin in there, but looks like they're going to go with what the plan was and sticking to it. This one is one that I think Hamza rolls the fingers over, and it goes over the stumps. It's Payush Singh Baghel is the batter now.
So it's not really been Czech's day, has it? We've struggled to really make any momentum.
And that's a quicker one. No, it hasn't. It's got to be a little bit soul destroying for them as well, because I think if you think about it, I mean they put a real big effort in the field, didn't they?
They did.
Bowlers worked hard. They had a plan. They tried to execute it the best they could. The line that they were bowling, they made Spain work hard. And in all fairness, if it wasn't for that superb knock from Christian, you know, they could have really restricted them to a score around about 125, 130. That one gets played away nicely. That's 4 runs, so that's a nice moment for Baghel playing his first match. And he gets off the mark, gets a boundary. So they worked hard in the field. They restricted Spain to under that 150. And then with the bat, it was just a nightmare start.
Yeah, exactly. And that can ripple through. And then no one felt really confident. And that's going to save probably no runs, really. Would have been cleaned up pretty easily there by Yasser Ali. But that stumps, I tell you what, they've got a real workout.
That's it, yeah, you're absolutely right. They are always in the action, those stumps. And they've been knocked over so many times. That was a nice looking shot there again for Baghel. He played that well. It was a good full length delivery, Yorker length. Hamza bowling with a bit of pace. And one thing I've noticed with Hamza here, and I know that a couple of years ago when he first came onto the scene, he was a little bit erratic with the bowling, and he did stray quite often. Quite often he was too short. Quite often he strayed down the leg side. I think they might have broken a bail here, Baghel, when he's hit this ball, because looks like yeah, another one has been sent out. So a broken bail, and that's why we've got a short delay there. But yeah, I mean he's now tidied up. He's always in the right areas, and he's not bowling those gundy balls down the leg side. So they've really worked with his bowling. Firmly hit. That's going to be 4 runs.
Absolutely thumped. He's playing strongly, isn't he, Martin Wandel?
Well, I suppose
strong. He's a big boy.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose what he has done here, he's shown the coach and the management what he can do.
Put me up the order.
Yeah, when others up the top of the order are not performing well, I mean, they've got 2 of the left-armers up there, haven't they? Ratul and Davidzi, who haven't really clicked here. So, yeah, why not? And this one is going to test the field, but it's cleaned up nicely. Tom Vine comes across, but he had Burns backing him up as well.
So, end of the night, 66 for 7. So, Martin Wandel, he'll keep that strike, and probably the better person for the strike. 18 off of 7 for him. A couple of really big sixes and that 4 just then. So handy little addition late in the piece here.
It's a good story though, isn't it? Somebody who's obviously picked up cricket by seeing it being played, by seeing the European Cricket Network, seeing it being played, and thought, you know what, I think I'll have a go. And here he is, playing for the national side. It's a great story.
Oh, it's a wonderful story. I love the growth of sport, particularly sports that we love.
It's a good delivery first up from a Tiff. And Wando just gets a little bit of an inside edge onto that and gets a single. Hello to the likes of Jeffrey Maguire joining in the chat, and Helix office as well is there. Nice to have you all with us on this Sunday. I hope you've had a nice proper Sunday breakfast. You know, the sausages, eggs, hash browns, beans, mushrooms. Anybody up for black pudding? Black pudding, anyone?
No,
I'm not
thank
a
you.
fan, I've got to say.
Not for me. Pudding, haggis, all those things, they can get in the bin. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm not one of those as well.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Jeffrey Maguire giving a big shout out to Hamza. He says, Hamza, best all-rounder in European cricket. Well,
No, it's a big call. And why don't you put that one out to the chat? Who do you think is the best all-rounder in Europe?
slower delivery, but he meets it pretty well. But Ishan is there. Oh, dear. He is not having a good day, is Mohammad Ishan. Well, Stefan Gooch is on the walkie-talkie. He probably sees that pretty clearly, whether it's 4 or 6. But Ishan, Golden Duck, he had a misfield as well and then drops this one. That's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, so it is sunny, but I don't think that should be in the eyes yet.
Oh, that's wild. And let's see what the umpire signals here. There dives to get back in. It's giving us a bye. Let's have a look at this delivery. I mean, it's, oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a bit wild. And we know he can add some extra pace to it, but
Umpires are okay with the height of that. So Martin wants to get back on strike. He wants to try and maybe get a few more hits. And he does try. Misses on this one. There's a Tiff. Really has gone up a notch, hasn't he, for the international scene. This one is very quick, very good length as well. So last ball then, and it's been very much a one-sided battle, this one. Spain will take the series. The men and the women have continued with a 100% record and have won the series against Czechia here. But will Czechia come back with something to go home with? If they can get a victory or even push the likes of Spain close, they'll be pleased with that because they know that they are the underdogs coming into this series. But if they can get a win, that'd be quite amazing for them. But not in this one. It's going to be a comprehensive victory for Spain. And I get the feeling that probably the captain, Christian Munoz-Mills, there he is there, shaking hands with the match officials, will probably be the player of the match this time. It's a welcome return for him. And after surgery to his knee, he comes back captaining for the first time today and getting a win and also scoring a superb half-century. So well done to him. And this is what's coming up next. We will see the women in action. Spain taking on Czechia. And, well, looking forward to an exciting contest here. Maybe somebody like Katrina Tesrakova could come into form with the bat and give support to somebody like Baba, who has been extraordinary. 95 runs she scored. And we also liked Talamala as a bowler and a batter. But on the other side, of course, Naomi Hillman Bahama was in great form, and someone like Andrea's been good, and Mirza being fantastic. And then with the bowling front, don't forget some excellent bowling we saw from Payal and Uswa yesterday as well. So looking good, probably favourites there. But I do think in that one, I said this morning, I do feel that Czechia could possibly take a win in that one. But for the men, well, I just can't see it. I know that they've got the talent there, but I think somebody's going to have to pull off something amazing. I think something like Ratul or Davizzi or maybe the captain himself is going to have to score 100 or something to give him a chance. Now that was one that got put down, but that was a difficult one. There was an easier one there that Ishan had. It wasn't certainly the match of Ishan here. He got a royal duck the same way that Ratul did. at the beginning of this one. That was a close one, but the batter just lit in. And Arun, well, he was done by some excellent work from Alex Davison Soler. I'm liking the look of this young 20-year-old behind the stumps. He is just pure class.
Yeah, absolutely is. He adds a nice little youthfulness into the side. Pardon me. Youthfulness into the side, and really got the Spanish team going. The energy was really, really good from this Spanish team as well today. 148 with the bat, and then just restricting them to half that 72 there for the Czech side. And it started with early wickets, and those early wickets are key. No one really settling in. Asher Khan coming in up the order as opposed to coming in at 7 yesterday. And here's the one where the bat went absolutely flying. But Asher Khan putting himself up, but still not managing to get himself going. He took 14 balls for his 17, and you can't be waiting around that long in this game because you don't have much time to be able to score this really big score in the end. And so I was really impressed with Wandel coming in late, 19 off of 10 deliveries for him. So I'd like to think maybe he can go up the order in the next match. We do have 3 matches today, and so maybe we can see here was a run out. So really good piece of fielding there from Bubba. He didn't get going with the bat, but took a fantastic catch, and then some nice pieces of work in the field there. And so I'd like to think maybe Wandel can boot up the order. Bagel coming in as well, 9 off of 7 for him. Isan there just dropping one of the catches you'd expect him to usually make. But in the end, the Spanish team much, much too good for this young, or I guess young to the sport Czech side. And so convincing winners, beating them by 76 runs. You can see here this scorecard, no one really being able to put in that effort. And when you're losing wickets like Ratul and Davidsi early, that's always going to be hard. Ratul was key for them to get themselves going yesterday. Once he left early today, it was always going to be an uphill battle. So the Czech side, they dug deep late in the order, but wasn't good enough at the top of the order. The bowlers here, though, as you'd expect, very, very good figures. Hamza, 2 wickets for just 11 runs. Atif, just the 6 runs for off of his 2 overs. So no wickets for him, but my goodness, that is such a good economical rate there for him. So the Spanish side, much too good today, and we expect this to maybe be a theme throughout these 3 matches here. So the 3rd win for the Spanish side. Czech not able to get that win or any of those points coming into this 2nd or 3rd match for them. Now we do have the women coming up very shortly here, and it's their 4th match of their 5-match series, so stick around for that. We've got some young and inspiring players coming in for us. So will Fawwa Baba be able to do what she did yesterday? She scored a fantastic half-century. Can she do that again? So the match 2 of today's proceedings, 5 matches today here on the ECN. Stick around with us. That will be coming around for you in about 15 minutes. So stick around here on the ECI Spain-Czechia series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello everyone, and our international action continues, and it's time to see the women now. So Spain will be taking on Czechia. Remember, Spain have already won this series. They won all 3 matches yesterday. 2 matches to play here today, but I think Team Czechia will take the opportunity to try and get a win under their belt as well. We saw some good cricket played from them yesterday, and maybe just little errors in the field, particularly with too many extras that they were giving away, could have cost them 1 or 2 of those matches. So they're going to be better here today. I think we're looking forward to an exciting match. The captains are with the tournament referee. Let's join them for the coin toss.
Spain's call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Czechia have won the toss and they're having a bowl.
So the news from the middle is that Karen from Czechia has won the toss and decided they will have a field first. I like the way they played yesterday. I like the team spirit in the camp. I mean, every time runs were scored, they were cheering. Every time there was a dot ball or somebody fielded, they did really well. The one thing that they worked on well as well throughout the day yesterday was the extras. That's what they've got to continue to do here. But of course, the key player for them is going to be Baba with the bat. I think she was sensational. But I like the way that Talimara also came good with bat and with ball. She was a little star yesterday and in the fielding as well. And maybe something like Katrina could be big for them as well. Spain, well, I suppose Naomi has been their player. Naomi just a few runs short of the 95 that Baba scored. She scored 84 in the day, but a very good player, very good team player. And I can see the way the other players are gelling around her. I like the likes of Basharat and the way that she and also Mirza at the top of the order got going there as well. But in the field, both sides were really good. I think we're going to see some exciting matches between the two teams here. And I know that Georgie Parker is looking forward to seeing the women in action again. Georgie, the news from the middle that this time around it will be Team Czechia in the field.
Welcome here to the Spanish and Czech series. Match number 2 for the day, but the match number 4 between these two women's sides. So the Spanish women have had all 3 wins so far. And so I think they'll be looking to go for a clean sweep. They've got some nice young players, as you can see here. So Naomi Hillman-Bameo and Amy Brown-Carrera, very, very good players, led by Elspeth Fowler. Uzwa Saeed, though, she really impressed yesterday with the ball, grabbing some very, very good wickets. And doesn't she do it with some power as well and some real fierceness to how she goes about it. Now, Farwa Barber, she is by far the most important player for the Czechia side. Katerina Tesarikova, well, she's strong when she gets going. And so they are going to have a challenge on their hands here, this Czech side, as they're going to be taking the field. The Spanish women will be taking the bat to begin with. So you can see here the 90% chance of winning, and I think that should be around about right. It's a wonderful, beautiful day here in Barcelona. The sun is out, the wind is nowhere to be seen, and it can get very windy here, very open space. And so I can't wait for this one. The Czech side, every game yesterday, started feeling more comfortable. You can see they just haven't played much cricket. So Farwa Barber is going to be given the ball, as you'd expect. She is got the most talent here of this Czech side, and so she's going to have a big job ahead of her today with both bat and the ball. So Naomi Hillman didn't bat in their final match yesterday. They wanted to get some of the other players here. Brown Carrera is going to be starting the batting. Elspeth Fowler, who also hasn't had to do any batting yet either, because the top order have been doing it. They've not been giving away too many wickets here, the Spanish side. So Barber comes in for the first. And it struck away, but it's going to be fielded, and it should just be the single. So it's going to be Uzwa Saeed there. He was very good with the ball yesterday, as Rico joins me. So Saeed there, she was very, very good with the ball. We've not seen her have a bat yet. We've not seen many of the Spanish players having the bat, because Hillman-Bameo, well, she's been doing it all herself.
Yeah, so you're right. She was great with the ball, 3 for 12. Didn't she take? As Elspeth places away, nice stop. A good throw. I was very impressed with the fielding of Czechia yesterday as well. I know that you touched on a little bit on both sides there, but Czechia fielded well. They threw themselves at the ball. They've got a mixture of younger players as well that are learning the game. Of course, likes of Josephine, who's been playing really well. And Uswa, yeah, I mean, she's a real trooper. I know that she has played some matches for Barcelona International as well. I'm sure those guys will be in the chat supporting her. But she's somebody who's so determined, spends a lot of time practicing, travelling up and down this region of Catalonia. Hits that pretty well, and going to get 4 runs. 4 carreras. And it's always nice when you're talking about players and then they do something good, and Uswa gets the first boundary of the innings, hits that really well, crunches it, and gets 4 runs.
Yeah,
good shot.
Very passionate about her cricket. Travels 2 hours each way by herself, and so Barbar knocked for the first boundary here. Saeed up to 5. Down the ground and well collected there by Champagne.
That's a great pickup. We're still waiting for a Champagne moment from Champagne Terrell. A great one-handed pickup there, nicely done. Yeah, Barbar just wants to go a little bit fuller. She knows that Uswa will be looking to try and hit on the leg side, and that's exactly where you got to be. But unfortunately, this one gets through the wicket keeper and the captain, Karen De Kuncha.
Yeah, just miscued that one. And so an extra real run there for the Spanish side, what could have been a dot ball. And so we end the first over 7 for none after 1 over there.
Yeah, very good morning to a lot of people that are tuning in. And of course, they're all be very excited for the start of the European Cricket League. Hello to Danny Hudacek. I hope you are well. Dobre rano to you, and I know that John Woodward has been on the chat as well. Hello, John. I hope you're well. And last time that I was talking to John was doing a little bit of DIY. Jonathan Woodward, I hope you're well. And somebody who
How are you with DIY stuff?
I'm not bad. I'm
what have you made? Have you made anything fun?
Yeah, I mean, stuff with making shelves and cabinets with wood. I'm all right with all of that stuff. Painting is fine. One thing I wouldn't do though, I don't touch plumbing. I'm not, because I don't.
Or
not that I can't.
Stuff?
I just always have this fear that I'll do it, and then when I'm not at home, it'll start leaking or something. And electrics, unless it's like basics, like. But I wouldn't like do
anything you need a
rewiring
license for.
Yeah, that's a nice looking shot.
Yeah.
Well picked up by Katrina. She's solid out there, isn't she? Nothing gets past her.
And she is strong, her arm's strong, and when she hits the ball and connects with it as well. So Talamala's come into the rotation here, and she's a nifty little bowler. Puts it on line, and you can already see though, and you look at the opening match, there were 43 extras for this Czech side.
Yeah.
And so they're already getting it better in line, and hasn't been a wide yet so far. And watch it, they'll get a wide version. I've done the commentator's curse now. But
let's see if we're going to see this commentator's curse. I hope not.
No. But even if they do, wides happen. It's just you can't have too many of them. And in line. And that's going to be tucked away in a nice shot. And they're able to collect that there. All the intent in the world by Kulkanova. Nicely touched there from Fowler. She gets her first boundary. Yeah,
really good shot. Elspeth Fowler. When we talk about Uswa playing for Barcelona International, I know that Elspeth has played there at La Manga, so I know that La Manga will be in the chat supporting her as well. I know that we had a few yesterday. Of course, Charlie Hunt was in the chat yesterday as well, supporting not just Elspeth, but also Tom Vine. So Talamala. It's in the same area again, and this time gets through one fielder. Could be another boundary. No, Katrina comes across.
Of course she does.
Makes a stop. But you're absolutely right about the extras. You know, I was speaking to Karen this morning before the coin toss as well, and she said girls are so upbeat, they're so excited, they're loving being here in the sunshine, playing cricket away from cold Czechia. And she said, yeah, we know about the extras. She said, and they have to be looking at it. As they said, it could be a run out. And well, this is something where they're going to learn from. I mean, if the wicket keeper, also Karen, if Karen goes behind the stumps there, it's an easy throw to her. Then there would have been a run out. But look, Karen, she's standing nowhere, and then the fielder has to go and shy at the stumps. Where I think if Karen had gone behind the stumps, she would have taken the throw, and you would have had the opportunity of a wicket. But it's not to be. It will be the end of the over, 14 without loss. So yeah, they are aware. And the thing about it is they're aware of it and they're doing something about it. And you can see already here that with 2 overs complete, the number of extras at the moment is 1. And that was a bye. So no wides at all at the moment. So that's a brilliant effort from Czechia so far.
Yeah, I think that first one, it was a bit of the occasion getting to them. As Iannetti is going to be taking her first.
Well struck. And it's going to be 4 runs. This is a powerful hit, and you can see the fielder I feel for her because it's been hit so hard, and it's like, you know, when the ball follows you, it's following her, and she said, "Oh, it's right at me." She's trying to get out the way of it, and in the end, I think it was one of those. She just didn't know how to stop it. So Teresa Kulkanova gets that one to go past her, and Josephine Sukakova starts with a boundary off the first.
So Sukakova was one of the ones who really did struggle with her line yesterday. And so there's one of the first ones there. So it's going to be a wide. Probably lucky it's not a no ball.
Yeah, Sukakova, after being a little bit too short, I think the effort is there to get it outside the off. And but just gets that ball to, it swings a bit as well. She's just warming her shoulder up there a little bit. Yeah, she had a few issues. And I think also Nandivara was the other one. So let's see how they fare here today. And I think, are they looking at that height on that one now? Maybe they are. They're going to call it a no ball in the end.
I think it missed the pitch, really.
Yeah, so no ball. It will be a free hit. I think probably called more for height than anything else. Okay, free hit now coming up. And it's a good delivery. They're thinking about two, are they? Smith gets there, turns around, decides that one is fine, but I like the fact that they're looking for a good comeback there from Josephine. Better delivery, full and straight. Smith is very good on getting across and playing on the leg side, so I wonder if they may want to change the field. Now, the field was something that we talked about a fair bit with Czechia. So she's going to go too wide here, and yeah, it just holds there and says, oh no, not again. But stick with it. Stick with it. It will come good. Yeah, I mean, we were saying yesterday with Czechia, they always like to have a fielder out on the offside.
So gets this one in on line. And Fowler just plays a defensive shot there.
Yeah, nice. That's what she's got to be, thereabout, because not too many boundaries are going to be hit there. And if Elspeth does try and go across the line, well, if she misses, she's bowled, or she could be LBW. So can she stay consistent there? And yeah, she can. Nicely played. And yeah, this is what I was referring to the field. I was saying they need to tighten up a bit more on the offside, and they seem to have done that. So I don't know if we can see a sort of a look at the field. If we just zoom back a bit, look at that. So look at the offside. They're a lot closer. So they've learned from it. They've got a sweeper back there as well. It's much better field. So again, this is all about playing, learning, going back, watching, and saying, right, this is what we can do. And credit to the Czechia side here, and to Farouk and to Desiri. They've done very well. They have the coaching staff and the management. They've got things better here. They've got things tighter. Plays this away. It's going to be probably a no. It's a stop, Katrina. Let's have a look at the height on this, though. It is pretty full. Is it dipping enough? And let's see how Smith plays this. I think this is coming down. I think that might be okay. There's not too much pace on it. I think it's going downwards. So I think that'll be all right. Elspeth asking the question, but I think that's okay. And it is okay. It's the end of the over. And the score at the end of 3 overs is 22 without loss.
Yep, so they're trotting along there, and we're seeing two new batters that we haven't seen much of. So nice for them to be starting to get their groove in here. Saeed particularly, those two lovely boundaries. Fowler as well, having one to her, and so
a few warm-ups here for the bowler about the bowl. And I don't mind that. Why not? And you're all right on time. And
it's Nandivara.
Yeah, that's why she's warming up.
Yeah, so she really struggled to get the ball within the legal space there yesterday. So let's hope for some nice straight deliveries today. And she starts that one.
Good.
Well, I'm just going to be the single from it. So nice. So they really have tidied this up, and we knew that was going to happen. Yeah. And so it's lovely to see, and that's what you've seen with this progression in match number 4.
Yeah, and you see straight away, instantly, that field, it's right now. They've got the sweeper. So if it does get through the infield, well, that one, well, does a big favour to Nandivara because It would have been a wide.
Yep.
You don't need to play that. Leave it alone. And John Woodward's touched on that in the chat as well, that the Spanish team do tend to go for a lot of the wide balls and leave them. And we knew they had a problem with that even in Cartama. Yeah, leave those alone. Take the wide, especially if all you're going to do is get a one from there. So that's a bit of a false economy. It was a nice look at the Spanish boys mixing in with the Czechia boys there. This one, well struck. So once again, the same thing here. So that one's definitely a wide. Take the wide and take the extra ball unless you know you're definitely going to put it to the boundary.
Well, and good field placement as well. I think yesterday we saw the Spanish girls opening up a lot. We had Mirza go out from opening up and trying to play a shot that wasn't there. You can see those two playing balls that were definitely going down their leg side, wanting to play down there. So nice field placement as well. That one's hit down the ground, and it should be a 4, and it is. So nicely struck there from Saeed. She gets herself up to 17. And another 4 to her name.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. Watches it and hits it dead straight. And it's going to be 4 runs on this outfield. So well done to Uswat, showing what a good all-rounder she is. Yesterday it was all about her bowling. Today she's showing what she can do with the bat as well.
Yeah, nice little all-rounder.
Jonathan Woodward saying he is doing a little bit of DIY. He's saying he's doing some work in the garden. All right. Once again, would have been a wide, gets played. So just Spain will need to have a look at that. So we talked about Czechia. Czechia will go away and have a look at what they did yesterday and how they come back with some improvements. So Spain will look at this. So in this over alone, we've probably seen 4 deliveries that probably would have been wides that the batters have played and just got a single from.
Yeah, and if you're playing at them and getting 4s, it's okay. But not for the singles, because you're not getting any benefit from it. And so that should be a no ball, and it is.
Yeah, it doesn't get on the pitch at all, so no ball is called there. So that's unfortunate, because you're looking to finish the over there without getting double figures. You still can. 9 have come off it, courtesy of that one.
But she has been getting them in line, though. Well, a little bit of help from the Spanish side. That one's going to be in line. And again,
what a stop.
Well fielded and well collected by there from Ian Eddy. And I think the field placement on that onside is very, very good. Protecting that boundary and knowing that they're wanting to play that. And so well done there from the Czech side as we end the 4th over. It's 32 for none. And so a tidy over there from Nandavada, just a 10 from it.
Yeah, now they want to break this partnership. So it looks like Farwa Baba is coming on. She's having a bit of a chat with the captain there about maybe possibly changing the field slightly. And yeah, she's been given a nod, you can do it. So looks like, yeah, what she's saying is I'd rather send another fielder back for those shots that Elspeth is playing on the leg side. Got to be careful how many they got back here now. I think they might, I think they're just okay. Just keep an eye on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. Oh, they've got to be careful here. I thought, I'm not going to say that it's too loud, but I think they have too many out. I think they've got 6 out. Just having a look on the offside now. All right, that field is, the sweeper's been brought back in the circle. So, yeah, this is okay now. She's been brought back in. For a moment, she was outside. Anyway, they're all right. Full, straight, good delivery. Asking the question. Might have been a bit of back on this from Uswat. So this is better. It's fuller.
Yeah, so Saeed getting cramped up there. And so bat before ball, though, but in line and asking questions, Barbara.
Yeah. Here we go again. And that's on the leg side. But you did put the fielders back. And they make a stop. I'm just loving the fielding of Liliata. I really am. She's not shying away from anything, throwing herself at it, making the stop, and has saved valuable runs. Both the fielders there on the leg side, very close to each other, either side of the umpire, but doing the job.
A little bit of maintenance there from Fowler.
Yeah. Well, one observation, though, and this is something else that Czechia can go back to have a look at as well. And that's a really good shot. Fielder gets down, nice and tidy, Katrina, and gets the throw in. Love the way she gets down, make sure that ball is not getting past her. And she's got the power to get the throw in even when she's on
her
the floor.
knees. Yeah. It's as if she's been a softball catcher before.
Yeah. Yeah, the other point is if you are outside the 30-yard circle, as it would be Katrina who'd be covering the ground again, gets down, makes a stop. They're taking her on, and that's good running. That's good running because Katrina had a lot of work to do there. There was always two. They take two. Yeah, the other thing is if you are outside the 30-yard circle, so, for example, Talamara in front of us here, and also there on the leg side where you see Delente, then go on the boundary. Come in from the boundary. Don't be sort of 3 meters short of that boundary. And so here's Talamala. So she's fielding this from well inside the boundary, but she's better off being on the boundary, walking in from there, and then because it's always going to be a single. So end of the over, it's not a bad one at all. 38 at the halfway point. We welcome you into the Cube and welcome you to this International Sunday on the European Cricket Network. I hope you're enjoying the action. Well, we've seen the men, and the Spanish men have been victorious in all their matches, as have the Spanish women.
Yeah, and we know that they're coming into this one as hot favourites. I do like, though, that they're changing the order around. So they're trying to get something out of this match. Obviously, it's going to be one-sided. So they're trying to make sure that their players are going to be here getting as much experience as they can from international cricket here today.
Yeah, I think that's very important. And, you know, they won this series yesterday, winning 3 out of 3. Spain, the men, have won theirs today with that win against Czechia. And I think this is a big opportunity now for the Spanish team to, you know, just play around with the squad a little bit, give opportunities to those that, you know, may not always get a chance. And that's what they're looking to do. And I think that's why I'm liking this from Spain in this contest. Elspeth, we saw at the Cardamom Oval in the women's ECC that we wanted to see more of her. We thought that she wasn't giving herself an opportunity to bat. Maybe it was just a little bit about confidence. So this is an opportunity for her to get out there and get some of that confidence behind her. That's a good delivery. It's full, it's straight. It gets nicely played. Now, I know Elspeth is a very good batter. She's plays very correct. But two other batters, those sort of deliveries from Sukagova would definitely be getting wickets. She'll be getting through the defences of a lot of other batters. So she's bowling a good line here. Let's see if she can keep the same one here to Uswa, because Uswa will probably try and take on the shorter delivery. But you want to try and go a lot fuller here. That's that shorter one. She slices up to Barwa, who gets a quick throw in. Good running. Uswa does get there, runs hard, and takes a single. A lot of people in the chat enjoying what they're seeing here. A few people like Tracy Pascual saying a lot of improvement there from the bowlers as well. Well done. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tracy. And we're loving this from the Team Czechia. And liking the bowling for Sukakova as well. Once again, it's on the money. That's a really good shot. Gets through one, but not the other. Wow, they've got a solid defence there, haven't they? They got this right in the field, especially to Elspeth. It's a good risky shot though. Look, she goes right across her stump. So once again, well bowled from Josephine. She's keeping the ball full and straight, basically saying, look, it's there. If you want to play the shot, fine. But if you miss, I'm going to have you.
Nicely saved there, nicely backed up. And that one's a big hit. And is it going to clear the field? It's going to clear the players. Split right in the middle, but it's just going to be the 4 there. Just missing the 6 there. So Saeed now goes to 24.
What a good shot. Look at the footwork. Brilliant. Really top quality batting. And it goes boom. And Choca Lagia. Nice shot. 4 carreras.
And so 28, sorry, off of the 21. So Saeed trotting along very nicely here. And again, the Czech side struggling to get any of the wickets here. And another attack of the ball there, but it's just going to be the single. And so Elspeth Fowler will have the last ball of this over as we come up to the end of the 6th. 48 for none.
Yeah, another thing you could do here, Czechia. I mean, you can see Bawa, she's in the circle. She could be a lot closer on those singles. She's got 4 other fielders behind her. So they could have somebody who's pretty close just on to stop those singles. While they try and run hard here, and Elspeth wants to take on the fielder and come to throw, and she'll get there comfortably in the end. So good running. But still, that's a good spell of bowling from Zukurova. She'll go for 20, or for 2. I think you'll take that. But what was very good was that she eliminated a lot of the wides and extras that she was giving away. And that has been the story here so far. Only 5 extras. Only, would you believe it, only the 1 wide so far in those 6 overs.
And that's outstanding given how they were bowling to begin with as they first came here yesterday morning. And so it's nice to see. It's nice to see the improvement, and I think there's a long way to go for both of these teams. But when you see it, how quickly it can happen from when you're playing games, it's lovely to see. Sayed's going to be taking that strike, and so the 50 was brought up as well with those last 2 runs. 50 for none. 4 overs to come here with the Spanish side.
Okay, so changing the bowling now. So they've got to keep this going. It's been really good, this. And looks like a new bowler coming on to bowl here now. The umpire just checking the action. What's the action? And it's right arm over, and we'll start a risky one. And unfortunately, Delante not able to get hold of the ball. So Linetti to bowl, and she has fielded brilliantly well. Let's see if she can get a highlight with the ball. It's going to be a wide. It's chased though by Elspeth. Doesn't get bat onto it, so wide ball called. Just imagine, I mean, if they were going at the ratio of wides that they were yesterday, this would already be a 70-something score.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously a big thing they're working on in this match here.
Nice stop there from Talamala. I'm liking Talamala as a player. She's throws herself around, makes some really good stops. Very good bowler as well. And, played onto the onside. Should be just a single as Katrina comes in and does the fielding. So Katrina, if you watch her fielding, she's right on the boundary and she comes in from there. And I think that's what your fielders that are outside the ring have got to be doing. You don't want the ball to get past you or over you and you're not on the boundary. That one is going to be wide, and the batters will take a single as well, and turn that into 2 wides. Or is it wide? Is it a no ball? They might want to check this one, because when does it hit the ground? I wonder if we can see anything from the side on angle. So let's keep an eye on this. How far does it go? Well, the umpire's got something to work with it. Yeah, wide I think is the right call, because it does hit a bit of the pitch. Struck hard. This is going to be a challenge. What a stop. Katrina says, what challenge? If I'm here, I'm stopping it. Brilliant.
She's such a ball magnet, isn't it? She always seems to be where the ball's coming. So very good fielding there, as expected, from Tessa Rakova.
She has saved so many runs in that area, not just today. This is going to be another challenge. And
so have these 2.
Oh, well, this one.
I say that.
We may need to have a look at this. And is there any touching the rope while the ball's in hand? So it gets through first time, and then she makes a desperate lunge. So let's see here. Let's see how this finishes up. Anything touching the rope here? Keep an eye on the foot.
I'd be calling that a 4.
Let's see. It's very difficult to see there. I mean, I don't think she does actually at this moment of time. I think it's okay, you know. I think it's okay. Yeah, they say it's okay. Not enough evidence there to say it was. So just a single. They are fielding really well, I've got to say. I'm very impressed with the fielding.
It's a nice hustle around from them all. You can see the endeavour.
Yeah, not a bad over. And this is an opportunity to show that some of the events that are coming up on the European Cricket Network. And you can, of course, continue to follow us. The European Cricket League starting in 8 days' time. That's going to be fantastic, happening at the Cardam Oval. Cardamania will rock the world once more, with all the club champions coming together. And then from there, we'll go to Portugal, France, Italy, Estonia and Greece. So keep your eyes on the screen. Hello to Tim Redmond, who's joining us and saying hi to us both and everybody else on the chat. Thank you for joining us, and well, I hope you can stay with us on this International Sunday. How's your Sunday going anyway, people? You got any plans? Anybody having preparing a nice Sunday lunch? No ball, and that's not a good start for Nandivara. And she is a player who, probably more so than most, had a lot of issues yesterday with the wides. And this one, she just gets herself in the wrong position. And that's the problem there. I think her legs go all over the place, so she releases it all wrong. And this one now will be a wide, and Elspeth, well, in fact, it's probably going to be a no ball because of the number of time it bounces. Yeah, no ball. It bounces probably 3 times before it gets past the batter. So 3 hits still in play. You can see just getting a little bit agitated there, Nandivara.
So far, Baba coming up as well, the experience that she wants to provide. And nothing works, so still a wide. And so just needs to get back to basics. Doesn't matter how slow it is, just get it on target.
Yeah, so the 3 hits stays in place. Elspeth 20 of 22 deliveries, Saeed 32, 25, and it's going to be another wide. I think if you have a look at the action here of Nandivara, when she gets to the bowling to release, she's bowling it very front on. She needs to just get that, needs to just sway from right to left. So get the body to swivel from sort of right to left, and that arm will then come over in the right place. And what she's actually trying to do is she's too straight and releasing the ball straight, a bit like a shot putter. And if you think about it, the ball will always go down the leg side. So somebody just needs to I mean, because this is frustrating, and of course she'll know that you know, she's on telly, people are watching, she'll know all of that, and that'll just get her sort of a lot more panicky. But there, that's all you need. So that's nice. As Baba just yeah, that's what it's all about. Gives her some encouragement, a little pat on the back, saying, "Come on, you know what you're doing. This is what you've got to be doing." And there you go. It always works. So gets it right. There's more work to be done here, though, and an incredible drive from Katrina, but even she can't stop this one. And that's just been placed beautifully. But look, still there. Look at the wicket keeper there. That's the captain, Karen Kunja, still saying, look, don't worry about it. It was a good delivery. And just couldn't get there, Katrina.
Yeah, and if they hit off you, it doesn't matter. Just don't want to be giving them free runs. Make them earn their runs. So you can see here still no wicket for these 2 players sitting out there. Both had seen the same amount of balls, really.
This is going to be another wide. So this is where it starts to go a little bit pear-shaped for Czechia after being so good up to this point. It's all gone a little bit wrong for Nandivara.
Well, she had a good first over when she came in. Just the 10 runs from it and just 1 no ball. And so she needs to get back into that.
Elspeth will smash this pretty well, and it's an incredible stop. It really is. I mean, I think this is the hardest Elspeth could hit this ball, and that is, I mean, that is putting your body in the firing line. Watch this. She just says, I don't care. I'm stopping it. It clonks Teresa pretty hard, but she saves what was and looked like would be a definite boundary. It's over. Only 2 legal deliveries bowled in it so far. And that's hit pretty well, but Talimala will make the stop. And Tracy was saying to me that her other half, Lee, hello Lee, hope you're well, is cooking a nice pork dinner later. And Tracy still says she's still resting her knee. But that's your excuse, Tracy. Lee, don't believe her. Don't believe it. She just wants you to do all the cooking and the cleaning. Anyway, nice to hear from you. And Tim Redmond saying he had a nice sleep the first time in a while. Good for you, Tim. And I hope you have another good one. Chris Ward is saying, what in India? I know that England was struggling. Has it gone from bad to worse? Somebody give me an update there.
So another no ball there. So 13 runs from it. 3 deliveries to go, including this free hit.
And not sure what's happening here. She's talking to Telemala about something. Telemala sort of comes and then goes back. Firmly hit. Telemala, can she get there? Yes, she can. Great stop. And wonderfully done. And what I liked about that bit of cricket there is Telemala makes a fantastic stop. But you still had Josephine Sukakova, who was backing her up just in case it got through. So good bit of team fielding. A better delivery also from Nanivada. What a good partnership this is. 75 it's reached, and it's another firm hit. Well fielded. So that's another one that I suppose if you wanted to, you leave it alone, take the wide. Because you're getting the run anyway. And if you're only getting a run from it, as I always say, it's a little bit of a false economy because you're really losing out on an extra delivery. Okay, this over has been a long one. There's been 15 runs that have come from it so far. And it's been well hit, but straight to the fielder. It could be out, and it will be out. Excellent fielding. Brilliant. And this on this International Sunday is probably your Paddy Match play of the day, as it is Fawa Baba that takes the pickup, gets the throw in, and Nanivada will finish the over knowing that a wicket has come from it. What a piece of cricket, what a pickup, what a throw. Paddy Match moment of the day.
Yeah, she took on the wrong fielder there. I don't think there was a run in it. She hit it pretty hardly, Saeed, there. And then she went to Fawa Baba, who, along with Tesarakova, both have very strong arms. So I think that maybe a little bit optimistic to think there was a run there, but maybe a little bit of frustration from not really seeing much of the strike. Gave her that, and she wanted to get the strike back for the next over. So Saeed runs herself out there. And so the first wicket there for the Czech side, 76 for 1, 2 overs remaining, and Chilungia is going to be taking the field. She was very good with the ball when she had it in that second match yesterday. She didn't bowl in the third. They didn't need her. They spread the ball around, and she was very, very good, taking a few wickets. Very, very tidy as well in terms of how many runs she gave away.
Well, she's one of your favourites because, of course, it was a 2-wicket maiden, wasn't it? She bowled brilliantly. Now, well, the left-hander will get a chance to have a bat. Well batted to Uswa Saeed at 33 of 27. Yeah, good start here from Linetti. I liked her first over. It was pretty tidy. I think this 10 came from it in the end. So trying to contain. I mean, if they're looking to keep this to under that 95, the expected score. A couple of good overs here to finish off. You never know. That's a wide, and this is a test really for Linetti because she's bowling to the lefty. Maybe hasn't bowled to too many left-handed batters, so it's always going to be a challenge for the bowler. And so yeah, you see there to the right-hander that's 2 really good balls she's bowled. Maybe she could try just coming the other side of the wicket. Somebody might give her some advice. Yeah, there you go. Maybe she heard me, or maybe somebody else said, try coming from the other side to the left-hander. Let's hope this works for her.
That's why left-hander and right-hander combinations can be so tricky. And that's a better delivery, and that's up in the air, but it's going to drop short of those 2 fielders who've had plenty of work today, particularly with those right-handers playing down their leg side.
They've saved so many runs. They really have. Now she'll come back over the wicket. And if you can keep the ball to where she bowled those 2 to the lefty, then this will be a good delivery. So Elspeth well set though on 28. She's going to run a ball. Well, that will help. And once again though, you talked about these 2. They've just been superstars out there. They really have. They have, I think, stopped probably 90% of what's gone their way. And it's another good stop. Good, clean hands, makes the stop, and then gets the throw in. Well done.
Yeah, I agree with you. And they've been placed perfectly. Watching the ball come in.
Christopher Ward has given me an update on what's happening in India, and England really are struggling. They are 50 for 6. I think
Morally won though.
yeah, the target is something like 500 odd. So England went after the way they finished day 2 or day 1, wasn't it, when we saw the century and from Duckett. We thought, well, something special is going to happen there, but well, that was the only highlight it would seem. This gets played, and Talamala will do the fielding. They've taken it on. It could be another one here. Oh, misses. Had more time. She had more time.
Yeah, a bit stressed out. You could tell that.
And then they had more time. Instead of throwing it, if she had even, I think she could have, if she couldn't reach, if she dived at them, she would have got them. So it's a nice pickup. I don't think there's a good throw. She released it straight away, and look, she froze. Didn't need to throw. Oh dear, she could have just taken the bails off and it would have been well out. And now it could be, oh, she's got it this time though. Yeah, that's the way to do it. A little bit of brain freeze to start off with, but Leniente has got the run out in the end. She could have had one before, she didn't, but she has one this time as the non-striker overcommits. So Payal Jinglai will go. She's going to go for 2, but brilliant work from Leniente.
Well, it only takes you mistaking that one time for you to learn your lesson, and that's what she did. She goes, well, I'm not going to throw this unless I'm absolutely sure, and so she gets a nice wicket there, and so very opportunistic there from Iannetti, and we're going to be having Mushtaq come in, and so we finished that 9th over, 83 for 2 with a wicket there. And we've got Talamala taking the final over. 7 for her first over.
Yeah, great moment there. Loving the way that Babar came over and congratulated her. And just have a look at this. So remember that expected score at one point was around about 95. Well, a good over here can keep it to in the 80s, and that really gives them an opportunity. So starting with a dot. So Mushtaq on strike. Look at Elspeth. Got to be a run out here. They've got to go to the other end. On the Eva. Can she hit? Can she? And no, she can't. Oh dear. Well, this is once again wicketkeeper Karen. She's trying at the end, which the batter was still in. And all she needed to do was get this back to the bowler. Watch this. So Elspeth goes. So Karen gets the ball in, and she's shying at the stance, which, well, she didn't need to go that end. She needed to go back to the bowler, and then, well, Talamala has a go. But by that time, Mushtaq had already got in. So Elspeth now looking to get the most out of this one. Hits it in the air. Catching chance. Oh, nearly. They'll probably try and come back for 2. Here's the throw. And it should be out, and it's going to be Mushtaq sacrificing herself for Elspeth. I don't know if I like this that much, if I'm honest.
No, she just wanted to get back on strike. You could tell that from the ball before as well. And so the captain runs out one of her players. If it wasn't going to be the first try, it was going to be the second. So Mushtaq, she is out after not getting any runs to her name.
I must admit, I don't like this too much. I understand it maybe Elspeth wants to go back on strike, but it's going to be a duck for Mushtaq, a 2-ball duck. And she's basically sacrificing her wicket for Elspeth to go back on strike. And it's a good delivery. And will she do the same again? Maybe. Baba will probably be throwing this to the keeper's end. And Elspeth says she's not going to run this time, so is Basharat, who opened the batting yesterday and did really well. I think she scored 18, run a ball 18. So Basharat to face 2 balls to go. They're trying to keep this under the 90. That will be a real result for Team Czechia here. All right, do they get it right this time? No, they do the same thing. Oh, they do the same. Now, how's this out? How's this out? Is it caught behind? Well, it must be caught behind, but it's being given out. So it's caught behind. Yeah, look, Elspeth is telling us it hits the bat. So it's a wicket for Talamala. It's a great catch from Karen, who Karen I don't think even realises that is out caught behind. Oh, it's all happening here. Look, here's a swing. She's not even appealing. She's throwing at the stump. The umpire's giving it out. Talamala, and it's all happening there.
She wanted to throw it again to the same stumps as well. So what she needs to do is she needs to have a look at some of this and learn.
It's all happening.
Get it back to the other end. That's where you're going to get your run out when Elspeth is charging down the field. So last ball to play now. We've had 2 wickets in this last over, 3 wickets in the last 2. So been a bit exciting now for this Czech side. Few wickets.
Talamala, what an over this is. There's 2 wickets in it. It's all happening. It's a frenzy of action and entertainment. The last one, a boundary takes you to the 90. And it's a Jaspreet Kaur. And she gets back on it. Now, they might just keep running here, so you don't want to throw this away. And Talamala does well, because if she doesn't feel this, it probably would have been another run. But what a good fight back this is. At the halfway point, it was 50 without loss. And even though we had that one very big over from Nandi Vada in over number 7, they've restricted Spain to 87. That's a really good comeback. So 87 it is. It just leaves the door open for Team Czechia, but you just get the feeling here that if maybe something like Fawad Baba could get 40, 50 runs and get some support from the others, they're in for a win here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Fawad Baba is going to be the absolute key here, along with Tessa Rakova. We don't want them getting out. Don't forget, Baba went out for a duck in the 3rd match yesterday, and then they really struggled to get many runs after that. But a really good comeback. Nowhere near as many extras, just the 18 extras in this match so far for them. And I think that's a really good effort, considering they had 43 to their name in their first match yesterday. So they've really obviously made a huge focus on it. The Spanish side, I think as well, could maybe have played some of these balls a little bit differently. They got forced out to that kind of leg side a lot. Saeed hit them really well when she was in 33 off of 27 balls. So she hit 4 sixes, so 4-4, sorry. And so she was playing with a little bit of confidence. They know Naomi Hillman was still going to be coming through if she wanted to. So they knew they had that power coming through. And Saeed here, you can see, wanted a run, shouldn't have taken it though. She hit it straight to Baba, who is a very good player, and took on the wrong person with the arms. Another opportunity there, but just wasn't able to connect with it, but didn't last long, because the next ball we get another one out and wanting to take those extras. You can see them wanting to sneak those runs in, and so you only have to miss the stumps once for you to be able to make sure you connect the next time. Some chaos here coming, and Mushtaq nearly getting run out to begin with, but then getting run out a second time here when Elspeth wanted to make sure she was on strike, and there probably wasn't 2 runs in it, but she tried to take them anyway. So Mushtaq unfortunately going out for a duck. And so Spanish team here, they wanted to, you could see though the intent between the wickets, and the Spanish team ending up with 87 off of the 4 final wicket there, and that was going to Basharat, where she was caught behind. And then you can see here the captain wasn't really sure what was going on. So 87 for 4, the final score there for this Spanish side. And the Czech side team definitely have a target to chase, but it's going to rely on just a couple of the players. They've had a few more games under their belt now, so they should have a little bit more confidence and be able to see this ball a little bit more easily than they did in these opening few matches yesterday. And looking forward to seeing what they can do. So we have a lot of cricket coming up ahead of us. We're only in the match 2. Only here in the match 2. And you can see here the scorecard, 33 for the top 2 batters, 33 off 27, 33 off of 33 for Elspeth Fowler. It was nice to see some new batters coming through the lineup here. A couple of ducks there as well. So the Czech women bouncing back after what was some heavy defeats yesterday. They've got a target that is definitely chaseable. Now, if we look at some of the bowling figures, it was a good effort there, particularly from Talamala. She only went for the 10 runs, the 1 wicket to her name as well. And so she was very, very good. Baba, she was very good as well. Just the 12 runs to her name after her 2 overs. Just not enough wickets really for them all, but And Devada, she'll need to tidy herself up, but she got herself back in after what was a tough start to her second over there. So the Spanish team, it was a great effort from them, 87 for 4. And the Czech team definitely have a score that they can maybe take down. It's going to rely on Barbart. So that chase is going to be coming up very shortly here in this fourth match between the Spanish women and the Czech women. So we'll be back very shortly with the chase for this one.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back here, and we've got a chase on our hands. The Spanish women putting on a total of 87 with 4 wickets down. And it's going to have a big task ahead of them, but we know that they have a couple of big hitters in their side, so how long will they stay around? And it's going to be Katerina Tesarikova facing the first delivery. So here is what Spanish team are wanting to do. They're wanting to restrict them to 60 or less, and they can go with 4 points for this match, but they'll feel as though Fawa Baba and Tesarikova will try all they can to make sure that's not a possibility. So the first delivery of this chase is going to be bowled by Amy Brown Carrera. And this Czech team, they've improved every match. Can they improve again with the bat today? So the first delivery of this chase, and it's a nice one, and it's going to be hit. It's just going to be a single there as well. So it's always nice to get off the mark with just a run, just to get yourself off so you lose that, you know, little stress. And I love how Tesarikova goes about it. You can see her intent here. She is ready to go down the other end. She's like a bull getting let out of a cage. You can just see she's intent. The ball's not really even in. The ball's not even ready to go yet. The wicket keeper's not even in place, and she's ready to go. So second one coming down now. And just defended well. That's going to be the dot ball there. And so you can see that's an 8-9 run per over required for them to be able to get this target of 88. And so you'll have to do something pretty special. You know, bat overly deep. It's about the 3 or 4 batters at the top of the order. And then, oh, and that one doesn't carry. Does get nicked though. But doesn't carry all the way through to Zamorano, who's got the gloves on today. They've been rotating who has been that wicketkeeper position. And just bouncing up. She's not an overly tall character, so once you do bowl quite short to it, you can skip right up Talamala. And that one's just been hit over the bowler's head. It's going to be a single. And so welcome back, Rico, into the cube, and just ticky-tacking these one. That's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's one of these things you talked about yesterday. You know who the key player is, Fawa Baba. And if she's out there, then I think they always got a chance. I think otherwise she's coming out, and you don't want balls being chewed up. Katrina, she hits this pretty well. She's a strong hitter of the ball. We've seen her miscue a few times, and she's got out. But I hope Katrina does get some runs here. She deserves it. The amount of effort that she is putting in the field has been extraordinary. So I really hope she gets a few. But yeah,
she's a coach's delight.
You touched on this. Just look at this. It's easily done. Look, she's watching, and then she's ready to go. That's a little bit full, no run.
I think she'd be an absolute coach's dream. She looks like she just wants to soak up every single minute of the ball here. And Naomi Hillman has the ball. She's a very good Spanish player.
So 3 off the first over, and I suppose that's the difference, and this is what Czechia will be working towards. You know, bowlers bowling, 6 legal deliveries, no extras. They were much better in the extras. A lot of people commentating that in the chat. I mean, 9 wides, but there were those 9 no balls as well, so the extras were on the 18 front. But still, a lot better from Team Czechia.
Yeah.
All right, now watch out for this young lady, Payal Jungalia. Remember, we saw her bowl a 2-wicket maiden yesterday. Very good bowler, left armour. She'll start with what would have been a wide, but it gets wasted. And they will get nothing from this one, so she just gets drawn to the shot. I suppose she's got a long reach, hasn't she, Katrina? And if she feels she can reach it, she's going to try and hit it. But I think you got to take a single there. You got to back yourself to take the run. There was a run there. They don't get one, so Payal gets away with a loose wide delivery. And now she's on the stumps. I was up in the air, catching opportunity. Huge moment. Oh, just gets over Uswa. Losing her shades. But to get around, your shades are on the floor, Uswa. Uswa, get your shades. There they are. And she's seen them. Yeah, this is a tricky one. Goes high, so comes. She's drawn to come in, and then finds that the ball is actually going to go past her. So Katrina does survive. It's another one in the air. Naomi won't drop these, and she won't. So the catch is being taken. So Talamala will go. Just doesn't get the power in the shot, and Chilangia will go. And unfortunately, well, Chilangia, I would say, will take a wicket, and unfortunately for Talamala, she finds the safe hands of Naomi, who takes a catch.
But what that means, though, is Fawa Baba, who obviously doesn't like opening. She wants to come in a little bit later for whatever reason, and she is going to come on now. And we know that she is the danger lady. Half century in the first match yesterday.
Yeah,
A
she's
duck in the last, though, so she'll be remembering that one.
yeah, it was golden, wasn't it? I think she was out very first ball.
Yeah.
So she was caught by Elle Smith in that short cover. And they haven't got the short cover in this time, so they're leaving that open. If the field was like this yesterday, she would have got away with it. And this is defensively
Well,
played.
she doesn't want to get up for a golden again. She said, no, I've had that one while I've been here.
Well, one thing about yesterday was when she was batting, I think it was Usfa that was doing the bowling when Usfa picked up those 3 wickets. More on that after this delivery. He'll put that away, no problems at all. It's loose, it's down the leg side. It's going to be 4 runs. So she's off and going, and that is going to be the end of the over. And we get a chance to, is it the end of the over? Maybe one more to come. But what she did is she was very selective in the first 2 innings. But in that third one, when she was out, as she was walking off, she was saying, why didn't I just play it down? Why didn't I do what I normally do? In other words, if it's there.
Like that.
Yeah, if it's there for the shot, she was taking it on. If it wasn't, she was just blocking it. But yesterday she didn't do that, and she got out. And I think as she was walking off, that's what she was saying to herself. She was actually practicing the shot and saying, I should have just played it like this. Why did I go for it? Right, there's the standings here. So you can see that Spain, they have got a 100% record here so far. They've picked up 10 points from the 12 that have been available. So Czechia, they have at least picked up a point from 2 of the 3 matches that they've played thus far. And if they're to do the same here, they know that they've got to get to the score of 60, but they're looking to get to 88 and get a win under the belt. They go back to Amy Brown-Carrera to bowl over number 3. Firmly hit. Should be. This is where the singles have to be taken. It's a couple of singles now that have been turned down, and Katrina has been on strike on each occasion. Doesn't play a shot here. I suppose it is going down the leg side. Katrina said it's going down the leg side.
Yes, I thought it was going to miss me.
But this is where as you get more experience, you just take a little step inside and say, I won't let it hit me because I want to take the wide.
That's it. Now it's just a dot ball. That one struck down the ground, and I'm not going to risk a single there, not with Saeed coming and picking up the ball.
Turning out to be a lovely day. And here at the Montjuic Olympic ground, we've got a lot of sporting events that happen around us. We've got softball being played behind us. This one may be a wide. It is. Just goes a little bit too far outside the off peg there. Amy Brown got it out. So softball, we've got a bit of football as well.
We had Bambi on ice yesterday.
Yeah.
That was what the music was.
Is that what it was?
We figured that one out. Bambi on ice. So, saw a lot of kids leaving the venue with some of them loaded up with some very cool merch.
Yeah. Bambi, yeah. That's an all-time classic.
Isn't it?
Usman does the fielding again, just a single. So, okay, Baba now on strike, holds the key to the victory. Goes for it outside the off, it's a chance and taken. Brilliant catch. Yes, it's a scream from the fielder. And that is the end of Fawa Baba after hitting 1 boundary. She wants to go after this on the offside, but doesn't get it right, and the catch has been taken. And that's Andrea Davison Soler. Well, we've already seen her brother in action playing for the men, who was outstanding behind the stumps. And now, well, Andrea, now she shows what she can do out in the field. Takes a catch, safe as houses. Huge wicket. That is the end of Baba.
Yeah, she wasn't going to be missing those ones, and not particularly when you have such a big wicket to take as well. So they know that Baba was going to be the player that was going to challenge this score, and now she's out. So now it's going to be falling on Tesarikova, who's still in there, but she's not managed to really connect to one cleanly here. And so Desiree Champagne Terrell is going to be coming in. And so one ball to come here. And it's been a nice spell here for Brown Carrera. And it's going to be a dot ball, so she'll finish with 1 wicket, 5 runs to it, and we finish the power play, just the 10 runs from it, 2 wickets, 2 big wickets as well. And so this is going to be a hard chase now, you would have thought, without the likes of Baba in. So after her opening 2 matches being very, very strong, has struggled since.
Yeah, and it's not going to get any easier, because I can see that Elspeth has gone now to Uswa Saeed, who was extremely economic yesterday and also did pick up wickets as well. So Uswa gets given the ball here now. They will try and go after her. I think Katrina will see the balls being floated up towards her. We'll want to take her on. They've left a short mid-wicket in, and they've got somebody backing up Elspeth there as well. So they've got the key areas covered where Katrina would like to go for these shots. You see she's drawn to it straight away, and she's not taking the singles though, and that's 3 singles I think have been missed out now here by Katrina. That's always a run. She's not taking it, and you've got to take the singles. So Katrina, I think if you're Champagne Terrell, you've got to make a run. And this one goes right over the stumps. Oh yard! Oh yard! Well, I heard that from here, Uswa. Oh yard! She thought she had Katrina there, but the ball bounces over the stumps. And it's very close. It's getting closer and closer. Just keep an eye on the gloves here of the keeper, and because it's always tricky when it's slow. And she does really well. She waits, and the foot just gets down in time. Yeah, good bit of keeping. Well, that's been hit. Oh, the groan. As that is thumped. It was like, I've missed out on too many. I'm going to get this one. And she does. I tell you what, that's frightened a few people.
That was a big hit. You could hear that one. That was a frustration from Tesarikova, who hasn't connected, and she wanted that one to go far, and it did. So a nice 4, her first.
And now plays this out on the leg side. Once again, not keen to run. Got to be taking those runs. That's something that the coaching staff will be looking at and saying, right, okay, let's have a look at these lost runs.
And it's something that the Spanish team do well.
It's well bowled, right on the money, and this time it can just be played out loosely out there on the offside. Elspeth will do the fielding. Is the end of the over. There was a boundary from it, but that's the only runs that came from it. So even though it was a good shot, it was just 4 from it. They're needing more than 4. They're needing 12 and over from here on in. It is 14 for 2 after 4. And you can see a huge gap between where they are and where they need to be. And the worry for them is that Spain, they never really dropped the momentum. They kept on going all the way through around about the same pace. So they've got some catching up to do here. And it won't be easy now as Naomi Hilman Bahama comes in, starts off with a bit of a loosener, but no runs of it. And Champagne Terrell, you can see she's got very much a baseball stance, but the problem that she had yesterday was when the ball was full and straight, she played right round it.
Yeah, doesn't have much footwork, just that one front foot stepping, very much baseball-like. Or on a direct hit from Saeed.
Could be out.
Was she home?
I don't think she slides the bat in, you know. And well, let's keep eye on this. It looks like it's a good bit of fielding. And so a little bit reluctant to go. So Uswa picks it up, aims, fires. Just keep an eye on the bat. I don't think the bat is being slid in. It's in the air here. Incoming. I don't think she's going to make it. No, she's well short. So brilliant work from Uswa Saeed. It's a run out, and unfortunately, no champagne for Terrell. She's going to go without scoring. And the running was always going to be a little bit suspect. So that's a shame. But she will get another chance a bit later on, and hopefully we'll capitalise on that. So another wicket goes, another batter departs without scoring, as Terrell will go for 0 of 3 deliveries.
And Divida going to come into this one. Kasirikova still in. And that's been nicked, and it's going to go through the vortex, and we don't see many of these vortex ones. It's going to be collected there by Mushtaq, and they're just going to get the single from it.
So now a chance to have a look at Nandivada coming out to see if she can get something going here. Number 5 batter. Plays right round this. It's another dot ball. Good take behind the stumps from young Julia Zamorano. 14 years of age, you remember. Well, that's in the slot. This could be a boundary. The chase is on, and it will be a boundary. So well played. Something for Czechia to cheer about. Remember now, with the target of 88 looking unlikely, the new target of 60 becomes something that they'll be looking to try and get to try and get some points, or a point on the board from this contest. Flight it up, and so close to bowling. Nandivada has a good delivery, good comeback from Naomi. And this is so close. It ends up with a dot. That is the end of the 5th over. So at the halfway point, really struggling, is 19 for 3.
Yeah, so even though those wickets, they're coming around, they did have a couple of overs without one. They're just not getting any runs on the board. Lots and lots of dots coming through. So tough now for the Czech side. And here's all the upcoming events. You know where we're going there. We've seen this before, and it's some wonderful places. You can see the expansion of this game all through Europe, and you can see that by watching today with the Czech side. Cricket wouldn't have been on their radar 5 years ago, and now you can see them here in the ECN.
So, took a very good catch, did Andrea. Davidson Soler now gets the opportunity to have a bowl as well. And a few people commenting in the chat about the singles not being taken, and C. Marshall saying that having coached women's cricket himself, the one thing he teaches them is to run every time the ball doesn't go to hand. Well, you don't have to run if you keep finding the rope. So it's another boundary for Katrina. So she's, there's been a few miscues, there's been a few half chances she's got away with, but she's still there. And while she's there, if she gets her eye in, which she's starting to do here now, then she could be set for getting a useful score on the board. That's a nice shot of the first delivery there from Andrea. So change in the field, I've gone with a long off, and looks like Elspeth wants the extra cover in place as well on the offside. So 2 on the offside, you got the backward point on the boundary as well, and square leg and mid wicket. That's your 5 players out to Katrina. Oh, this is again, so the running from Katrina's not been great, as a few people have touched on, but also don't let this hit you. Just step away, because it becomes a difficult take for the keeper as well. So it's another one there. That's a couple of times she's allowed the ball to hit her, which she could quite easily have just moved out the way from it.
Yeah, it's just having played a little bit more cricket, you'll know and be confident to do that. And trust that that's going to be a run. And there we go. They run for this one, but that one's going to run through. So that's a minimo. It's going to be a bye, and the 4 runs as well.
Yeah, 5 wides, minimo. And Well, a few more of these extras, a few more boundaries from the middle of the bat there from Katrina. And, well, they get themselves back in with a shout. So this over is pretty productive so far. 9 of 2 deliveries. So, Andrea maybe just under a little bit of pressure here.
And again, that one knocks her instead of being a wide. So I hope that somebody's telling her.
Yeah, you got to.
It's a difference between the Spanish side. They were letting those go.
Yeah, letting them go. Or when they weren't, because they wasted a few shots, but at least they hit it. They got something from it. They weren't getting nada. And I think that maybe someone like Nandivada at the other end can just say, hey, look, when they're going down there, just leave them alone.
Particularly with how far off that leg stump she's standing.
She plays this one well, and they will run.
Collected.
And yeah, good bit of fielding, but look, that just backs up what I've been saying, you've been saying, and I think Marcia, who was making the same point, if you're hitting a ball and it's not going to hand a run, take the run, because you're always going to get there. So that's nice done. Chris Smith just touching on that as well. If Champagne-Terrell had run and ignored Katrina, she then would have made it and got to the other end. Hello to Mayur Patel. It's been a while, sir, since I've seen you lurking. Nice to have you in the chat as well. And that's a nice moment. Cuatro carreras, Nandivada getting in the act. So this over is really becoming a fruitful one for Czechia. Short delivery. That's a really nice shot.
Yeah, and a confident feeling shot as well. So 2 boundaries from this one, plus that 5, those 5 overthrows. Well, not overthrows, but the wide boundary. That's costly.
So 14 of the over with the ball to go. The score moves into the 30s. And no run this time. It goes to hand, so that's a good shout. That will be the end of the over. So 33 for 3 at the end of 6. And at this point, Spain were on 60, but then they did slow down. They finished on 87, so you can see what a good job Czechia did in the last 4 overs, just allowing 27 runs from it. So keep going at this pace, and you should certainly, at least you're going to get yourself something out of the contest. But what they did do in that over is get more than the required number of runs that they needed, and they've just taken it down a notch. So 13, or just over 13.5 per over required from here on in. Hello to everybody in the chat. I hope you're enjoying the action here. More action here than anywhere else, I can assure you of that. As we've seen the hosts, the Spanish women, do battle here with Czechia. Next up, of course, will be the men. The men will play 3 matches today, as the women did yesterday. And the women will play the 2. So this is the first of the 2 the women will play. Spain leading 3-0 so far. Payal floats this up there and gets Katrina playing at this. And just sneaking it in. It's the shot Katrina likes to play. I like the way she moves into it. If you have a look here, she gets the nice step into it, but just misses out. One thing that Katrina could also do, and that's the reason why I was going to touch on it. If you look at her stance, because she stands well outside that leg stick, if she took, say, middle guard, then a lot of these balls that she's missing out on, or the ones that are hitting her pads, they would go down on leg side, so she wouldn't have to move to miss them. That one is a little bit of an inside edge. Once again, that's got to be a single. So I reckon that's probably 6 runs so far that have been lost with not taking those singles.
Plus the amount of runs that have not been wides as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, if you go with those as well, you could be looking at double figures.
Yeah, absolutely.
So she goes even wider down leg stick now here to try and give her more room, and that's going to get her. So full and straight through the gap. And Payal Jingalia picks up a wicket and continues to impress as a player, top performer.
Yeah, she's a very handy little bowler. And as we were just talking about, Tasarikova opening too much of that stump. And you can't give a good bowler that much to aim at. And she mistimes that one and straight onto the leg stump, and she's gone out. And so that's the 5th wicket there. 4th wicket, sorry. And 33 runs.
Good knock from Katrina. A lot to learn, of course, but she's got talent. She has ability. And goes for 14 of 24 deliveries. So things for her to work on. But that's what it's all about. And we've seen already a huge improvement from Czechia in the field by just playing the matches that they played already. That one gets hit, and they're not unsure. There's yes, no in the end. They decide it won't be. Naomi hits the stump. The direct hits from the Spanish women, I have to say, on ratio, has been more than probably any other team that I've seen. We've already seen a run out from Uswa when she ran out Champagne-Terrell. That was a nice, tidy over. Well, that one, I believe, hasn't gone undetected. I think that's a wicket maiden, you know. I do believe it's a wicket maiden. So the same bowler that got a 2-wicket maiden yesterday, Chilungia, now gets a 1-wicket maiden. Very well bowled as we look forward to the next meeting between Czechia and Spain, the men's. And we saw just a few changes in there. Just have a look at this fantasy again while the captain's talking to the new bowler. I wonder if we get a chance to get it back there pretty quickly. Looks like no. So let's go back to the action.
So she's going to have her first one, Zamorano.
Going to start with a wide down the leg side. So we're talking about the fantasy. Let's see if there's any new ins here. So Hassan Ali will come into the side. Awais Ahmed comes into the side, but won't be behind the stumps. Mohamed Ishan will be behind the stumps there as well. And Danilong Martinez also coming in for the Spanish side. It's up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. Oh, unlucky. Gets fingers to it, that's Payal. It's one that was just going away from her body, so she had to reach for it. Gets hands to it, but not able to take it. So Nandivada gets a life.
Gets a life and gets a run. And so Lukanova's going to be having another look at it now.
So here's Maria. 2 sisters, Maria bowling. And Julia behind the stump. That's probably going to be a no ball. It's too high. So free hit available now to Teresa to get off the mark.
I can't imagine how many times they've been playing in the backyard with you go Wiki, I'll bowl at you. Nice little combination.
Kulkunova, let's see if she can make the most of this. So free hit. It's an opportunity to get off the mark as well. And she hits it well, and she will get off the mark. So nicely played, gets a single. Naomi does the fielding. Hello to Ronnie, who says he's enjoying a little bit of Sunday morning cricket. And that's great to see. Okay, bit of a thick edge. Now take another single. So important moment this for the Czechia players and the 2 batters out there. Trying to get some practices. Remember, after this they'll just have 1 more match. And they're really enjoying the moment being here. I think I've been speaking to Karen and also had a chat with Sabawun Duvitsi at the end of their match. Now that's a single, you got to take that, and that's another one that gets turned down. So just confidence here. They need to be, hit the ball. If it's not going to hand, you got to run these. I mean, look how long it takes before it even gets to Naomi.
And then even the collection and then getting that onto the stumps. You're going to be able to get there in time, so back yourself.
Yeah, and I think that's where maybe Nandivada, who's probably a bit more experienced, has to sort of say, no, come on, there's a run, we've got to take it. Yeah, it's a good finish here from Maria. She's bowling well. She's getting the ball after that the no ball start. She's getting the ball in the right areas. Bowlers with a bit of pace as well. Yeah, well, so speaking to the Czechia men and women, they were telling me that they haven't really practiced for about 6 months, being able to play. Temperatures obviously don't allow them to. This one is going to be a... Oh!
Could have gone for 2 even there as well.
Yeah, that one could have been nasty. Luckily, I think that's Mushtaq and Payal. They avoid colliding into each other, only just. So it gets past Julia. And yeah, could have been nasty. So yeah, no chance to practice. I know Saba was telling me that they've had very cold winter and they haven't really practiced at all or played for around 6 months. So enjoying the opportunity to do so in the Spanish sunshine. And of course, for the likes of himself and Arun and 1 or 2 other players, they will be playing in the ECL in the first week. So this is an opportunity for them to get some practice for that as well.
Yeah, and there's a big difference between training indoors and playing in the outdoors in the sunshine and against an opposition out of the nets. Very, very different. So you can see them working themselves into this. 2 overs to go here. Kaur's going to be given the ball.
And, that's well hit. That should be 4 runs. So this is what the Spanish players did very well. If anything was short down the leg side, all right, you can take the wide, but you can hit it and maybe get the boundary. And that's what we say. If you're going to hit it, make sure you do get the boundary. So Teresa gets the boundary to her name. Good shot.
Yeah, and they don't have as much protection over that side as Czech did. And so maybe they'll move someone over there now.
Let's see if they can get to this 60 here now. So 43, 17 more. That's what the new target should be. Get to the, 61. See if they can get to that 61. They do make a change in the field here, so a bit of protection now for that short ball. Now, Jasmine was having a few problems with the back foot when we were watching yesterday. Look, she gets very close to the line. This time she's okay, but she started well yesterday. Then, well, I think she got a bit lucky on some of those calls. So just keep an eye on her back foot. And she's very close to touching that return crease. If she can go over it, i.e. on tiptoe, and the heel over it not touch, that's fine. But you can't be touching it. So at the moment she's fine, and she's bowling pretty well. Chance for a run. And I don't know if there's pad on this. Might be a bit of pad. Yeah, pad. So they'll take the leg by. But I mean, talking about the weather though, Georgie, it's a huge advantage for teams like Spain, and
you can play all year round.
Yeah, and the likes of Cyprus, we've been Cyprus before. Maybe Portugal. In the air. But we'll drop. Sure, watch the bounce. Oh, well, that's an incredible recovery. Fandazy-dozy from Maria Zamorano, because the spin on this was vicious. She gets done by the spin like a kipper, but I like the way she recovers. And I think she's all right here. Watch the spin. Then she changes direction and says, I'm going to have you. And she does. Brilliantly done. Yep. Excellent reflexes.
I thought I was going to sneak in for a boundary. But, oh, that's caught behind, surely. It is. She's nicked that one. And so now Devada, after hitting it a little bit nicely there, 12 off of 8, she nicked that one, caught behind. And so the second caught behind we've seen today. Zamorano collecting that one very cleanly. And another wicket there. So the 5th down, 46 runs.
Yeah, it's a really good catch, from young Julie Zamorano, because it comes to her pretty quickly. It's a good delivery, gets plenty of bounce, and that would have troubled a lot of batters. So well held, and stuck to a job pretty well, though. There, Danandivada, like you said, gets to 12 before she has to depart on ball number 9. A very good catch from the keeper, Zamorano. And that, of course, is Julia.
So, last ball of this 9th, and then we'll see what they can offer in the 10th. The new batter at the crease, Palmer.
Yeah, boundary here would be nice, and then try and scarp her and to try and get 10 off the last to get that point. Otherwise, Spain will take all 4. And just gets bat onto it, and new run. In comes the throw. They will get a single. So It's not a bad over there at all from Jasmeet Kaur. But once again, just that back foot, it gets close to that line, doesn't it? Only just. So that's good. She's definitely has improved on yesterday. But that's a good over. And she does bowl with a bit of pace. So you can see why Spain were excited and happy to have Jaspreet come back into the side. So they have it all to do here if they're going to get a point out of this game. Czechia 47 for 5 at the end of the 9th.
So you can see there that bowling card. Plenty of bowlers being used. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 8 bowlers being used.
Yeah, taking the opportunity, and you know, that's good from Al Smith. That's what I was saying that they really need to do here. They've won the series. It's an opportunity to give everybody a go. You might even find that in the last match later they'll change the openers perhaps once again. So it will be finished off with Maria bowling the last over. Maria Zamorano and Payal being brought into the ring now to try and, I suppose, stop any unnecessary singles. So that's played quite nicely. And it's the throw. Oh, it hits the edge of the carpet, but great pickup from Maria herself.
Yeah, I can get some of the players sometimes. Usually that would just bounce onto a pretty easy pickup, but that one, just so you can see here, it goes doop, and up it comes. But collected nicely there. And should be wide. Collected though by the keeper, Zamorano.
It just goes a little bit down the leg side, but always a good sign for any federation when they're seeing the national side out there and so many young players, and Spain have some bright and shiny stars amongst them. It's been well hit, and the fielder should stop it. Does. It's nicely done there.
And so that brings up the 50 though for the Czech women. 50 down 5 wickets. That's including Barber only getting 4 runs. So a few other extra players getting some runs on the board. Tessa Rakova, 14 for her, 12 for Nada Devada.
Yeah, well, struck taking on the fielder. In comes the throw, and they'll get there. So good running. And that's what I think the coaches will use when it comes to talking to the players there, to say, look, have a look at this. And in fact, she's sent back. I thought they did actually complete the run. We were watching the fielding from Elspeth, but the batters, they started to go and went back. And well bowled again into the body. Can't get anything away here. 2 balls to come then in the contest. And the other thing that Spain have done very well here is just look at the time. Look how quickly they've got the overs in as well. So they've hustled through as well. That's a nice moment there as the captain of Spain, Elspeth, just helps the batter, Palmer, with the laces. And the 2 batters just having a little chat. Wonder what they could be saying to each other here with just 2 balls to go. And some 38 runs behind where they need to be. Maybe just some encouragement, say, look, just stay there, don't get out. And, the batter takes the time to get ready. Chance for a quarter bowled. Oh, almost. That would have been a lovely moment for Maria. It gets hands to it. The ball just pops out.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there. It looped on up, you can see here, but just didn't move her feet, only moved her arms with it. And so it was always going to be a bit of a reach. And she comes in for the last over of this match. And it's going to be struck, and they're going to go for the single. Run out was on. And so Spain playing to the last ball there, but 51 for 5. So the Spanish women team beat the Czechia women team by 37 runs. And it was what we probably expected, particularly with the early exit of Barber. But the Spanish team there giving everybody a chance with the ball, and the Czech women team as well. Very positive signs to see a few more bat on ball with some of their other players and having to stand up in Barbara's absence. And this is what's coming up very shortly, Rico.
Yeah, the Spanish men and the Czechia players will be back out there in the middle again. We got a bit of time before that one, some 25 minutes before the start of that match, and Spain will be looking to make it 4 wins out of 4. Already won that series, as they know, so there may be a few changes there. Danny Long Martinez comes into the side. The story about him that we'll touch on at the start of that match, Awais Ahmed, he'll be looking to get in the runs as well. Not behind the stumps though. Mohamed Ishan will have that, and I'm looking forward to seeing some more of the spin from Pinan and Burns. But can we see more from Mohamed Ratul and maybe Divatsi, who was out there with the coin toss? We'll see that a little bit later. But this is the way it started. It was a good effort from Tasarokova. She played some nice shots, but Talimala, she couldn't get going. She offers a catch to Naomi, and Naomi was going to put that down. And then we thought, well, okay, well, it might be the end of Talimala, but Babar comes out, could make a difference. She did play this shot to the boundary, and we know that she can play in those areas really well. But unfortunately, she then went for this one on the off. Loses her shape, the head went up in the air, and then a really good catch there taken by Andrea. And I think we felt then that once that catch was taken, really, that probably was the end of the run chase. That one was a real grunting 4 runs from Katrina. She really did go for it. And then we saw this. It was the direct hit from Uswa. Lovely pickup, lovely throw. Style. That was the end of Champagne Terror. She would have to depart for a duck. Then Nevada came out. She played a couple of nice shots, so there's a good highlights for her. She gets into double figures along with Katrina, but once they both fell, really, that was the end of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't really have any other big hitters after that. Kuknova did what she could. She had the 6 runs off of the 10. You can just see here a big clean and bold there for Katerina Tesarakova. And so she gave it what she needed to do, but just in the end doesn't have the footwork to be able to open up that much of her stump. So she'll look back at her innings and get some learnings as well as having those runs. You can see this one was a lovely opportunity there, but just misfelled there. But that person who dropped that one, she was very good with the ball, Chileon Giga, and very good wickets there and economy as well. So the Spanish bowlers didn't give them much to work with. It was a really hard option. Here's some good efforts though in the field. So we had that with the Czech side, some really good fielding efforts. They didn't want to be giving up any extra runs, and the Spanish side did that as well. And so here's the final wicket there. It was a catch behind, and they end their day for the Czech team, and they end this one as not going home with anything with this 4th match. They have one more match between these 2 sides, and so plenty of learnings done, and you can just see the improvements from both of these sides. The Spanish team are really showing that they are the better side, and this Czech team as well, making sure that they are improving every single time they step on the field. So here's the scorecard and some more contributors here. Tesarikova, 14 runs and 12 runs there for Nandavada, and even without Barber, they said that we can get some runs on the board. Very tidy though by these bowlers. Have a look at those efficiency rates there. Amy Brown Carrera, 5 runs for her. Chileon Gia, 5 runs from her off of her 2 overs as well, including a wicket maiden there, and having 2 wickets to her name. So 51 for 5 the end for the Czech women, and the Spanish women going home with all the points in that match. Yeah,
they take all the points away, and as you said there, an opportunity to use more bowlers than Elspeth probably would have done if it was a closer contest, and they used the opportunity well, and the bowlers did bowl well as well. Payal Changolia once again bowling a wicket maiden. Amy Brown Carrera liking her bowling as well. Jasprit Kaur, she certainly does have a bit of pace about her as well, and certainly causing trouble to all the batters. So the women will take a break here now, but remember, they will have one more match to play, match number 5. And Czechia, well, they'll be hoping they can avoid a whitewash here from the Spanish women. But Spain, they just look a little bit too strong. But I just wonder, the question everybody might be wondering is whether they'll make some further changes to the lineup. They certainly will change, I think, the batting lineup a bit, give us some of the other batters an opportunity. and Czechia may be relying just on one or two players too much. So we're going to take a short break here now. We'll be back in just around 20 minutes time to talk you through the fourth match between the men, as well as Spain take on Czechia once more, and it's very much the same story there. Spain up until now have just been too strong for Czechia. So join me, Rico Full and Georgie Parker, when we return, and we'll talk you through the contest between the men coming up in around about 20 minutes time. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome viewers to the middle as we get ready for match 3 in the day. It's going to be the 4th time that we see the men, Spain and Czechia, in action. Spain, of course, have got a 3-0 in this one, so they've already won this series. I suppose the question is, can Czechia bounce back and get a win themselves? I know that Saboon is out there in the middle. He's with Christian Munoz-Mills, who played very well in the last one. Let's join them for the coin toss.
It's Spain to call. Tails is called. It is tails. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Spain have won the toss and they're having a bat.
So the news from the middle is that Christian Munoz-Mills, he wins the toss and he's going to have a bat first. Of course, yes, he batted beautifully, didn't he? 83 he scored. But the issue was, even though they got to that 148, that some of the other batters didn't perform. What a match that was. It was crazy the last time they met. There was a royal duck at the beginning of each innings. So Ishan, he never got going, and I think Ratul didn't get going either. I think those two are pretty key in this contest. I think somebody else for Spain might get an opportunity. I hear that Awais Ahmed might be playing in this one. He'd love to try and get some runs. The last time we saw him out here in the middle, he got a 2-ball duck to his name as well. But I think Christian Munoz-Mills is key. He's batting really well. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of Hamza. I think Ishan will be looking to bounce back. Remember Ishan here in the European Cricket Series, that's still happening. That will continue tomorrow. He has scored 4 centuries, so we know that he's a very strong player. But it's all about if Czechia can come back here. I think Mohamed Ratul is key. I think somebody like Buyan, if he can get runs, and they captain as well. But I think the man that we saw there at the coin toss, Sabaun, the Vitsi, he's a talented player, a very good left-hander, and when Czechia play well and get wins, he gets a good score on the board. So I think he'll be really looking to enjoy the sunshine and get some good runs under the belt for him. Well, the news from the middle, Georgie Parker, I know you're ready to go for this one again. It is going to be the men in action once more, but Spain will be having a bat again, and something tells me they're looking to go bigger than the match before.
I think you're absolutely right there, Rico. I think that they'll be wanting to hit as many runs as total as possible. We know they can hit them very, very big. Not able to get over the 150 in the match. First match of the day here. They've got 3 matches out of the 5 here today. So I think they'll be wanting to give it a go and not just be relying on one player here, which was Mills. He was absolutely outstanding in the first match between these two sides today, and the 3rd match between them over this 5-match series. As we have a look at who is playing, and well, you gave a really good wrap up there, Rico, of all of the players that we'll be looking out for, and I can't wait to see how they go again here and whether or not the Czech team can limit the Spanish team to a pretty decent total for them to be able to chase that one down. They did struggle in that match prior to this one, and so you can see here the odds are against them when it comes to the computer. 90% saying Spain's going to get the win, 10% to Czech, and that's probably about right. We know there's a big gap in between these two sides in terms of the development of where they are in cricket, and the Czech side still giving it a go and doing what they need to do, but a long way back behind this Spanish side. So they're going to have the perfect game for them to be within it in this match today, as the Spanish team just make their way into the field. And we'll see who is going to be given the opportunity to bat first. It looks as though Tyagi again is going to be the first bowler, and he was very, very tidy in his first over with the ball in the last match, and so we're going to go with that same tactic again, and that's probably fair enough as well, as the players just get into their positions here. And we'll just see who is standing there at the crease ready to go. And this is match number 3 for the day. The 2 match between these sides, 2nd match. And it's going to be Baba and Isan at the crease. And so first delivery of this 2nd match. And it's going to be high, and it's going to clear the field. And it's going to be a 4 there. And so Martin Wandel not able to get that one. And it's going to be a nice 4 to start with. And so Baba, he didn't get going in the first match, was very slow by his standards. And so he gets himself off the mark with a nice 4. Reaches for that one, and they're not going to run. Well fielded there by Davidzi. So Tiagi is very, very good. And see if he can do the same. Keeping that nice line there. Jamming up the down the field. We're going to be able to cover that one. Long on rubbery running off and collecting that one. And so Toma collects that one. And so it's just going to be the single there. So Barbar gets himself off strike and Ison will get his go. And as he does that, Rico joins me in the cube. So Barbar, he stuck around last match for a little bit too long without scoring runs.
Yeah, good to be back. Yeah, I mean, different Barbar this time. This is Mohamed Barbar, a man who we saw score a half-century yesterday. So, yeah, and Baba Khan. And he was the guy that had a few issues last time round. A few changes, as you've seen here, for Spain-Czechia, but no change here. The catch has been taken, and that's well held by Aruna Shkan, who's not captaining this side round. Someone Davidzi will be, but makes no difference. Captain or no, they take the cat, and you know what? You cannot believe what's happening here. Ishan will get another first baller. So that is 2. So he's not having a good time, is he? So the man who just can't stop scoring runs in the European Cricket Series here was the highest run scorer on the European Cricket Network. Well, he's made a pair here. And I think you call it a diamond pair, don't you? 2 first bowlers. And, well, that's a bit of a disaster for him. You got to feel for him. And it's a long walk back. So Mohamed Ishan is going to get another first baller, as he did in the last match when he was the Royal Duck. Well, he's had a Royal Duck and now a Golden Duck. He's certainly, well, he's got a collection of ducks here today, Georgie.
Yeah, it's not the thing you want to be collecting on the field.
So Tiagi gets him again, and Arun takes the catch. Okay, we get a chance to see Martinez, and this is very close to catching the edge of the bat as well. Tiagi just round the wicket. He does what the likes of a left armer, for example, Mohamed Atif does, getting that ball to go across the right-handers. He's been effective.
Final delivery for him in this opening over. And it's been a nice one. And it's gone up, and it should be clearing and getting a 4 for it. And so 9 from the over, but a big wicket there as well. So he's continuing his good form with the ball.
Yeah, it is a big wicket. And Ishan, but Ishan is probably sat there now thinking, what is going on with me here today? And they're just not happening. Just can't get things going. End of the over. It's a beautiful day here in Barcelona. We're at the Montjuic baseball grounds, Olympic ground here in Barcelona. We're surrounded by all the 1992 Olympic memorabilia. Also, I mean, there's some of the roads down here. A lot of people don't know this, but of course, way back, it was actually a Grand Prix circuit as well, until there was a nasty accident and things changed. So plenty of history around this area. As the next over will be bowled by Ricky Toma.
Well fielded. Really, really well fielded there. That looked like it was going to be going down for a boundary. But Davidzi able to slide into that one. That was cut away strongly as well. I'm sorry. It was Vishak. And how's that for a stop? Really well done. So just the one for Tamar. So Tamar will want to be saying thank you for that one. Looked like it was going down for a boundary for sure. And this catch, it's a call, but it's going to be a little bit of a teaser, just going straight above Davidzi's head, and that's a big 6 there. And so the first 6 of the match here for the Spanish side takes them to 16.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, beautifully timed, isn't it? And clean through the ball. And Martinez, a young player, 21 years old, and started life as a rugby player, and a very good rugby player as well. And it's going to be 4 more. So good hitting in the power play with those fielders. You can't have both back if you want to have some protection out of the off, where Martinez has played some shots. So that's firmly hit, powerful hitter of the ball.
Yeah, straight down the ground. Lovely shot there. Oh, a 4 and a 6 in quick succession there. So after a tidy first, we've already doubled the score. That one is gone high and long, and that one is out through the nets. And a big 6 there. So Martinez has his eye in, and that's a Maximo. So he's very, very quickly on to 14.
Yeah, he's, well, I suppose he's playing the role that we saw he's captain Christian Mules do last time. So good, powerful hitting.
And another one. And so that one's not going to go all the way. Is it going to be stopped for 4? It's not. So Martinez there. 6-4, 6-4 off his last 4 balls. So his eye is definitely in.
Well, gets given an opportunity here. I mean, you know, there's so many good hitters in the side. I mean, one of them we've just seen go quite surprisingly once again, Ishan, without getting anything going. So Martinez gets an opportunity, and he'll want to make the most of this. And well, it's a cracking start from him so far.
That is a wonderful shot, straight down the ground, perfect technique. And that is a wonderful shot. So this over has been very, very expensive. Toma going for 27 runs, and that is 36 for 1 at the end of the second.
Yeah, he has been expensive. They haven't made a change there with Toma. They've stuck with him to bowl the second. We know that last time after Tiagi bowled a very good first over, where only 1 run came from it, and that was a wide and 1 wicket. Toma came on and he went for a magical, and the same things happened here. This one almost ends up being supersonic. That's the story so far. And 3 wins out of 3, 11 points Spain have taken, and Czechia have only been able to take a point in 1 of those matches. So they really are under the hammer here, and not the start that they wanted. So this time they go back to Tiagi straight away. It's going to start with a wide.
Yeah, reaching for that one. So I don't want to get caught reaching those ones and nicking it into the keeper. There's a clear wide there. So Tiagi has his radar off to begin with. That one's just nicked, but cleaned up. Goes to the bowler's end, and he's going to be out. A little bit of confusion there between the wickets, and Martinez wanted to get himself on strike, and Baba didn't want to move at all. So it's going to be a run out, and the run out at the bowler's end.
This is not good. And just have a look at this again. So watch the backing up. He's backing up. He wants to go. It's his call, and that's the thing here. It is Martinez's call, and Baba. That's poor cricket from Mohd Baba. Martinez was going so well, hitting the ball beautifully. And Baba, well, you got to do the basics right. I know Baba is a big player here in Spain. A lot of people like what he does, but that is his mistake, and it's getting the basics wrong. Not his call, Martinez's call. And I know Corey very well, of course. Corey spends a lot of time with myself on the commentary, so Corey will be very, very annoyed and angry about that. And Baba now knows that, well, he can make up for it by getting a big score in. He hits this one pretty well, and that is going to be 4 runs, 4 más. And it ruins what I was doing as well. I was going to tell you a little about Danny Long Martinez. And if you search him on Google, it says he's a prolific try scorer in Saints, the under-18 side. Danny Long Martinez hails from the Norfolk coastline and signed a full-time with Northampton in the summer of 2020. That is big. Well, Babar knows the only way to put a smile on the face of his coach is to smash quick runs, and that's what he's doing here. He's now saying, well, this is why I didn't want to be run out. This is what I want to do, but he was never running to the danger end.
No, definitely not at all, and he knows he's got to score them because he lost a guy that had just hit 5 boundaries on the trot. So Martinez out for 30 off of just 7 deliveries, so he was absolutely flying. And this one, that's absolutely flying as well. So that's another big 6. And that one's gone through the fence. And so Baba now has hit 3 boundaries on the trot as well.
Well, Baba is probably saying, stop talking about the guy that I ran out. Well, I'm not going to stop you. The last bit on Danny Long Martinez says fast-footed winger, and then went to Saints. He's also represented England under-20s. So a rugby player, also played a bit of cricket. He left cricket for a while to continue with rugby. And, well, when Corey said he spoke to him and said, look, what are you still doing? All right, hang on a minute. Big moment, catching moment. Wow, it's taken by Tiagi. So Babar, after smashing him for a few boundaries, and now he's going to give his wicket away. I tell you what, I don't want to be the person who's going to be standing next to the two of them when he gets back here.
Look how slowly he's walking off. He's taking his time, thinking, what am I going to say to this guy? I just run out. And then I got out 5 balls later. So he's heading off, 22 off of 9. And so Moise Ahmed still hasn't seen any of the ball.
Well, what an over this has been. Wickets is galore. So well done to Tiagi. I suppose he was under the cosh.
Yeah.
There was a run out, don't forget, in this one. Started wide, run out. Then he went 4-6-6 as Babar was trying to sort of say, you know, look, this is the reason why I'm here. But then he gives this chance to Tiagi. That is a really good catch. Goes a long way up. So, all right, it's gone for 17, but 2 wickets. It's still a ball to go in it. And let's see if the extra ball he's got to bowl ends up one that's been in their favour or not. Still a big score on the board, though. It's gone to that 50 mark in the power play, but 3 wickets gone down.
Yeah, and that's what you need here. The 3 wickets will start adding up as you come through and you get lower down the order. Salim Dar. And that one is hit big, though. And that one's everybody's heads up, and that's out of here. And so another big one landing on the practice nets there. A big Maximo to finishing off that over. 23 runs for it, but the 2 wickets. So it's either a wicket or a boundary in that over there for Tiagi. And so he ends his spell, 32 runs off of it, but 2 wickets in that over there for him. So you can see here a lot of runs coming in those 2nd and 3rd overs.
Yeah, 59 in the power play. They'll settle for that. And Spain, they're a sort of team that they won't be worried too much about the wickets. I think the only thing they'll be worried about more than anything else is the way that Danny Long Martinez was out. I mean, if batters are going out there playing his shots and getting caught or losing the wicket, I don't think Corey's too worried about that because that's the way this team plays. The intent has to be there to go out and be brutal, be forceful and get runs quickly. But getting the basics wrong, as Mohamed Baba did, that will hurt them. But it gives an opportunity to someone like Awais Ahmed to get out there as well. Now, these two, well, could quite easily be your opening pair for Spain as well. I know Awais Ahmed has spent a lot of time as one of the opening batters. He hasn't scored any runs in this series so far, though the only opportunity he got, I think he was out for a 2-ball duck. And it's a good stop, no run. And once again, now this is something that I think they're going to have to work on because it's not Awais' call. You've got the non-striker, so Hamza is going. It's his call. Awais stands trying to look at the ball and says, no, go back. Look where Hamza gets. He gets all the way up there. Now look at Hamza. He's giving him a bit of a mouthful. Now, what's going on here now? The 2 umpires are talking about something. Is there... Yeah, it's a free hit. Nilkesh Patel has spotted the fielder out of the 30-yard circle. It's the guy that makes the stop. And Nilkesh spots him from the corner of the eye. It says, you shouldn't be out. There's too many out. So, free hit. Oh, that's sloppy from both sides, really. And don't get anything out of it though, so it works out in Czechia's favour.
Yeah, absolutely sloppy there. So you don't want to be wasting your runs there and giving away absolute free ones. There's one thing giving away no ball or a wide when you're delivering it and you're trying to do something with it, but the ones like that are absolutely avoidable. And that one's gone straight through him, so nice rebound here. Couple of dots.
Yeah, this is good from Buyan. Good over. So they're getting the wickets, putting pressure on. I think they'll just believe, look, these guys are going to come out, they're going to try and hammer us, but if we keep taking wickets, all right, let them hit us. Couple of boundaries, take a wicket, couple of boundaries, take a wicket. We will restrict them. This one is partially stopped by the keeper. That's Sahil Grover. No runs from it. I suppose this time Hamza has just decided, well, if you're not running, I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to bother.
Yeah, well, Ahmed wasn't even going to look at the other end batter for that run there. That one's just going to be knocked away. Just be a long single there, collected by Martin Wandor.
Important little phase here. You've got two new batters in. I mean, Salim, we know he started with a 6 straight away. Away's 1 of 5 deliveries. Corey will be having a look at this, you know. We know what they like to do if you don't get going. So Aways will know that in the back of his head as well. And remember, even the likes of Yasir Ali, who, well, could be the next batter probably to come in, who was retired out in the last match for batting too slow. It's a nice shot, should be fielded and is fielded by Ricket Toma. Will just be a single. So Aways probably under a bit of pressure. I wonder how many balls they'll give him before they'll decide, right, you're chewing up too many. He's had 5 and he's on 1. And this one is just going to be out of the reach of Toma. So Toma that, says Aways Ahmed, as he gets his first boundary. It takes him 6 balls to do it though. And the score keeps moving along nicely. End of the over. And it's 68 for 3 at the end of 4.
And that was a lovely over there though. Just the 9 runs from it. And that's including that big 6 there at the end. So you'd be happy with that as a bowler. So 68 for 3.
It looks like going to be a change here. So we're going to see Piyush Singh Baghel having the bowl here. They've got other options. They could have gone with the captain Davitsi. So even Davitsi is the captain. You still see Arun seems to be making a lot of the changes. Nice to see that Martin Wundle stays in the side as well after his healthy contribution in the last match. He scored 19 of 10. One of the few highlights with the bat, really. I think he was the highest scorer as well in that one where Czechia only got to just 72, trying to get to 148. And that's the issue I think they have. So even though they're picking up wickets here, Spain probably still will get to, I mean, it's saying expected score 160 odd. So if they get at this rate, that's what they could get to. So already you feel it's going to be too many. Oh, fingertips to it. Saves the boundary. That's quite a remarkable effort. And that's Jagin Vasan, who takes off. I mean, we'll have a good look at this again. He's 2 feet off the ground, trying to stop this. And gets fingertips to it, saves the boundary.
Yeah, it saves the boundary, but doesn't save his fingers.
Jagin Vasan, nice leap. You can hear the music in the background again here today. It's very much a fiesta here on a Sunday in this beautiful part of Barcelona. And leg side will be
He wanted to whack that one. No, he wanted to connect with it.
Nice to see that plenty of people have come into the stand as well to take seat. I see a lot of Spanish flags blowing around in the gentle breeze. You don't bowl there because there's nothing gentle about Hamza Salim Dar. If you do, well, that is a huge hit. One of the biggest that we've seen this weekend, and that one is going to disappear down the hill. It's in the slot. Look how quickly he's onto that. Thank you very much. Adios, pelota. Esa pelota no va. Esa pelota va por la playa.
And there's all the women there who will be watching on and supporting the men. I'll have one more match to play today. One more match to play this weekend. And that one is cleared the fence again for 6. And so we tried that shot earlier, one that was going down leg, and this time he connected. So 2 6s on the trot there for Spain. And Hamza gets himself to 21.
New balls, please. Few people are asking me about that, about the Grand Prix circuit here, and saying until when? When 1975 was when it was Rolf Stolleman's car crashed, and there was a few people, I think 4 people in the end that died as a result of that, and that was the end. That was the last time, and the Grand Prix never returned to the Montjuic circuit since then. But you can see when you're in this area how some of the roads are. And speaking of the Grand Prix, well, that one goes pretty quickly to the boundary as well. I can't stop it. 4 more runs.
So 3 on the trot here now for Hamza Salamdar and Ratul Expensive. And another one to add to that. So another big 6, and he quickly gets into the 30s. And Ratul's going to want to change his line and length with this delivery, because that is 4 on the trot now, and he gets up to 25 off of this over already. 1 to come.
Yeah, trying different things but not getting it right. That's it. This one might be a wide it is, so it's the right thing to do to try to go a little bit wider, but can't sneak it in. Just have a look at that, the strike rate here now. We were looking at expected score around about 160 before now. It might even be at this rate around 180. So that's on line with what they did in the last match yesterday. And he goes for it again, and that's that Hollywood shot that Hamza Salim Dar loves to play. He walks down the pitch, he hits it, and that 6 brings up the 100 at the halfway mark. Well, maybe change the expected score from 180 to the 200. That's what Spain are looking to do. For myself, Rico Full and Georgie Parker here at the Montjuic Cricket Ground. I hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're tuning in from. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday.
Yeah, it's a wonderful day here of cricket. The sun is out, it's beautiful. We've got some 2 nations here that are going head to head, and I think Spain are wanting to put on a very big score here. I think they'll be disappointed with the only 148 they put on earlier today, so I think they'll be looking for a big score.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, they've made a good start. I love the batting there of Martinez. A really unfortunate way for him to get out. He scored 30 in no time at all. But other batters have come out, and they've continued to be scoring at a good rate. And there we go, got some spectators there at the back. You can see the Spanish women taking the time to get some refreshments in and having their lunch. Awais drags his only off, want to take it on. He's a little bit slow going Awais, but he does respond to the call this time. He gets a single, so Awais Ahmed, that's 8 now from 7 deliveries. He's hit 1 boundary when I think we were talking about him maybe getting to a point where Corey might be thinking about pulling him off. At the moment, though, Hamza, just look at the difference there, and that tells you the story why you would be thinking about pulling him off. Hamza Salim Dar, 1 ball more on 37. Awais Ahmed, 7 balls on 8. So
yeah,
I get the feeling if he doesn't hit the next ball to the boundary, they might pull him off, because you got Yasser Ali still waiting coming. We know that he's an incredible hitter of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be wasting balls while you're in at the crease. Zavitsi comes in and he reaches for that one. It's just going to be the long single.
Yeah, gets drawn into it. So that's the areas where you want to be. I know Hamza just said something to Davisi with a smile on his face, because Davisi knows that that would have been a wide if Hamza had left it alone.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Big moment. Awais under pressure, I think, here. I think the hook is almost about to come out. Okay, in the air. Well, where's this going to end up? Long gone. 6 runs. That goes a long way up. And every time I talk about the hook coming out for Awais, he finds a way to get a boundary.
Yeah, I reckon you've done that to a couple of players. And then they come and hit a boundary the next ball. It only saves them a couple of balls, though. So Ahmed, he gets himself to 14, so improves that strike rate dramatically there with that 6. But you can still see the difference. 24 run the difference with 1 extra ball.
And that is hit beautifully. You can't be bowling in those areas to any of these batters. They are just going to destroy you. And that's what they're doing. Bowling a chinny in the delivery a chinny. A length ball. Dekh lo length. Itte short maar de but ke maria ways are winne shakka lag gaya. Yeah, you got to be better. Line ja full chahidi hai. Da ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾ short of a length. ਇਹ line ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਅੱਛੀ line ਨਹੀਂ better than the line. He does go a little bit shorter this time, and as a result of that, it gets played out. So that's a better line. You don't want to be putting it in the area where batters are just going to be looking to hit you straight out the ground, and it's the likes of Awais and Hamza do that. The difference between the two here is Hamza is very good at coming down the wicket as well and playing those shots.
Yeah, you can see that Hamza can sometimes charge down the pitch. And so he's on strike now. And it's whacked. Absolutely whacked. Look out over in the baseball field because that is coming your way. That was a big 6. And the last couple of overs have been very, very costly. And so that one has gone for 21 off of the over. As we finish up the 615 for 121, sorry, for 3. And so that was a big, big over and a big 6.
Yeah, Hamza is looking brutal. And one thing that Czechia, I think, haven't been able to do, apart from Tiagi, and what they don't seem to have, they don't have that genuine slow spin option. And we know that that's worked really well for Spain. I mean, whenever Czechia have looked like they're going to get some momentum going when they were batting, something like Binyan comes on or Burns takes the pace off, they get the wicket, not just a wicket, but, 2 or 3 wickets, and that changes everything. It's very much the same, though, from Czechia. So they need something that is different, because otherwise these Spanish batters are just going to tear you apart, and that's exactly what they're looking to do here. Well, that's another one that goes through away. So he has got moving, but he's not going at the same sort of pace as Hamza. All right, this is a miscue, but it's going to be one that favours Awais. There's no way you're going to stop that. Hay suerte ahí por Awais Ahmed. Hay 4 más.
Yeah, so what the problem is, though, is that even when you're the Czech side and you know that you want to get some of these players out, well, it doesn't matter because the next ones coming in are players like Christian Mills, who came in and had an absolute monster innings. Yeah, so Ali as well, still waiting in the wings.
Catching chance, maybe. And taken as Davitia comes across. That's a good catch, isn't it? Because we're seeing that right in front of us. He had a lot of ground to make up to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Bright, it's glary, coming straight at him. A lot of hang time as well. And covered that ground perfectly. And so Ahmed out for 25.
I suppose Ahmed is saying, you're not getting me with that hook. If I'm going, I'm going by my own accords. Yeah. So, I mean, fair play to him. He does get going a little bit. He played some nice big hits in the end, and some couple of back-to-back 6s there as well. So 3 6s and a 4. But it's the unlucky 13, ball number 13, that gets him. So another one bites the dust, and it's time to see the captain in action. And he is in hot form at the moment. The way he blasted at 83 in the last innings, and well, if he was able to get himself back on strike, we think the 100 was on. So he comes out before a Yasir Ali to see if he can just keep the acceleration going here. And he's going to start with a genuine edge. The bowler can't believe it, Magada. It's the second time that an edge has gone to the boundary away. He's got one before in the same over, and now that's how the captain of Spain starts. And he opens his account with 4.
Yeah, and so he's probably a bit lucky there, the captain. That's part of cricket, the captain. So he gets himself off the mark. 2 to come here. Been in a good over, though, from Magari. Stopping this bleeding so far. 2 balls to come, so I'm going to be giving away too many more boundaries. 8 from it. Down the ground. Will it get covered? And it is going to get collected there by Davizzi. And he covers some ground. So it's just going to be a long single there. And so Hamza back on strike.
Hello to Mike Seal. Hope you're well. Hope everybody's well here. Hello to Mario, who's also in the chat. There's a lot of chitter chat up from the chat. Of course, our European cricket family all tuning in from around the world and getting involved in the chat. And if you're watching and you're not in the chat, well, why not get on the chat? Yeah, this one is fired down the leg side, so Hamza get another opportunity to try and bring up his 50. With this delivery, he's gone at an incredible pace. Just look at that. And he's going almost at a run rate of 500. He misses out on this one. Yeah, the umpire probably thinks he may have just got no bad on it, but since he's going down the leg side, it will be a good over. Only 11 come from it, and he was a little bit unlucky as well. In fact, it's 10 that come from it. Beg your pardon, because that was leg by. It won't go down to the bowler. So well bowled indeed. Well, this is what we're talking about coming up. Starting, of course, a week tomorrow. It's the European Cricket League, the Champions League of Cricket. A lot of good club sides coming together. Championship sides. Question is, who will be the winner? Remember, in the first week, it will be Group A and B in action. 2 groups per week. That's a full toss out on the offside. And great save. Wonderful save. And to the delight of the Czechia supporters. Well, I think that's the Czechia women that are up there making some noise.
Well, that's the type of enthusiasm
Give us a wave if you're
they
there.
brought into the their game as well. So they're going to bring it into the men's game. That was outstanding stop here. You can see here that looked like it was going to be a guaranteed boundary, but instead, just going to be the single.
Christian spoils a wide here. We saw Hamza do this earlier. Now Christian does. Gets drawn to it. So Buyan, he bowled a very good first over. Now coming in to bowl is over number 8.
Well picked up there from Grover, the keeper.
This one disappears over us as Christian finds his range again. He smashes that for 6. And he is almost 6 or nothing at the moment we're seeing from these batters, aren't they? They don't seem to be looking to just nerd it around. You can see some family fun in the background there. A bit of softball happening in the stadium behind us. There you go. That's a lovely moment. Yeah, a nice
to be
day
that dog.
to be taking the dog for a walk. This one's going to be a wide from Buyan. Maybe we should give that dog one of our grizzly balls as well. He's got one of his own. But yeah, we always see some lovely dogs being taken for a walk there in the background. You can see plenty of action happening there. It's a nice family day out, and that is a delightful pickup. What a shot this is. He's onto it so quick. And Christian Mills, you know when he's in good form because he doesn't even seem to be trying to hit these balls too hard. It is just all pure timing. Just look at that. Delightful hit.
Yeah, and I agree with you. 6 or nothing it seems to be. Thumbs up, very close to that half century here. But look at that score, 146 for 4. And so that's a big 6. So that's going to bring up the 150. And Mills is picking up where he left off in the last match. And that's a big Maximo to his name. And he gets into the 20s, 23 for him. But 152, they only managed 148 in the match prior to this one. And I think they would have been disappointed with that. So a few more contributors. And they'll be eyeing off that 200, you'd think.
Yeah, I think that's the plan here. Expected score. We saw it around about 160. Then it rocketed up to that 190. Then a couple of wickets, it went back down again. But with Christian up there hitting the ball the way he is, and Hamza looking to get to the 200. This is another one that's out of here. 6 more. And Christian Mills is eyeing up a big score for himself here. Oh, the hitting from these two. They're hitting 6s for fun. There's fireworks all around this Olympic Mount Druitt ground. That's another one that gets blasted over the ropes.
Yeah, big over there. 26 runs from the over. 158 for 4. So The Czech side are going to have a big run chase on their hand, and I think they're going to have the calibre of batters to be able to do so. And there's Magari, who had a nice over, just 10 from it. He's coming back. And this one manages to slow down those sixes. It's just going to be the single there. And so 4 sixes in that last over. And so they're wanting to be hitting big and hitting out of this park.
Yeah, they do. Okay, Magari, he did avoid going for too many in the over before. Let's see if he can get a nice tidy one in here. So Hamza gives the strike back to his captain, who could be gone here, and he will be gone. Really good catch. It's brilliantly done. Some more cheers of delight from the Czechia women that are up there. They're probably making more noise at the moment than the Spanish supporters. Hits it pretty well, but goes flat. Doesn't get the elevation in this one. And the man who we saw earlier making a brilliant stop, saving the ball, going for 6, takes the catch. So well done for Ricket Toma, and Christian Munoz will go 29 of 8. Well, he goes, and not a bad man to be coming in, replacing him. It's Yasser Ali.
Yeah, and that's the problem with Czech, is that they've got batter after batter after batter coming in to the Spanish team's lineup. So that 200 still very much on the cards, even though it's a new batter at the crease. Yasser Ali, we know, can hit them big very early.
2 for 11 then for
Magari, though, good
Magari,
spell.
yeah.
Good spell.
Ruturaj, can he get another? Yes, there goes for the big shot, and oh, he's dropped. Martin puts him down very first ball, and that could have been a third. Magari, you can see he's very disappointed about it. And that's Martin Wandel, who's in that position of deep third. Hits his deep mid-wicket, I should say. Hits his hands hard, but he can't hold on to it. And you can see Magari is very frustrated about it. So
yeah.
Yasser Ali gets dropped on 0.
And this is what good players do. They make you pay when you drop them.
And it's 6 runs now from Hamza Salim Tar, who smashes it over the ropes and brings up his 50.
Yeah.
Shaba, felicidades, bahut badaiyan. Hamza Salim Dar nu apni half century puri kar li, and he's done it pretty quickly as well. Just 14 deliveries.
Yeah, it helps when you're hitting sixes like that. Very, very good way to bring up your half ton. So 166 for 5, 2 to come. And it's going to be another one. So now the Spanish girls are starting to hear the Czech girls and say, well, we can cheer too. So nice big 6 there. It's raining 6s at the moment.
Now, the number of 6s is quite extraordinary. It just seems to be, like we were saying before, it's either 6 or nothing. So Hamza now starting to motor, and he's it's another batter that's closing on 4,000 runs on the European Cricket Network. We'll work out for you where he's on. Well, I think we were to add a no one-handed jalebi catch yesterday, but it was a no ball. Has just taken another absolute stunner. That is outstanding. Sababun Davitsi has just taken an incredible catch. This for sure is your HCL software play of the day. What a catch this is. Hamza, who just brings up his half a century, thinks he's getting another 6, but that is unbelievable. He just plucks it out of the sky.
How good is that? And what a man to get out as well. He was just absolutely knocking them around the park, Hamza. And so getting a wicket's one thing, but getting one of the danger men, that's another. And so at the end of the 9th, 172 for 6. And so that was a real stilting over there. 2 wickets from it.
Crazy catch. That is a crazy catch, and probably one of the best that you'll see in that wide long off position. The ball is literally going out of the ground. He's just leaned, taken the catch. Oh, what a catch. Brilliant. And the runs, though, keep on coming. And that is the thing about this Spanish side. They never stop. There is no let up. So a wicket goes, and just when the opposition think, well, okay, we might slow things down, well, Yasser Ali says, don't forget about me.
So Toma was absolutely knocked around, 27 off of his first over, so he'll need to have a bit of confidence and get something changing.
Well, nothing's changing as Yasser now changes up again. Remember Yasser, he was retired out for being too slow, and now Yasser is saying, I'll show you. You think I'm slow? I'll tell you what slow is. Well, he's not slow here yet, 30-3. Yasser is out there to prove a point. And well, look at the score, 184 for 6, 4 balls to go. They're wanting to put 200 on the board, aren't they? Slower, but he gets hold of it. And it's going to be another boundary. Martin Wardle can't stop it. And I think they're just checking whether this is 4 or 6. I suspect it will be 4, otherwise I'm sure Martin would have signalled it. Let's have a look. Where's this bouncing? Yeah, 4 runs. Can't stop it. We're now 188. Yasser Ali 17 off 4. Gone. Adiós, pelota. Es una otra que va por la playa. Eso es domingo, hay sol. ¿Y por qué no va por la playa? Well, that's where that Grizzly's gone. Qué guay, qué genial. Qué grande, grandísimo, 6 más. Well, the 200 definitely on here now, and also we could be a half century for Ricket Toma as well, who's gone for 49. Slow, but full and hit is 6 more. The 200 comes up on the board. So 200. Spain have hit the magical 200 mark. And Yasser Ali, who was retired out for being too slow in the innings before, this over has gone 6, 6, 4, 6. And, well, add another 6 to it as well. 28 off it. Could be a supersonic finish. And he swings hard at it. Fielder thinks he's in with a chance, and he's not, because he's gone over the rope. It's going to be 6 runs, and he says, my foot touched the rope anyway, so it will be a supersonic finish. 34 comes off the over, so Toma, he's had an absolute mare with the ball, hasn't he? And he will go for, well, wait for it, 61, I think, off his 2 overs. So he's been absolutely smashed all over the place. Barcelona ground the bit. 206 for 6.
Yeah, a really, really big over there from the Spanish side. Now, Nissan only managed to get the duck, but didn't matter. There were so many contributors in that innings, Rico, and particularly there at the end there, Yasser Ali, knowing that he had a job to do, and they obviously had a target because they came out wanting to be hitting these boundaries. They didn't ever want to play into this any ticky-tacky kind of cricket. They wanted to go as hard as they could from early, and that started with Baba and all the way down to Yasser Ali as well. So all of these players hitting plenty of 6s, too many to even count. And a wonderful display of how hard hitting can work here on this ground that we know is a high-scoring ground.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You just felt that they wanted something big. I mean, this was a bit of awful cricket, really, you have to say. For Martinez, you got a feel for the guy. He went out there, he was clubbing it, 30 of 7, and then you can see Baba not taking him on. Then Baba says, right, I better make amends, otherwise my coach is going to be after me. He hits 3 boundaries, and then he skies one up, and Tyagi holds on to the catch. But the thing was, batters came and went. I mean, even Awais Ahmed, when he went out there, he was a little bit slow getting going, wasn't he? And he was sort of off under, going at one point, just over run a ball. But then he upped it up as well. He got a bit lucky with that one, but the bowler was able to get his wicket eventually. As this one up in the air. A very good catch from Divatsi, who came across and takes it. But if you thought that was a good catch, we'll wait for it. We've got an absolute stunner for you. But we've got to wait a little bit. It was first Christian Munoz-Mills, who played some lovely shots down the ground. His timing was absolutely sweet until he was caught by Toma. And Toma getting into the action there, taking a really good catch. That catch coming after he made a good stop on the boundary. And then it was, well, a drop there. Yasser Ali, remember that, dropped on 0, very first ball by Martin Wundo. And, well, this is a magical catch here. That is just sensational. Sababun Divati take about. The thing is, though, we soon forgot about that catch because Yasser, who was dropped on 0, then went absolutely ballistic.
Yeah, he went absolutely bonkers, and those last 2 overs was just the Yasser Ali show. And how's that? 34 runs off of that final over. 6, 6, 4, 6, 6, 6. So he was absolutely brilliant with the bat there and getting them to that total, which was obviously one of their targets. And now this is going to be a very, very tough chase for the Czech side. You can't imagine they'll be able to do it, but look at how many contributors there were today. Isan going out for that golden duck, but other than that, every single player able to put some runs on the board and put them on really quickly as well. The first match, you saw some of them maybe settle in at the crease a little bit too long, but that's not what this game is about. And Yasser Ali particularly showing us at the end there just how damaging you can be when you're getting runs quickly. So the bowlers had a bit of a tough time at the pitch today. Tik Toma particularly 61 runs off of his 2 overs. And Ratul as well, 32 runs off of his 1. So both of them having some massive numbers hit against them. They'll have to and want to do something with the bat to make themselves feel better coming into this run chase. A big run chase ahead of them. This is the 4th match of the match between these 2 sides, the 3rd match of the day. And we will have this chasing innings, I should say, of the Czech side coming up very shortly. Can't wait to see what they can do, and I can't wait to see what type of bowling the Spanish team side. They've come into this game with a real plan, and let's see if they can continue that in the field. So very, very quickly, we'll see you here for a very big run chase on our hands.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back here to the run chase of the Czech side on a very, very high total there from the Spanish side, 206. And I'll be here all day if I'll be telling you about who scored runs, because every single player really who got to the crease had a very, very good knock. So here is what the Spanish team will be trying to do. They'll be trying to restrict this Czech side to 144 or less. It's a nice target for them. Obviously, these points in a two-team series doesn't really mean much, but what it does do is give them some targets to aim at. And so you can really just show your dominance throughout if you're able to do that. So Hamza, who had a fabulous knock of 58 off of 16, he's going to be given the ball, and you can see so many of these players in this competition are all-rounders and do very well with both ball and bat. So it looks as though Ratul is going to be facing the first delivery, and it's going to be a swing and a miss, and he went heavily, knocked heavily in with the ball, so he'll be wanting to put a few runs on to counteract that. So the Spanish side coming out today with a little bit more of an attacking mindset, I think. 3 matches, and so every match they might play a little bit different, a few different players in the side, and so there's a wide though. Just not getting the line right to the left-hander. And Rico, it's going to be a big challenge ahead of us, 207 that target, and we can't see really the Czech side getting near that, so it's more focus maybe on what the Spanish side is trying to get out of that.
Yeah, and I suppose they'll have a go. I'm pretty sure that Ratul will have a go. You got Jagan Visan, who is up there with him. That's a good shot. That'll give him a bit of confidence, won't it? After getting a golden in the first, at least he doesn't do what Paul Mohammed Ishan did and get a diamond pair. So he gets 4 runs there. I think they'll play aggressive cricket. That's what they would have been told here. Look, go out there, be aggressive. Take the 207 out of your mind. But when you get to a point where maybe they lose a few wickets, maybe they fall so far behind, when that rate becomes, I mean, it starts at 20. When that rate becomes exactly 25 to 30, then start to focus on the 145 as the target. Extras will help.
Yeah, extras will help. And I guess like my mindset of being an athlete here is, okay, well, we're not going to get the win, or you're always going to be trying for that win, but you need to be getting something out of it. And so if you're playing at dumb shots or not playing the ball on its merit, you're not getting anything out of it. So that's what you need to be doing. So even if you do lose, you're going to be coming out of this a better team on the other side. So that starts what comes from this. When you're in this position and you're playing against side that you know is going to be a better side than you. And that's always going to happen, particularly as a developing nation. You go, okay, well, the win's not going to be there. That's okay. But I can't come out of this empty-handed, and there might not be anything to do with points or anything like that. But it's that experience and learning throughout. So Ratul, for example, we want to keep him at the crease. He doesn't want to go out cheaply like he did in the first match today.
This is going to be 4 more runs, so that's a nice looking shot. So you've got to try and get the most out of the power play as well, and that's what they're trying to do here. So Hamza, he's got a couple of corkers in there, but a couple of loose ones as well, which Ratul has latched onto, and this is a nice shot. He just helps this along the way. It's a lot of space there, no fielder, so it's going to be 4 runs. This is going to be another nice shot, so this one will be 6 runs over that point area. Moves early here, Ratul. Gets into position early and fires it away. So look, 16 off the over already. So watch how quickly he gets into space. He's almost like saying to Hamza, there you go, I'm showing you the peg, see if you can hit him. And then he plays a delightful shot like that. So last ball, if they get a boundary here, they get the 20, they're in the match still.
Yeah, absolutely. Hamza went for 2 for 11 in his overs in the match prior to this. So he's already given away 16 runs, 16 for none at the end of the first. So 2 for 11 off of his 2 in the opening match. So I'm sure he was disappointed with that little effort there in the opening over.
42 matches since the golden ball. I'll tell you what, if we get a golden ball here, it'll be some match.
Oh,
Certainly
absolutely.
will.
My goodness, can you imagine 412 runs in 20 overs of cricket? Absolutely insane.
Thank you to Kroom, and Kroom always likes to gift memberships. He's our own Santa on the ECN, and with that 200 score coming up, he's gifted a membership. And well, congratulations to Lance Hall, who's been gifted the membership. Plays is out, and they don't take the run. It's a no there, so it's Jakin Visan tries to get off the mark. Tom Vine with the ball, bowled very well in the last one. His first over was good. Second one, he just lost his line slightly. Tom. And, this one's worked out on the leg side, a little bit too short, whipped away. That's a good looking shot. So that's going to be a nice moment there for Vishak, who gets off the mark as well.
Yeah, you want to be getting early runs, don't want to be sitting at the crease. And see how you start getting more and more nervous the more dot balls you face. And nice way to get it off the mark as well with the boundary. So the 20 comes up, 4 to come. Ryan at the pegs, but to down the left stump. And that one's just gone down leg side.
Yeah, I suppose this is the other thing, isn't it? I mean, that takes the pace off this one, but it is on the legs, and that's where I think the good teams put those ones away.
Yep.
They punish the bad balls. So that one is one that gets away. Vishak can't get hold of it.
Yeah, you can get in some bad habits when you play some lower teams because, like you said, you don't get punished for it.
Yeah, there's another one here. So he bangs it in short, and Vishak just gets this completely wrong. So a couple of dots there to deliveries, which I suppose better teams, better batters would punish you on. And now he feels under pressure. Vishak, yeah, you get the feeling he's going to try and go after this one. And he does. He'll get just a single. So Ratul now on strike again. Now Mohammed Ratul will probably be thinking, okay, this over has just basically gone run a ball. With this ball to come, he's got to try and get a big shot in. Otherwise, that rate really escalates. And already you can see there the win predictor with the second over not even completed, having 0% for Czechia to win this as that rate goes up to sort of around about that 23 mark required per over.
Yeah, I think it started off to be a challenge. And every dot ball after that makes it harder and harder.
What a good bit of fielding this is. It's a nice looking shot. And that's been really well fielded out there. I think that's Pinan, it looks like, that makes the stop. So no runs. Great over from Tom Vine. There's the old mix and match from him. Some of the slow stuff, some of the short stuff. And only 5 runs come from it. So Spain looking to make it 4 wins out of 4. And they'll be looking to see if they can take all the points here as well and just restrict their opponents to getting to that 144 mark. So time for a bit of spin as Long Burns comes on, 21 without loss after 2.
It's good practice for when you're playing in bigger competitions though, isn't it?
And he could and should get a wicket straight away. It will be taken, no mistakes from Awais Ahmed. So Long Burns, he's incredible.
Makes a
Series
difference.
keeps going.
Yeah, it makes a difference every time he gets the ball in his hands, whether it's just slowing down that run rate or taking wickets like this. He makes it very difficult for his opposition, makes no mistake about it. And so that's the first wicket. 1 wicket, 21 runs. Start of the third.
Yeah, liking this move because I think you were saying this. We would see maybe somebody like Martin Wandel come up to the top of the order after his efforts in the first contest in the day between these two. He made 19 not out of 10. So he gets the opportunity, does the left-hander, and he'll be looking to make the most of it.
Yeah, he impressed me. He came in late, and when he got a hold of it, he hit some boundaries.
Right, here we go. So Burns. Up in the air. I think he gets enough of this. So 4 runs. Yeah, be brave. Throw the bat at it. And big cheer once again from the Czechia women sitting up in the stand watching.
Nice shot there from him, wasn't it? He wanted to go for it. He knows he has to go for it.
Yeah.
And against a good bowler as well.
Well, there's the Spanish girls. Oh, that one almost squeezes through. So good comeback delivery there from Burns, a lot quicker. We've got the Spanish women sitting up there, and then just to the right of them, we've also got the Czechia women as well. So they're enjoying a little bit of the sunshine before they're back into the action. That gets pulled away, and there's going to be 4 more, so something more for the girls to cheer about up there. So 4 more runs.
Yeah, and so good move to move him up the order. Don't waste him down the bottom where he came in very late. Came in about number 8 or so. So moved up the order and already paying off. And that
Shot.
one is going to be a big 6. So what a nice over. A wicket from it to begin with. But Martin Wardle comes in and hitting a couple of boundaries off of, well, third one off of his very good bowler, Lorne Burns.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I like that. They've obviously seen that he might be on. He's on song. He batted well last time. He was 9 out of 19. So why not give him a chance up the order? The others haven't worked. Just make a little change. And it's paying off. 14 or 4 balls. Just take the single this time. So 15 off the over. And he picks up the wicket off Boshak as well. The score at the end of the 3 overs moves to 36 for 1.
Yeah, so they're well behind where they need to be in terms of that big target. But nice early signs here from these two sides settling into the crease. Mondal hitting some big boundaries, and Ratul, we know, has the ability to do it. He just can't be getting out early like he did in the last match. So have a look at what they're chasing, though. There are some big, big overs there. So it's a tough, tough ask. But they're coming up with the challenge to begin with. 36 for 1 at the end of the power play. Martin Mondal going to keep the strike.
Hassan Ali, who's not been at his best, gets an opportunity. Fires this in short, and Martin doesn't quite get hold of this and get the single and hand the strike back to Mohamed Ratul, who will probably be thinking, okay, he informs of Wandal. He's got somebody out there who's prepared to hit the ball. I don't think Ratul is going to hang about as well, so I think definitely we'll go after Hassan here if Hassan doesn't get his line right. Good bit of cricket, good work. It's a good delivery. You can see that Ratul is trying to make something out of it. Awais picks it up, shies. Good pick up, good throw, and well backed up.
Good effort as well from the keeper, Isan, to be getting into the crease.
Scuffs this one as well. So a couple of dot balls in there for Hassan. So it's another guy that could do with a bit of a confidence boost. Getting an opportunity here, trying to make the most of it. Remember, last time we saw him, his first over was very expensive, went magical, but he came back. He was brought back onto bowl the last and did take a wicket. It was much better over. Disappointed, I think, Ratul here that he doesn't make something out of that one. Just didn't time it right. It didn't sound that good off the bat either, so it goes tamely to Yasir Ali, who makes the stop.
So very, very handy over for the Spanish side, really restricting these Czech players. Swing and a miss and flirting with that line, but it's going to stay inside. So another dot ball, one to come. And that run rate is pushing up to the 27 and over.
Yeah, that bit of captaincy in that day when they gave him that last over, I said then it was all about giving him a bit of confidence for the next time it bowled, and it seems to have worked because that one will be put away to the boundary as he goes for the shorter ball. This is one thing that I don't think Hassan quite has adapted to, and I think you could say the same about Sanith Reddy when he's played. This pitch is not going to reward you with those sort of deliveries, and maybe he's played on other surfaces this week and bowl that ball in and really trouble the batter and hurry them into the shop. You can't do it here, and that's why that one is an easy put away for Wandel. He moves to 20 of 8. Ali, though, still a very good over. Only the 6 come from it, and well, keeping it nice and tight as you go. They go back to Tom Vine here now with the score on 42 for 1.
Yeah, Martin Wandel impressing me. He's giving it a red hot go. Tom Vine comes in again for his second. And that's a full toss. And it's going to be a single. And interesting to see how high this one was.
Yeah, I think it's a slower delivery, so it's probably years coming down. Just have a look at the height of it. He is going back in his crease. See it. So, okay. I think
just sneaks on in.
I mean, it's thereabout. I think they can be. I've seen them called. I'll say that. I have seen them called. So, we've had a chance to have a look at it, see what they make of it.
Again, he's not the tallest character, so sometimes that can go against the bowler.
Let's have a look at it here again. The line at the back that's indicated. I think, yeah, it is on the way down, but I think the batter also goes back in his crease, so I think you could call this. It's a tight one, but I think if you're going to be consistent, yeah, you call it, and that's exactly what they've done. So, there's a no ball, free hit. Tom Vine gets told there by Nukesh Patel. So, here we go.
Wandel will get to have the fruits of this one as well. So, a free hit to the big hitter.
So this one is sliced away, not where he wanted it to go. Once again, it's that slower ball. It gets worked away to the boundary, so 4 runs. So Wandel keeps on going. Yes, here you can see just having a little chat there with Tom. Probably saying, okay, you tried that a few times, try something different. So Wandel, yeah, liking this. 19 not out in the first. The only batter really to make any runs when they fell apart in the 70s. Plays that nicely as well into the deck and take the single.
Yeah, he should be having plenty of confidence with his performances today.
I think you were touching on that, you know, if you, as a sportsman, that you always, even when you know that, you know, the result is unlikely, you've got to take positives, you've got to take steps forward. And this is a good step forward. This is, I mean, Wandel, this is something positive for Czechia, the way he's gone about it. Patul, he leans into this, and this is going to be 6 runs. Balle, balle, balle. Inna zona. Shaka Lagya. It's that slower delivery, but he waits for it. Just see there, now he has that little pause, waits, and then he continues with the shot. Gets it good, gets it proper out the middle. And now is going to be back-to-back 6s. Again, a little bit too short. So this over is helping the cause. They go past the 50. Ratul and Martin Wandel, the 2 left-handers, are starting to get things clicking.
Yeah, and so the last thing you want to be doing here is getting nothing out of it. And getting out from a cheap ball, you probably get out. That's the game. And that's Spanish's intention. But make them earn your wicket.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Make them earn it. Don't give your wicket away.
Just because you know you're going to not get this win. Like, look at that run rate, 28 required. That's really impossible for a team like Czech. But make them earn their win. Make it difficult for them. That's now your target. And your target doesn't have to be the win. And I think a lot of these lower nations have to come into that with that mindset, because there is a big difference.
Shot. Well, you don't want to be bowling there, and I said this before in the last over when Hassan Ali tried to finish the over with a short ball. It's not going to work for you on this pitch. It holds up, and this is a delightful shot. So Martin Wandel just keeps the partnership going. The two left-handers doing well. A big 6 to finish the over. So that over from Tom goes for 26. So they get a magical over in. And I suppose they're probably thinking, well, if we can do that every over, we'll be there or thereabout.
Yeah, it was a lovely over. And so continue that trend. Absolutely.
That's some of the upcoming events there for you. I think you got a good gist of this by now. So the European Cricket League coming up, and then after that we continue with the European Cricket Series and the Western Shield. And in Portugal, and then we've got France coming up as well, and a place that I haven't been to as well, Estonia. So looking forward to those series. Okay, it's Mohamed Babar who gets a ball, and he gets a good delivery in here, sneaks us in full straight, and Yorker length delivery. The batter not happy about it. Batter having a look at the umpire Shane. And Shane lightly says, nah, nothing wrong with this. Let's see. And yeah,
Sneaks in.
Sneaks it in. That's the plan from Babar. Darts that one in. It's hit pretty well, a little bit too short. And it's going to be 4 runs. That's what he's looking to latch on to, is Ratul. So Ratul, I liked his response yesterday when Spain put 180 odd on the board. He came out there and he played some really nice shots. And, he looked like a good player. 32 of 11 he made then. He's gone to 33 here now. And it's another nice shot. This is going to be a tricky one for Yasir. Can't get to it. It's going to be 4 more. So joining them up back to back. And I think for the first time we're probably seeing here from Czechia that they are going boundaries back to back as well. It's not been sort of a boundary, then a few dots, a single, and maybe another boundary. Their game for this shot is really positive stuff. They needed something positive from some of these performances, and well, this little spell that they're having in this partnership, it is positive.
Yeah, absolutely. Ratul, we know he can hit it. He was great yesterday, just didn't get firing in the match prior to this one. And Martin, I just wonder how he was so low down the order to begin with in the first match today.
Good hustle, good running. Yes, he had a lot of work to do to get there, and the batter say, come on, we'll take it on. We'll take the 2. A little bit of under Eva there from the 2 batters. Well done. And, Christopher Ward is liking this effort here from Czechia, and as his crew. And that's high up in the air. He doesn't get this right, but he's going to get lucky. Yeah, he does. And the fielder charging in from the boundary. He's not able to get there. And that was a Danilong Martinez. So a little bit of luck. And sometimes, well, when things are going your way, you get a bit of luck that goes your way as well. So a bit of good fortune. Just taking his time. Not sure what there's a little slight delay here. Maybe 2 umpires getting something through on the walkie-talkies, perhaps on the tournament referee. Oh, while we're waiting, why don't we have a look at this? We did see that Spain put 206 on the board, so let's have a look at that. So a lot of people are probably saying, oh, that's got to be right up there. Well, you can see it's not quite as we return back to the action. That's a full toss as a no ball. So it's going to be a free hit coming up, and Ratul is probably licking his lips thinking, yep. Now, I'm the lucky receiver of a free hit because Martin gets bad onto it, takes a single. So Ratul, who's on 40 of 19, now has a license to go the full Monty.
So Wandel was the recipient one prior, so it's his turn now, Ratul.
And he gets this good. Shaba, Shaba. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna zona. Shaka lovely hit, and well, he's eyeing up a half century here. So gets down on one knee and then admires his work as he sees it sail over. Burns there for 6.
Yeah, so I think the Spanish team will be wanting to tidy these up. 2 no balls in the last 2 overs for height as well. So that's not what you're expecting from a team like that, but have a look at this scorecard. Very different from the one to the match prior. And Ratul, he's firing. He's on his way to a half century.
Yeah, it's good. This is partnerships are everything, and you know, a good partnership, even though the other guys are not out there in the middle, but they rub off on everyone. You know, when something good is happening, whether it's a good thing in the field, there's good partnership between the batters, a good bowling performance, it rubs off on the others. So this hopefully will rub off on the Team Czechia side, trying to get a win or just trying to get better with each match. They go to Pinan, who's been good with the ball, and he gets a wicket straight away. And he's been superb, hasn't he, Sebastian? And gets it in the right spot. And fair play also to Martin Wandel. He knows he's got something on this. He doesn't wait for the decision to be given. He starts walking straight away. So change of pace, go to the spin, and Pinan gets the wicket. And you can hear now it's time for the Spanish women to make some noise. Vamos España is what they're singing out there.
Yeah, and so really, really good effort with the bat there, Wandel. 32 from 13, so he gave it a real big crack. 2 6s, 4 4s. And so it looks as though Navitsi is going to be coming in as this next batter. And this is where you've got to be careful. New batter will get on strike. And you don't want to be sitting there. You want to be getting this settled batter in at the crease. Otherwise you can be those starting of the trend and the wrong trend.
Playing as the captain this time, of course. Sabawundavitsi has already given us one superb highlight in this match when he took a sensational catch. Well, he joins Ratul out there. So they're staying with the very much the left-handed approach. So another left-hander comes in. All right, goes for it, and he could be in trouble here. He will be in trouble. Yasser Ali takes a catch, and Sabawundavitsi, his only highlight will remain that catch that he took, because he goes after Binyan. Binyan now takes 2 in 2. Yasser Ali takes the captain, so the 2 captains in the action. I say 2 captains, Yasser the vice captain with Christian back in the side, but makes it look easy. And now Binyan is on a hat-trick.
Yeah, he's on a hat-trick yesterday, and he's got another opportunity to try and snag one today. They're very, very rare to come into with. So Binyan doing it again, and I just said you need to be settled at the crease, or at least get the other batsman on to the strike. As you can see here, they don't come very often, hat-tricks. We've had, I couldn't even tell you how many matches we've had hat-tricks. And this is all we've had, 6 hat-tricks, including 2 in one match, mind you. But hard to get, but we needed a little bit better there from Sabawun.
Yeah, Sabawun wanted to go straight away.
Yeah, just get the other guy on strike. There's a whole over for him to be able to come and score some runs.
Hat-trick ball. Just gets scuffed into the ground. They put the slip in there as well for good measure. But Buyan gets a bit of bat onto this. Sebastian Hughes-Binyan, hasn't he been great, the left armer? Young man as well, just 18 years of age. He's bowling very well for the Spanish team. And Ratul, well, he gets this pretty good. There's going to be 6 runs here. You know when you say you got to throw yourself into the shot? Well, that's exactly what Ratul does, and well done to him. He brings up his half century. Felicidades to Mohamed Ratul. Shaba Shaba, wo badaya Ratul ne apne half century puri kar li, and he gives that a good old clobber. Yeah. So well batted.
Huge 6 there from such a little guy. And so that one is absolutely out of here. So brings up 94 runs.
Now, new balls, please, as that one did bounce over the fence. And I think Nawaz will probably be sending Adnan to fetch that one. Adnan is probably up on the hill behind us because he's the one who's he's the watchtower for any balls that are going to go into the softball area to alert them. All right, Ratul wants to keep going. And a good comeback there from Binyan. Quicker ball, darts it in, bit fuller. Doesn't allow Ratul to get there.
But plays it well.
Yeah, and I've said this before, haven't I, about Binyan? He's very clever. He's a real thinker about what he's doing. This time goes wider, and this is all, and that's exactly what I'm saying here. Now, hang on, what is this being called? It's called a no ball. So was it off the pitch completely? It must have been, I guess. So no ball. We won't get a chance to see it again. He goes for it, launches it up, coming your way, duck. It's right on the top. That's a good duck. No, not that duck. I meant duck.
Right in line with me, and that's right in the eyes of the sun there. I had a water bottle in my hand. There was no way I was doing anything. Oh, that one worried me.
There you are. Just going onto our roof there, but I thought that was coming in. But yeah, good.
Oh, I thought that was coming in for sure. I thought that was coming in absolutely for sure. And you can hear the girls in the stand, well, who are you're hearing because they're going to be playing up next in their final match between these two sides. The Spanish women's side's won all 4 of those ones. Now they've won the toss. They've elected to bat again. I think they're wanting to make sure they get their full 10 overs in. We didn't see Naomi Hillman Bamayo in that last match. So I wonder if we'll see her up the order. She's a very, very good player.
So they go back to Hassan Ali with 100 on the board. 18 balls to go. Let's see where they can get to. This one gets played away. They'll take the single. As always, Ahmed has a shy at the other end. I don't think Ratul is thinking about running another. He wants to get as much strike as possible. And why not? They will, after this, have one more match to play, will the men? It'll be the final match of this international series, and they'll be loving to have him in good form going into that. We'll check here. Sandy bowled a very good first over, just went for 6. It's the last ball let him down slightly when he went for a boundary. Shot, and he's seen it well now at the moment, Mohamed Ratul. And this is what he showed us the other day when he scored that quick fire 30, that he is a good, strong hitter of the ball. And he's making Spain think. He's making the captain think about things here. And you can see, yes, here now, the vice-captain having a chat with Hassan Ali about getting the line right. So this is good stuff. Putting pressure on.
It's great stuff. And if you can't win, get a century while you're at it.
This one may not carry, and it will be taken. Very good catch there, taken on the boundary, beautifully held, and gets there, gets his hands to it, takes the cat. It's a nice moment, and I think he's going to go over there and congratulate now. So beautifully done, good hands, and that is Danny Long Martinez, who's of course comes in the side, made a good contribution from the bat before he was unfortunately run out. But good catch, I like the way he gets the balance in that as well. So a wicket for Hassan Ali. I think he's deserved that. He's had his woes, hasn't he? And he's had his worries and his troubles as a bowler. But he does seem to have got it right here today. But very good knock there from Mohamed Ratul. Well batted indeed. Gets a half century to his name. And gives the Czechia supporters something to enjoy and something to shout about. So 108. Now let's see if the other batters coming in here now can at least see if they can try and get them to that 140 odd here. Still going to take some doing. They've got to try and score 40 odd runs in. And less than 3 overs up in the air. Could be another 2 in 2. It will be another 2 in 2. A really good catch there taken by Tom Vine. So Hassan Ali now, he's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, and after getting hit for 6, and a big 6, couple of wickets. So very, very well corrected by him.
Yeah, and has to be said that Ricket Toma, it's a match that he wants to forget.
Yeah.
Remember, he went for plenty.
Yeah.
He went for
60,
plenty.
Went for about 60.
Yeah, we think he went for about 60, and now he's going to get the golden duck as well. Right, forget about that one. All right, hat-trick ball coming up again. We know that the last hat-trick we saw here was from Wakazanwa, who was the man, well, we're calling him the sort of magical man. He was down and out and then managed to come back. And he's taken a hat-trick on the day that he also scored 80 runs. We thought he'd broken his foot, but he hadn't. Okay, here we go. Hassan Ali on a hat-trick, bowling to Magare, who we did see in the first couple of matches Czechia plays, one of the openers, so he knows how to handle himself. Slip in place. Well bowled.
Ooh,
that's why the slip's there.
Yeah. That was very, very well bowled. He had him beat. Just didn't get a nick on it. So Magari saves the golden, saves the hat-trick ball. But he's not off the hook of a duck yet. And they seem to be coming in clusters. Is it a school of duck? What are they called?
A school of ducks?
I don't know. Pack of ducks? A flock, surely.
It's well hit out in the off. It would be a single. A flock? You have a flock of birds, I suppose.
Flock, there you go.
Yeah.
The most common collective nouns: a flock, a battling, a brace, a paddling. A paddling of ducks.
Paddling of ducks.
I think that sounds more cute. A plump of ducks or a raft of ducks? A plump of ducks.
Plump.
A plump of ducks. That's hard. That's hard to say.
All right, here we
go.
We are down to the last 2 overs now. 109 for 5. Great bowling from Hassan Ali. 2 for 14. Well bowled indeed. All right, it will be Sebastian Pignano who will bowl the last of his spell. Let's see what he can do. He also was on a hat-trick. He's coming left arm round now, just changing the angle slightly. Wants to do something a little bit different, maybe. It's going to be worked away for a single. That's his spin partner there, Lon Burns, doing the fielding. Goes for it down the ground and gets it pretty good. So that's a nice shot as Buyan goes booyaka, booyaka, 6 runs.
Yeah, so Magari seeing that one nicely. And a beautiful shot straight down the ground. Over that long on. And so 116 now, the total for the Czech side.
They've got to keep on going. That's what they've got to do. Keep on going, keep on firing, seeing if they can get to that 145. It's a full toss. That will be put away. Thank you very much. And Buyana says, yeah, you can bowl that to me all day long.
Yeah.
So back-to-back sixes. So maybe this around the wicket approach maybe not working for Sebastian.
It's nice to punish. That's what you need to do. Punish the bad balls and treat the good ones with respect.
I might just want to have a look at this side on. I don't know if you still have it. And here we go. So let's see. He waits for it. I think he's on his way down. Yeah, I think that one's okay. So Nilkesh Patel wanted to have a look, and now he gives the signal of 6. So the line at the back there has been amazing. It helps, especially when you're looking at the replays brilliantly. Maybe that's something we can have in all venues. It works pretty well. Scuffs this one, but he's going to get lucky. Yes, Rally should get there. So after 2 boundaries, Buyana gets a single, and now goes to Margari. Okay, there you go. It's your turn. He is putting the gloves on. He says, all right, I'm ready. Got the gloves on. I'm ready. Take me to him. Take me to him. And gets beaten. And that slightly quicker one. Yeah. Ishan definitely having a much better day behind the stumps with the gloves on, isn't he? Hasn't been able to do. Scored no runs today with the bat. The man who's the first player ever to score over 4,000 runs on the European Cricket Network.
Sometimes it doesn't work for you.
And didn't have the best of times in the field when he dropped a difficult catch and one that he would normally take. But behind the stumps, he's been very good. and being involved in one dismissal as well, that of Martin Wundle when he took the catch. So 123 for 5 of 9. So those dots there towards the end, that hurt them. So it started well. The over went with a single, then 2 sixes, and then it went 1-0-0. And if they were to get to 145, they needed to get something more out. Those are Lorne Burns will finish the innings off.
Now, I reckon look out here because he was knocked around a little bit. Was 15 off of his over, and I don't think he's used to that. So I reckon he'll be wanting to take a couple here.
Okay, it's up, gear, shaka, So, well, he may not be used to it, but he's getting some more treatment. As, well, Sazib Bouyan is enjoying himself at the moment in the Spanish afternoon sunshine. And the Yasser Ali can't do anything about that. Okay, next one, please, 129. That's really nicely played. And he's going to get a boundary, is he? Yeah, he is going to get a boundary. As that is an error maybe there from Hamza Salim Dar. He goes for the big shot down the ground, and then at the last moment, it just gets a little clipped away. So all eyes now on that 145. Look, so he looks like he wants to go play the big shot, and then he says, right, that's not on. He'll play this instead. Hamza can't stop it. It's 4 more.
Yeah, and that's right in.
Yeah, baby, that's a biggie. Well, watch out to all of the sunbathers the other side of the ground, because that's going to be up there. There it is. Well, they're saying, right, I'm glad I pitched up over here. Otherwise, that could have been trouble. That could have ended up in the trifle. Oh, nice shot. So, have a look at this. Have a look at this. 139 now. 145, they're 1.
Is trifle what you're taking to a picnic?
I don't mind taking a trifle to a picnic.
That was a big hit. And so is that. And this is nice signs. You like seeing this. And we've had a few of them from this side, this Czech side. Have a crack today. And Shazib coming out and hitting Lorne Burns. 6 after 6 at the moment.
Yeah, well, we know he's a good player, Bouyan, and Shazib is now showing us what he can do. This is a bit more like it. A little bit of fight. Look at the score, by the way. They have got a point. They have got a point to Spain. And once again, they were disappointed that they wouldn't be able to restrict them to this, you know, because I'm pretty sure when they got to that 206, that's what they're thinking about. So some very good highlights here from Czechia. They needed something and they got them.
And think this is the score that would have won them the game in the last match. So if they can tidy up their bowling, the Spanish side, well, you know, we've got a match on our hands.
Oh, they're driving out of here now. Look at the cars go. Look at the cars go. They're saying we're getting out of here because the Grizzlies are coming thick and fast. Look at them. They're saying, get in. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. We're in the danger zone. They bring up the 150 as well. So a good finish from Czechia. 151 for 5. What a match that is. Over 350 runs scored. So there's something to take away from this match from Czechia. Finally, remember, in the last match earlier in the day, they were 72 for 7, chasing 148. And you're absolutely right. If it was that score, that target, they would have won the match. So something to take away from this. Excellent knock, I think, from Ratul. A really, really good, healthy 64 of 26 from him. And then we saw Martin Wundle. So they did the right thing. They put him up the top of the order. He got 32 for you as well. And then, well, what about that little bit of hitting there from Sazib Bouyan? 43 he finishes off just 11 deliveries.
So here's what's coming up very, very shortly in about 25 or so minutes, just under. The Spanish women and the Czechia women's side. It's going to be their last match of this 5-match series. So plenty of cricket ahead here today. Still 2 matches to come. This another one of these men's and this women's match here as well. So keep an eye out on some of these young stars coming through from both these 2 sides. But really, what this Czech side need to do with these men's team is they need to be combining their good innings with the bat and the ball. So if they combined their first match today where they bowled really well but weren't able to get it working with the bat, if they tie that together with this one here where they managed to get their bat working, well, you've got a really all-round performance. So it's about getting those put together. And so a lot of contributors today. In Ratul, it starts with the top order. If you're staying around, and he didn't have his opener partner last for very long, but then Wandel, he was moved up the order, and that partnership between these two guys was absolutely outstanding. Both of them being able to get a good score on the board for their team very quickly.
Yeah, it was. And look, Babar came on to bowl, and it didn't go well for him, did he? He got blasted all over the place with Ratul, and Wandel took a liking to him. And then, well, they needed a breakthrough, didn't they? And they went to the youngster, Sebastian, and he gets the edge of Wandel. So that was the end of Wandel. And then we thought, oh no, are they going to have this little collapse here? Because he went. Then, of course, Davizzi, he came out, and he went very first ball, going down the ground. He slices it. Yasser Ali makes no mistake. So Pinyan then was on a hat-trick. He wasn't to do it, so then he saw Ali Hassan say, well, maybe I want a hat-trick. Well, there was one. That was a nice catch there by Martinez. And the wickets were falling then, and then there was a little bit of concern, wasn't there? Because that was Tomar who would go first ball. But then, well, it was a nice catch. So we thought, okay, hat-trick alert now maybe for Hassan Ali. But it wasn't to be. And then Burns came on. Well, you said at the time Burns will be wanting to get a good tie over it because he was hit from plenty in the first, but it wasn't to be. They liked Burns and they went after him, and they hit him hard and far.
Well, didn't they? 28 off of that over there in the last over. And he was hit for 43. And this is a guy who we know can take plenty of wickets. He did get a wicket with his first delivery, but after that it was all downhill, and that's the highest figures that we've seen from him. So a really, really promising effort there from the Czech side, and I think the Spanish side missed an opportunity to really put their foot down on the jugular of this Czech side. So I think Spain are going to be the winners here, but at risk of sounding like an English person, the moral victory here is going to Czech for me.
Yeah, I'm with you there. They needed something, didn't they? And that gives them, you know what that does is, they needed, that came at the right time, because they do play each other one more time. And it we Czechia now that'll be gathering around and talking to it. We see them now. They're in a huddle now. They'll be talking to each other and say, hey, look, great effort. Look at the improvement from what we saw in match number 1 here in the day to this one. If we can take that into the last match, maybe we can get something out of this series, i.e. in terms of the win. But that is a very good performance from them. They need to take that forward into the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that the Spanish bowlers maybe gave the Czech side the respect they deserved there, because 151, that's a very decent total there for the Czech side. And if they put that batting performance in earlier today, it would have got them the win. So the win, though, that went to the Spanish men's side here, and they were real comprehensively, really 55 runs winners. We shouldn't be giving anything away, because there was a very all-round batting performance there from the Spanish side. So that's match 3. We've got the final match here of the day for the women's game. We've got one more men's game to come here. So match 4, but match 5 between these two sides. And so that will be very, very shortly, in 20 or so minutes. Stick around. The women of the Spanish and Czech side taking each other on for the 5th and final time today. Will the Spanish side take this one out for a clean sweep? Well, you have to stick around and see. They'll be back in 20 minutes here on ECS.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Match number 5 between Spain women and Czechia women. And I suppose the question here is will Spain make it 5 wins on the trot? Can Czechia get back and get a victory here, or will it be a whitewash for the Czechia side? Well, they'll be looking to try and avoid that. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Czechia to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails.
We'll have a bat.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Have a good game. All the best. Spain have won the toss and they're having a bat.
So the news from the middle is that Elspeth is going to have a bat first. I think there's another opportunity she wants to take for her batters to go out there and score some runs. She did very well in the last one, scoring 33. So did Uswa. And I think on the bowling front, well, Payala Chingolia has been absolutely superb. She followed up a 2-wicket maiden yesterday with another wicket maiden here today as well. Uswa has been bowling well. I like in the bowling of the other youngsters as well. I think Maria Zamorana has been absolutely superb. And look out for the pace there of Jasprit Kaur as well. She's bowled really well. Spain playing well as a team. I think they're rotating the bowlers and the batters around nicely. And everybody at the moment is coming up with something. On the Czechia side, I think if you look at the stats, when Babar has scored runs, when she scored the 95 in the 2 innings yesterday, then they were in the contest. But since then, she's only scored 4 in the last 2 matches. So she really needs to come back into form. If she can come back into form and we see a good knock from something like Katrina there again and Nandivada, they could make this a contest. They've been much better though with their bowling and fielding. I think in the field, they've been absolutely sensational, and their bowling is getting better as well. They're eliminating those extras. So the last match between these two in this European Cricket International, can Czechia get a victory? If they can, they will be partying all night long. Georgie Parker, over to you. The news from the middle is that Spain will have a bat first.
Yeah, so looking forward to this final match between these two sides, the Spanish side and the Czechia side. And the Spanish women electing to bat. And I think they want to be getting as many overs facing them as possible. So this should be a nice battle here. And so I think we're going to have some more new batters at the crease that we haven't seen much of today. And that's because they're trying to get as much possible as they can, like I said, under their belt. They don't get to play too much cricket here. So here's who we have in the lineup here. And so they have been changing the teams around a little bit, this Spanish side. And they've been changing as well their wicket keeper as well, this Spanish side. So the Czech side, though, staying the same as we usually expect, and expecting as well that Flower Barber to be taking the first of the day. And that we do. And she hits that one away, Elspeth Fowler, the captain. And knocks that away just for a single. And down the other end, Amy Brown-Carrera. And as Rico joins me back in the cube, and we expected Spain to bowl, to choose to bowl, and we want them to, I think, put on a nice total. Wonder if they will put their heavy hitter Naomi Hillman in the side or not. Not in the side, but in the batting lineup.
Yeah, they've made a slight change. I think they've gone with one of the set batters, Elspeth. An opportunity just outside the line, I think. Just outside the line. Good areas from Flower Barber. But just outside the line, I think, the impact. It does come back in a bit. It's a good shot. The umpire has a good look at it, but decides not out. But Ijas and Cameron are out there. It's a good delivery. And maybe the height as well. We've seen quite a few that sort of let go over the stumps.
So the earlier match between these two sides, the Spanish team managed to hit 87 with the bat, and while just keeping the Czech women to 51. And that woman on screen, number 3, Flower Barber, wasn't able to get going at all. Even though we've seen her have some fantastic innings so far, her last 2, she's struggled. And she comes in for her 4th. And that one's a catching opportunity, but it's going to be dropped. And Chowdhury drops that one. And that one came in nice and hard. And an early opportunity goes. And they don't come very often. And I think she'll be wanting to forget that one. It was right in her catching zone as well.
Yeah, Chowdhury, you can see then that hits her hands. It hits wrong. I think it catches her finger. She's still feeling it. I hope she's okay. And, bowled again. Better length this from Baba. She really has got the ball pitched up. Remember that Elspeth, she was very good at going right across and playing those shots on the leg side. So once again, they've got the field pretty well set there for Elspeth. So they've got to be behind square and square for those shots. But if you get the ball nice and full, you're taking that option away from her.
And that one's going to be clearing and going to be missing. It's going to go for 4. It is. So there was another catching opportunity, this time from Tessa Rakova, and a rare miss from her. She's very busy in the outfield usually. And that one, she gets it, but not able to take the catch. And so within this first over, it's just been a couple of runs, but Faiwa Balba has put the pressure on this Spanish side because she has given them chance after chance here in the field. They've just not been able to snatch them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great effort. Been hit pretty well. She gets there, never shies away from the challenge, does she, Katrina? But unfortunately, can't hold on to it and then see the ball get past the line for a boundary. 8 days to go to the European Cricket League. It's a nice looking shot down the ground. Chases on from the fielder. Can she stop it? The Grizzly getting away from her. Oh, brilliant. Outstanding work. It really is. Outstanding. And they're going to take the second here. And after making the stop, she flicks it back, but doesn't realise, Chowdhury, that the fielder's basically by her feet.
Yeah, and it cost her a run in the end. But it was a good effort there, and you can see the intent was always to stop this boundary. But then she gets there, stops it. Player right there, could have just given it to it, and can go run after it.
Yeah,
chase after it instead. So
a little bit dizzy maybe after that stop.
Yeah, and so they ran the 3, the girls did, so nice to see that. So she's been busy here, Chowdhury, and that one goes through her. So after dropping the catch, that one's just gone through her for 4, and so this over has already been expensive. Is it Kalamala?
Yeah, this is unfortunate, Chowdhury. She's a ball magnet, but this time the Grizzly gets past her. She can't stop it, and it will go for 4. So Elspeth hitting the ball pretty hard, and now starting to attack, hitting down the ground rather than go across the line. So Talamala pitches it outside the off. That's better areas. Good delivery.
Just mistimed that one. Fowler.
Hello to everybody that joins us back in the chat as well. Hello to Santosh, who's been watching. And Christopher Ward is back again. Let's see what Czechia can do here. Can they put a good performance in and a good fight? That's a nice shot. It's going to get past the field of 4 runs. And it's going to just probably stop in front of us here in the commentary position. A really nice shot. So yeah, so Elspeth here is starting to play down the ground, and she's timing the ball really well. This is a really good shot. It would have been a wide, but she says, nah, I'm having it. It's in my hitting zone. Hits it firmly all along the deck, 4 runs.
Well, we saw in the match prior to this one, when they were hitting wides, they were just running singles. So if you're going to hit a wide, you've got to run more than one for it to be worthwhile. And so this over now, the 2 boundaries and the 3, so 11 runs from it. And so Talamala a bit stiff here. One of those boundaries could have been stopped, and one of that 3 probably should have been a single.
She had to wait and then says, yeah, we'll go. I don't mind that. Wait to start off with. And once he realises it's gone past the initial infielder, Elspeth says, yeah, we'll take a run. So hands the strike back to Amy Brown-Carrera.
Up in the air, catching opportunity. It's going to be Chowdhury again, and her hands aren't working how she wants them to work today, as one's gone through her again. So there's been chances so far. The Czech team just not able to take them.
Yeah, now I think that's the end of the over, but you can see after this one, once again, Chowdhury, I mean, not through not trying, just couldn't hold on to it. And this time it's Josephine that then tidies things up. So end of the over, it's a productive one for Spain. Eve runs coming off that one, 14, and the score 20 without loss after 2.
Yeah, so Elspeth Fowler now heading up to 14. Herrera on 6. So no extras yet for the Czech team. We know that they've been focusing on tidying that one up. That one's in line to begin with, and it's going to go down the leg, but worth a shout.
Yeah, it's a dot ball. Dot ball's a good ball. Elspeth just trying to lean onto this one, onto the onside. Change in the field as well. You see now that Papa has gone into that long on position where some of those catching opportunities fell to Chowdhury. This one just comes out wrong and just doesn't get the body to come across.
She's pushing at that ball instead of letting her arm do the work.
So Sukova goes back to the mark. It's this has also been, I mean, let's remember another thing here, Georgie, is I don't think some of these ladies haven't played this much cricket in a long time. I mean, even when they do play, you think about it.
Or if ever.
Yeah, or ever. You think about it, they might have a training session maybe for an hour or so because they'll be doing it after whatever, college, work, where it would be getting dark very quick where they are. So they might have played a match. But think about it, the number of matches they've played here, it's really probably taken a bit of a toll as well. So it's understandable how you see Josephine there when she's walking back to a mark, just sort of, you know, nursing the shoulder a little bit. They're going to be sore. They really are put a big effort in, the women here.
Yeah, and as we've been touching on, when you are bowling so many extras, it's extra overs they're bowling, literally overs. So you might say 2 next to their name, but they might have bowled the same amount as 4.
It's nicely played. The chase is on again, and yeah, Katrina comes across, makes a stop as it gets past Lamara. And wanting to try and keep it nice and tight. Remember last time they battled hard to get to a score of 51, chasing the 88. It's going to be another wide, so they know already, I suppose, that once the score gets to that sort of 60 mark, they're going to really have to bat out of their skin to get there. More issues in getting the ball in the right areas. So Sukova. It's another short one that's been well hit, and Babal makes the stop, gets the throw in pretty quickly. Farwa, she's going to be key in this one, isn't she? I mean,
yeah.
So in the first 2 matches scoring 95, and then in the next 2, the first bowler, and well, after hitting one nice boundary in the last match, was out straight afterwards. So if she can get a big score, then it's possible. I did like the way that Katrina batted. She was good. I think Tastrikova is going to be key in this one. I think other players going to have to step up to the mark. Talamala is another one. And maybe in this one, somebody like the captain, Curran, can step up to the mark as well with the bat.
Yeah, and I think the key for me, though, is the differences between your top bowlers and the bottom bowlers in this side. And so, as you can see here, that one had 3 wides to it as we end the over, 27 for none. But when you're adding wide after wide on only a few of the bowlers, it's a big difference. So Nandavada as well, another one who needs to tidy up her bowling. And good second over there by the Spanish side, 14 from it, and a couple of really good shots there from Elspeth Fowler. She's on 16.
Yeah, she's batting well, and she's scored 33, of course, in the last match as well. 33 off 33, so she's trying to go at a slightly faster rate. And that's been well hit, but once again, Talamara, she is just super in the field. She's normally fielding sort of in front of us in the long off position. But, she's been moved into the firing line there, and she's just super. She's stopping everything going her way. And bowling, nobody backing up. And they could have maybe taken another here, but I think both batters weren't alert to that. There was overthrows there.
But again, as soon as they're hitting that, they're wanting to run, and that's the difference between the Czech side and the Spanish side as well. So the amount of singles that the Spanish team is doing would be a much larger number.
This time a little bit shorter, but goes a bit wide. Yeah, I mean, a slightly different field also, I'm noticing here, to the way Czechia had it last time. Last time they had a number of bodies inside that 30-yard circle, then had like a sweeper out on the offside. And this one is one that's got missed out on. I think it was a full toss on the leg side. And it's a rare miss. Amy Brown Carrera.
Yeah, got stuck into that one. Sucked in, I should say. And, nearly knocks that onto her stumps, but lives to fight another day. And hits that one much more cleanly, and it should go for a boundary. And it does. So she comes in and gets her first boundary.
Yeah, good, clean strike of the ball. So has time, because it's so short. Once again, would have been a wide. We saw Elspeth do something similar. And it's the same here from Amy. Nice shot, well played. So just some adjustments being made in the field here by the captain behind the stumps.
So they're just making sure there's enough in and out. And all ready to go. 2 to come in this over. And it's going to be a wide. And again, the difference between, say, for example, Tesarakova, for that same delivery, it would have hit her because she was standing, firstly, so far off the stumps. Secondly, won't let it go past her. That one is going to be fielded, missed.
Four, that's 4. The foot is over the rope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a look at this again, but the foot, yeah, there's the signal. And that's unfortunate. It gets past, I think it gets deflected here a little, but just have a look at the left foot here. So it gets planted outside the field of play, and she unfortunately made contact with the ball at the same time and then picks it up. So that's 4. Probably doesn't realise that when she's there. So 4 runs. It's a good delivery, taking on the fielder here, and they'll get there. Very good running as well, and that's something that Czechia, you're right, Georgie, Czechia can learn from. Don't be afraid to take on the fielders, so that's nicely played. And it takes the score at the halfway point to the 40 mark, so well on course to look to bat out their opponents. So 40 after 4 overs. Again at 10s at the moment here.
Yeah, they are. So after a very nice first over from the Czech side, it's all been the Spanish team hitting some boundaries and sharing that strike around. But I think for me, it's that intent between wickets. They ran that 3. They've been running ones as soon as they knock the ball. So that one's high. Another catching opportunity. It's going to miss everybody, but it's going to be the single.
Yeah, no, this is where I think opportunities might come, and they've got Chowdhury once again in that catching position, because Babar, who's bowling now, would normally be there. She's getting the ball pitched up, so Chowdhury becomes pretty key here. Gets worked away, gets a swivel on this, does Smith a little bit of the, in the shot, a bit of the MJ, gets a single to an 8. Yeah, they've got to hustle here. I think we're already getting to a point, I think another 20 runs on the board, where Czechia will, unless Babar really performs with the bat as well as the ball, there she is, they'll struggle. And just goes too far down the leg side. And notice here that changing the keeper as well, it's Shisha Nandivada has gone behind the stump. So Karen Duchana is not. Now, Nandivada is also listed as the captain here as well. So I don't know whether that's if that is the case or not. But I think Karen Duchana is probably, she's still in the side. Or maybe she feels that perhaps playing without the responsibility of being the captain might help her put a performance in. Maybe she's going to have a bowl. We'll have to wait and see. So Nandivada, the captain, and behind the stumps. So she won't be bowling in this one. So I wonder who's going to be called upon to bowl the overs that she normally would. In the air, that's well struck. Chase is on. And I think once again, fingertips probably from the fielder. Slows that one down. And that was Josephine once again. So just a 2.
So just, again, cruising and making a nice partnership, these two players. And that's what the Spanish team have done. Every match they've played, these openers have done a really good job at staying in and working this strike around.
Well, there's lots of a bat out there, lost property. And Elspeth, I'm not sure
well,
what
it wasn't
happens.
as dramatic as the men's match where it went as far as a discus throw.
I wonder if it was just a genuine drop or, yeah, just a
She didn't have her glove on, and then she didn't know what to do, and see her gloves are off.
She's got them on now. Elspeth. Yeah, quick early call. Chowdhury does the fielding. They'll take the single, so they're well on course to put a big score on here. There's the score moving along quite nicely. 47 at the halfway point. It's an opportunity for us to welcome you into the Cube, and well, I hope you've enjoyed this international weekend. Of course, we've got this match and then one more to come when the men do battle. The Spanish side here looking to do the whitewash over Czechia, and the way it's looking at the moment, it looks like they're going to get a score which Czechia will struggle to get.
Yeah, I think so. I think they would have been setting a target for themselves and wanting to be doing that. You can see the intent was to begin with, run between the wickets, get as many as you can. It's nice to see that they're continually changing this top 2 batsmen around, so a few more people are getting an opportunity to have a bat. I think that's really important when you don't get these opportunities very often. So I agree with you. They're already 47 at this halfway point.
This one probably, well, I think they're looking to call this as a no ball maybe. I mean, it's very high. It would definitely would have been a wide, and I think they're just waiting on this. Let's have a look. It definitely catches the bat, so I don't think it can be a wide, but it's a height they're looking at, and yeah, I think you probably do call that. It's probably going to be a no for down for too high, and well, they don't call it, so that surprises me a little bit. It's going to be a wide this time though, so you go to Saka Kulkunova to have a bowl, and at the moment she's doing what a lot of bowlers have done here. They're just not getting that bowler that left foot to go across. It's planted too straight. That's better. Yeah, that was about a good delivery. It gets played away, but you see the way that Spain are playing this. Several people in the chat were saying earlier that really it should be bat on ball if it's not going to a fielder, not going to hand, and you run. And Spain are doing that. Look, backing up is good as well, because just have a look where Amy is. And once again, this is going to be another wide. A few issues, few troubles here for Kulkunova just to get this ball in the right areas.
Yeah, they often come in clumps, these wides, where they're not able to then, well, they try to correct but overcorrect.
It's being hit very well. This is really going to take some stopping, and they can't stop it. Gets blasted away. So Cuatro Carreras más. That's a strong, powerful shot from Amy Brown Carrera, and she certainly does like the ball short and into the body, because then she gets into a good position. Look, rocks back and hits that firmly. Sweet out of the middle, and that's sweeter than the bowler Glam Jambu. And that's Mike there doing some fielding. Good old Yoz in his first ECN series. Good stop, Katrina.
Yep, getting her body on the line as usual. Doesn't want that one going past her.
Well, I tell you what, we've seen some very good fielding from a lot of the fielders, but I think Katrina Tesrakova definitely gets my vote as the fielder of this series, without doubt.
Yeah, I agree. Her intent is all or nothing. Another wide here. And so they're all now starting to add up again after they started really well. It's the 9th extra, just after the halfway point.
Gets played at. He just manages to get the ball there before it bounces a second time for the batter's crease. So slightly shorter, but ends up being a legal delivery. Hits the bottom of the bat. Doesn't really know where it is, does Amy. That called through for the single, and that's what I like about this look. She hasn't found it, but she hears the call from her captain and says, okay, anywhere there is your call, I'll respond. Better delivery. A good shot, a good stop, and this is Chowdhury, who once again gets her fingers to it, takes the pace of it and allows the sweeper to do the rest.
Yeah, she's a bit of a ball magnet. Hasn't been able to collect one cleanly yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Her hands are going to be stinging, I'm telling you tonight, because she's made a lot of big stops.
We end the 6th and it's 61 for none. And so a lovely, lovely partnership forming now between these two sides. Between these two batters. 23 for Elspeth Fowler now off of 16, and Amy Brown Carrera, I should say, 29 off of 20. So she's trotting along. Nettie is back with the ball, and it's going to be a wide to begin with.
Yeah, Delante Nananetti, she bowled well in the last match actually. She was pretty tidy. Didn't bowl too many wides at all. And this time round though, she's a little bit bowling from a bit wider. She starts a little bit closer to the umpire. Nice shot there off the field. You can see there on the offside, I think everybody's too deep. I think they could do with one fielder in a bit closer, because Spain are really taking anything that gets dropped outside the off. And well, now she overcompensates a little bit too much. Does Linanetti goes down the leg side. So they've got Telemala in pretty close there at mid-wicket for the singles on the leg side, but nobody really close stopping the single on the off. It's going to be another wide, so even though there's a bit of a swing here from Elspeth, so wides now becoming an issue. It's something that they seem to have ironed out this morning, but in this match they've having a few troubles. That's another one. So that 13 wides now in the innings. And that also means 13 extra deliveries, and I think pretty soon, as we see the 14th, pretty soon we get to a point where the time could also become an issue.
Absolutely.
Better, so single taken.
And so of course if you don't finish your 9th over by the end of that clock ticking down there just above the score where it says just under 15 minutes, you get a 5-run penalty. And so that's what they had in the first match I should say. And this over, for example, that's the 6th wide, and so it starts on adding up.
Firmly hit. Katrina can't get anywhere near it. It's 4 more. So just piling on the pressure here now as we move into the 70s now. So they're staying on course to get past that 100 score. They've been going at around 10s. And there seems to be a boundary or 2 every over. So applause from the bench. They're enjoying themselves out there.
Better delivery, just the single from it. And so she's been expensive in her just under 2 overs so far. Fowler, and she just nicks that one. Genuine edge there, and it's going to just stop just before the boundary. And they're just going to run the 2. So a bit of luck coming Ianetti's way.
Yeah, let's have a look at this again. So once again, probably going to be close to a wide. The keeper and Divadi not able to get to it. Long, hard chase there for the captain. So Karen chases and gets there. This one into the deck, and he thought about the single, and in the end decided not to. So no run there. Let's see if Iannetti can finish this over well. As she said, it's been pretty expensive. 14 off it, but it's mainly because of all of the extras. But, once again, this time called a no ball because of the number of bounces. So see, bounces, it would have bounced twice before it gets to the batter's crease. So now a no ball, so free hit, and up in the air. It would be not out if it was caught. They're looking to take the second, and the fielder just fell asleep, and now the throw comes in and it clonks Iannetti on the shin, and she gets out of the over, but not without a wound. As you see, the fielder forgets to look at the batter. The batter say, yeah, we'll go again, and then the throw, ouch, that's got to hurt. That's going to leave a bruise, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the end of the over, and 76 becomes 78.
You made the point that this is the 5th match, and I feel as though you can see the tiredness coming in from these Czech side. They're not doing probably the same things the same way as they would have in these earlier matches.
You get a chance to see some of the players that we have seen there taking part in this international series. And that's not a bad delivery at all. Comes into the batter, but both these batters now have got their eye in Spain. The openers doing very much what they did in the first match. Just good partnership. Elspeth made 33 that time. So did Uswa Saeed. Comes down, chance. Oh, great effort. Great effort. That would have been such a good catch. Now wanting to take the second and turn down. What a great bit of fielding, really. It's Telimala stretching to get there and just not able to keep it in the hands. But look how quickly she's up again and gets the throw in to stop the batters taking the second.
Yeah, she's a busy little player. That one's been hit down her leg side, and it's going to go through for 4. It was nicely struck there by Brown Carrera.
It's that short length. She loves this shot, and it's really good signs what we're seeing here from the Spanish women, though. You're seeing a number of batters that have contributed with the bat. Naomi, we know she's already set, and I think that's the thing here. They know which batters are set, so Naomi's pretty well set, so they're leaving her a bit lower down the order. Elspeth probably needs some time out the middle, so she's got the opportunity in the last 2 matches. Then they've given Uswa Saeed the opportunity, and she's made the most of it. And now here Amy. Yesterday we saw that Bashrat going to go, and so did Mirza. So really have rotated the batters well and give everybody an opportunity, and that will serve them well in the matches they've got to come in the year. And of course it sets them up well for the women's ECC. This one is just over the head of Telimala. Katrina with the throw. She's got a good arm, so they're going to have to hustle. And they do, they hustle well.
Yeah, just over the line there of Telimala. She's small of stature, so it's always going to be tough for her. She's going to be going back with the flight of the ball.
Oh, no, that's worth an appeal.
That's right. Yeah. I think that's worth a shout, and it is worth a shout. She's got a wicket here. Brown Carrera, she's going to go on 41, and she just mistimed that one. And for me, pretty plump.
Yeah, look, it's full, it's straight. I think there is a little bit of movement in the air here, but because it's so full, the umpire has to decide 2 things. A, is it going to go on to hit the stumps? Would it go over the stumps? I don't think so. So look at the joy there, jumping with joy. So well done to Josephine And yeah, I think that's a very good call. And look at that, that's what it's all about. Absolute delight. So well done to Josephine Sukova.
And a nice breakthrough there. 7.5 or nearly 8 overs without a wicket. So finally getting one. It's a nice win there for this Czech side. 87 for 1. 1 ball to come in this 8th. And she gets it on line. It gets hit away. And diving in the field. And it's going to be picked up. And they're going to run for 2. But 2's all they're going to get. So Andrea Davidson-Soler, she picks up a couple of runs to start her innings with. But Elspeth Fowler will take the strike in the 9th.
And there's the stop. You see that again. So well bowled. And I'm liking that effort from Josephine. And I know that when she bowled, or while she was bowling her first over, she was feeling it in her shoulder, because every time she walked back, she was having a problem. She bowled a few wides in that one, so that was much nicer. So we are going to see the captain have a bowl. So this is Karen Laguncha. We've seen her up until now behind the stumps. So checks her field. So we'll get to bowl just this 1 over. Bowling the 9th, and that one might be called a no. Yeah, no ball called. I think it misses the pitch altogether. So that's the loosener out the way for Karen. Yeah, maybe it could have been called a wide, but I get the feeling that it wouldn't have bounced the second time before. This is high. That's thumped pretty well, and it's run hard. That's the other thing about the Spanish women. They run hard all the time, so they're putting pressure on the field. So even if it may not be a single, and the fielder sees them running hard, might make a mistake, they'll come back and take the second. Played into the ground, and they'll take another single. So singles have been pretty easy, haven't they, here for the Spanish players? They've never really been under any pressure on not taking them. It's the field is so spread out.
Yep. So whatever they hit, they're going to be running, and you can even see that the batter down the non-striker's end is halfway down the field as soon as she's let go of the ball.
Yeah, and also I think when we have a look at the boundaries that have been hit, I think all of them have been hit on the leg side. So once again, one thing Czechia can do is this one is going to be another wide. So Karen coming on to bowl, really having some issues here, the issues that our players have had. So yeah, going back to what I was saying, if you look at this stat of the boundaries, all on the leg side, so you don't need to be so deep out there on the offside. Well, this one is better, and could be a possibility, but once again, well run. That's what you're talking about there. As Andrea backing up so well that even though the ball, watch where this ball ends up. So it ends up hitting the toe in the bat. It goes nowhere, but Andrea is comfortably home. Yeah,
so if she's going to get her out, she's going to have to make another throw, and I think they're banking on the fact that they're not going to do a direct hit. And so the Spanish girls just keep on chipping away at this, and these extra runs as well. They've gone up to 20. So after tidying up that last match, it's gone back up again this match.
It's played away. That's another one that probably would have been a wide, but goes for the shot, not able to get the boundary. One thing they have done is they've blocked that corridor of runs on terms of boundaries for Elspeth. And I know Elspeth played that shot really well, and before her, so did Amy. It's well bowled, and this time quicker reactions from Nandivada behind the stumps, which doesn't allow them to get the single. So after a shaky start, Karen does get the ball to be going a lot straighter. It's the end of the over. The score stays on 97, so that'll be a big cheer when that 100 comes up. That's for sure. We saw they scored 113 in the first match against Czechia. Czechia made 85 in reply.
Don't forget 43 of those were extras though.
Yeah.
So it's a big difference there. And last one of the series for the Czech side, Talamala. And she's a lively player. She brings some energy into this team.
Yeah, I hope she gets a good over in here. I liked her work and her effort. So Talamala has been very good in the field as well. Only just gets pipped as the top fielder by Katrina Tasrakova.
Although the Spanish team have tried to avoid her in this match. But the match prior, she seemed to be absolutely everywhere. This one's been hit down the offside and it's cleared the first fielder. They're going to run 2. And they'll keep it at 2.
So getting closer and getting past that 100 mark here now. So 101 for 1. That's well hit. It wasn't a bad delivery. It was definitely on the stumps. They'll come back for 2. And Chowdhury, he definitely has been in the balls, hasn't she, Chowdhury?
Yeah, it's just not worked for her in the field today. Not for lack of effort, that's for sure. It's just not been picked up cleanly over the course of the day. And this one, I think it comes and knocks on her foot as well. And she gets it and releases it just a little bit too early. That one's down the ground. Going to be collected pretty easily by Sakova.
Good line being bowled here by Talamala, though. This over particularly, she may have had a few she's in that first over, but she's got the ball full. Every delivery so far has more or less been there or thereabout. So, see if she can finish the over well and the innings for Team Czechia. Yeah, well, that's disappointing. As Nandivara not able to hold on to it. So they'll take the bye.
And last delivery of the over and the match and the series here for the Czech side.
Once again, very similar. This one gets played down the ground. Oh, there's a missed field from Baba, who recovers well. And, well, it's worth having a look at. It's a very good pickup from Talamala. I get the feeling that maybe the batter does make it in, but let's just keep an eye on this. So Baba makes the misfield. So they decide to go for 2. Let's keep an eye on the bat. I think that's going to be out, you know.
And I love that. And that's been a theme for her, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that is brilliant stuff. Talamala, out of nowhere, gets the wicket. And look at the celebrations here. So Baba has the problems. And she's still on the floor, by the way, Baba. I hope she's okay, not hurt herself. Because that would be a disaster if she has. But she fumbles on the first time, but she recovers, gets the throw in. But that's a brilliant take and throw from Talamala. And as a result of that, I think that will be a wicket. It's going to be just the 1 run. So the score will go to 106. And you know what? It's a good way to finish in the field for Team Czechia, because they've worked hard, they've tried hard. Things haven't gone right for them all the time. Once again, a few more extras there, but that's a good look there. So look at the Spanish women and also their coaches applauding the effort in the field from Team Czechia, and it finishes at a high with that wicket, a wicket of Elspeth, who was trying to take the second, gets run out on 33, but that's 2 lots of 33 from Elspeth, but this time she was out as we have a look at the way it started. But once again, it was a very good opening partnership, wasn't it, between Elspeth and Amy Brown-Correa. They made 87 together. Yeah,
it was an outstanding partnership there, and an LBW that got Brown-Correa out, but that last piece of play there from Talamala, that just shows the type of effort that she was putting in, and many of these players were putting in throughout this match. Just sometimes it doesn't work, and a few of these extras are going to be costing them, and so they're going to be chasing down a fairly big total. But it was just a classy performance from Elspeth Fowler, 33 off of 28, and she hit a couple of these really nice fours on that onside there. And so did Amy Brown Carrera, both of those. And they're very strong on this onside, this Spanish side. I mean, the Czech side just didn't really bowl through that. You can see this was a nice LBW and a nice little celebration for them as well. It's nice for them to be able to come home with this one, being able to take some of these wickets, and they're not going home without anything to their name. And how's this for last piece of play here? It's not over until it's over, and this is an outstanding piece of fielding there, and she's done that from the field, and she's done that there and the bowling end as well. And well, Elspeth just trying to sneak an extra run that maybe wasn't there, and really, really good job there from Talamala. And she will hopefully inspire her team to be continuing some of that energy and maybe keeping that energy going through to this chase that they're going to be providing here, this Czech women's. And we're expecting them to hopefully run between the wickets, but you can see here those two batters at the top order there, 41 off of 26 for Amy Brown Carrera, and Elspeth Fowler 33 off of just 28. Andre Davidson Soler come in, and she had a little bit of an input as well. 10 for her off of her 8 balls as well, and it was the extra counts here that really made a big difference. 22 extras, 19 wides, so that's always going to be tough when you're giving them an extra 3 overs really to play at. So the usuals are really good today. Marwa Barber, just the 13 runs for her 2 overs. And Karen coming in and bowling her the first time we saw her bowl today as well. So Sukova as well, she tidied her overs up. She took the 1 wicket there, that LBW and of Amy Brown Carrera. So she was great as well. So they've given themselves a improvement every single time they've come out to the field here. And the Spanish women, they improved their total as well, 106 for them, just the 2 wickets. The Czech women, it'll be a tough going for them. They're going to have some of their big players firing. And so their right of reply is going to be very shortly here. And they're going to be chasing a total of 106. And that'll be coming up with you very shortly here on the ECN. And we can't wait to bring it with you. So stick around. We'll see you very shortly.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back here to the final innings of this Spanish Women's Series. The Czechia team are taking on the Spanish team, and they've got a big chase ahead of them. 106 was the target that the Spanish team set for them. And so they're going to have to rely on some of their heavy hitters to be able to do what they haven't been able to do yet. So the Spanish team are looking to go 5-0 in this series, and they're pulling out all stops here. Naomi Hillman-Bermeo looks like she's going to be given the ball to begin with. And we know that she is a tough character. So I'm sure here this is what the Spanish side would have been talking about in that change of innings there. They wanting to restrict the Czech side to 74 or less. It's very good practice to be aiming for that so you can get some bonus points for future tournaments. And so the first delivery of this chase, and wow, that's been absolutely spanked, and that is a lovely 6. And so we know that she's a big hitter there, Tessa Rykova, and that was absolutely spanked. And so Naomi Hillman, she was taught a lesson there. Don't bowl it there. And so they go off with a nice start here. 4 to begin with. And then Nevada down the other end. And that's a swing and a miss though. So mistimed that one. So you can see a lot of these women, they don't have the best footwork. You know, it's new to the sport. And this, when you hit it hard, but they're not able to adapt too much with where the ball's coming in. So a nice recovery here from Hillman after that 4 after the first ball. And so that's the ones that we were talking about, the ones that the Spanish girls were getting out of the way and getting wide. But Tessa Rykova just lets that one hit her. So hopefully she's looking back at some of this footage and she'll step forward. You can see how much of that stump she's opening up for herself. And that one, she's hit that one hard again as well. And it should go for a boundary, and it does. So a good effort from the field there as we push to be able to stop that boundary. And Saeed throws that one back after a hard chase. And so the second boundary of this over. So Naomi Hillman getting hit for 8 already, 1 to come. And they're just pulling the long off in to the circle. Chilangia. And it's going to be a dot ball to finish with. So probably a pretty even over there from both those players. 2 4s hit from it, but 4 dot balls. And that one jumps over the stumps. So if they get that a little bit longer in length, a little bit fuller, it's going to be hitting the stumps because that is right in line with it, and she is not protecting it at all. You can see they have quite a lot of like softball-y, baseball-y kind of techniques. Very new to the sport this country is. So 43 matches since the golden ball. We love the golden ball. It's just another layer of excitement here that we are used to at the ECN. So just not sure what the weight is for here. I think she's not on the scorecard. So I'm just going to have to Jaspreet Kaur. I don't think she's on the scorecard that I have here in front of me. So the question is, whose error is that? Did she get put down? Because this is when it gets a bit tricky. So I've got her down for match 4, but not for match 5. So all the officials doing what they need to do. So who do we have instead of her? That's the question. Let's have a look. So I think, where's that extra play coming from? So they're just having a little chat, because if she's not on that scorecard and wasn't on the batting scorecard, she won't be able to bowl, obviously. So just a little bit of talking going on between all of the officials going on. And so I don't think the Czech players know what's going on. I don't think the Spanish team know what's going on either. So there's a little mothers meeting going on under the tent going on over there with all of the officials. And they're just going to be looking at what scorecard was handed in. So it's 8 for none after the first over. A little bit of a delay here now. So the captain, Elspeth Fowler, coming back in, and maybe having some news. So yeah, she's been pulled off. Jaspreet Kaur, she's been pulled off because she wasn't listed as one of the players here. So it's a bit of a stuff up there from the Spanish side, and a little bit of a shame for her as well. I'm sure she wanted to have a nice bowl there, but yeah, maybe handed in the wrong scorecard, the wrong team sheet, I should say. So I don't know who was replacing her, but she isn't on the sheet that I've got. So instead, it's going to be Amy Brown, who was brilliant with the bat, and she's been good with the ball already in this series. And so she starts off pretty good as usual. Nice dot ball there. Nandavada having some swinging, and I guess we are just waiting to see when Fawa Barber's going to come on. She doesn't like, obviously, opening. Nandavada at the crease. And that one's been hit, and a nice shot as well. So you can hear that, the excitement from her team. That's another 4, so that takes them up to 12. So a lovely shot there, and you can see that excitement. And they're trying to do what they can here, trying to get the most out of this opportunity here. So the third boundary already, so you can see every time they're coming on, they're getting better, improving. She opens herself up and she hits that one, so back-to-back boundaries. Thank you very much, Nandavada. She gets herself to 8 off of 3. And confidence builds confidence. And so she comes in for a 4th, and she hits that one away. It's going to clear the inside, but it's only going to be a single, and so takes herself up to 9. So good little flurry of runs there from Nandavada. And Tessa Rakova is going to be at the crease again. That just worries me, but that is a nicely struck shot. Is it going to make it to the boundary? It does. So another boundary there. So 3 boundaries in this second over. And what a great, great piece of play there from Tessa Rakova. She gets herself up to 12. And the Czech women, 21. 1 ball to come off this second over. And so really good stuff. And down the ground, it's going to be a single. And so they're full of confidence. And so it brings her up to 22 at the end of the second. And so the Czech women, well, maybe they're saying, we actually don't need Fawa Barber. She can come in later. We can do this too, because they've come in and they've come in full of intent to be hitting this as hard as they could. They're wanting to really chase this total down. 106, it would take something special. They need 85 runs. Rated about 10 and over, so they're going to need overs like that nearly every one. And we do know that the Spanish team much tidier, so they're not going to be giving them any of those freebies like the Czech team does. So imagine if that total of 106 didn't have that 22 on it of extras. A little bit of a different score, isn't it? So just a reminder to keep yourself tidy when you've got the ball in your hand. Uzwa Saeed been very, very good. And that one's been knocked away, and they're utilising this power play as much as they can here. So they're going to run back for 2, and so you probably wouldn't have seen that in some of these other matches. And so they've taken some of the lessons from how the Spanish girls play, and they're running between the wickets. So run hard there, run hard for the first one, then turn and look, and that's what they did. So they've gone for the second. They saw there was a misfield, and that one, it's going to be caught, you would have thought, and it is. So that one, Elspeth Fowler, the captain, she takes a big wicket there of Katerina Tesarikova. She had a nice little flurry there, 15 off of 9, and just couldn't clear that field. But she did give it a big go there, and so she's going to be replaced though by Fawa Baba, and we know that she is a very good player. So Katerina Tesarikova, she did her job, got that run rate ticking, and gave Landavada the confidence she needed to be able to hit some of those deliveries. So Fawa Baba is going to be in at the crease, and her last 2 innings, just a duck and just the 4 in the one prior after a nice boundary. Got caught out, didn't hit it quite cleanly on the offside. So how can she do it? Hit a nice half century in the opening match, and we thought, well, she's going to be the saviour for this Czech team. Can she do it again? And Saeed comes in, and if I was her, I'd be doing just this. She doesn't like the slower balls, so just don't have to play at them. Wait until you've got some speed to work with. So Saeed coming in again. And she knocks that away, and she's going to go just the single, or are they going to look for 2? They're not, just the 1. So Nevada is going to be keeping the strike now. And it was going to be a wide, but they're going to hit it anyway and be going for the 2 to make that worthwhile. And, oh, well, Baba wanted it. Nevada wanted no piece of that one. So Baba is going to face this last delivery of this over, and I'd be pushing for a single if I was her. Keep that strike, because it's going to be the last over of the power play, which is going to make it more difficult for players like Nevada to be able to get some more runs to her name. But she doesn't run. Very, very, very well fielded there. And that is by a player that's really impressed us today. That's Payal Chiliongia. And she's been very good with the ball and all around the ground. So who is going to have the ball in the 4th over? So after the end of the power play, 26 for 1. So they're pretty on par. How's that? Just 1 run behind and 1 wicket taken, but just 1 run behind. So they're on track here. They just need to continue it. So Saeed, though, we know she's very dangerous with the ball, so she took that wicket and only had the 4 runs given up as well in that over. So Anisa Asmat has been given the ball. And it's going to be high and nearly a catch, but just a little bit of a late reaction there from Naomi Hillman, and just spills out from her hands as she takes it to ground. And there was an opportunity there. No run though, so ends up being just a dot ball. And you need to, as soon as you hit it, you need to be going for the run. There definitely could have been a run there, and then you could have had your dangerous batter on. Zozo. That's Matt. Coming in for a third. And well fielded there. And again, this is why you needed to take that early single, because you wanted Barber to come onto the strike. And because she would be able to do something with this. And that field is just going to be preventing these singles though. So Nevada, 10 from 8 for her. And they get this single now, and so just the one, and it means that Barber is going to be coming on strike, and as she comes on strike, Rico comes into the cube.
An exciting start.
Yeah, very exciting. Both players here hitting some fours, and so Barber, we know, hasn't got going yet. We know what she can do, so that's exciting, and nice to see Nevada as well get some confident shots under her belt.
Get stroked away. Naomi comes in quickly. Make sure that there's no run there. And this is, I suppose, a difference in that we see that straight away with Spain in the field to Czechia. There's no easy singles. And this is worked away nicely. So the fielder's got to make the stop. Does. No issues there. A bit of fielding as Rabia Mushtaq gets the throw in.
28 for 1 at the end of the fourth, and Barber's going to keep the strike, and I think that's going to be integral into keeping this run rate ticking. So since that wicket's only been the 3 runs, and that run rate's now dropped down. You can see there after a really spicy start, the boundaries have dried up, but Barber in at the crease, and so she's going to have to start picking this one up pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's see if she can find the form that we saw from her in the first 2 matches yesterday. Since then, she's just lost her touch slightly.
So Mamouna Riaz Qureshi going to be given the ball. And so she'll go around the wicket. And not going to go for a single here. And so probably the right call. Needs to be hitting boundaries now.
Yeah, we saw Qureshi yesterday. She's a very tidy little bowler, wicket to wicket. We saw her pick up an LBW decision as a reward for that. She bowls nice and straight. Coming round the wicket here to the right-handers. A little bit short, and that's been thumped. Oh, that is huge. That is absolutely huge. Que genial, que grande. Esos golpes más dulce de tarta de chocolate. What a hit. That is 6 runs. That's absolutely huge.
Yeah, massive. And you can see not only the bench of the women's team, but you can hear the men who are in the stands watching and cheering on and supporting their women. And a big 6. They're rare in the women's game, but when they are, people get excited for it. So Barber with yet another 6 to her name.
So leaves this one. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, that was absolutely crunched. And you can hear some of the Czechia supporters and the fans shouting out, that's a shush. Yeah, it was. 6 runs. It was absolutely clubbed.
Yep. A rooster of a shot. She'll need to do a few of those though. 4 to come. And she goes for a similar spot. And this one, has it cleared the boundary? It has. So 2 6s in the over. And, well, they're on their way. Bring up the 40. 41 now, 4.5 down.
This is great hitting, a little bit short, but she decided she's going after it. She gets it sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai, or you can say sweeter than a cata de Catalan. That's an absolute big hit. So staying at the 10 and over, which is where Spain were going at this point.
Oh, just nicks that one. Didn't trust it as the leave, and it nicks her leg as well. So didn't trust that was going to go down leg, and probably fair enough too. It was quite fine, but didn't connect to it either.
It wouldn't be the worst of things if Mamouna Riaz Qureshi has started to start practicing bowling from over the wicket because coming round the wicket, she's always putting it just in that swing zone. And if it's a little bit short, it becomes an easy hit for the likes of the batter with the talents of Babar. So there we go again. You can see this. It's a better delivery outside the off. So that, if she's going to come around the wicket, that's where she wants to be. So gets a dot ball in there. So ball to go. 13 of the over. A lot of noise being made here. A little bit of a competition in noise levels between, looks like the Spanish male players making a lot of noise with the supporters and the Czechia men guys. Plenty of support. There we go again. And hit down the ground and just over the outstretched hand of Uswa.
Yeah.
Comes into the box. That's a lovely shot down the ground. It's another boundary. So, Georgie Parker, this match is still alive. And, well, while these two are hitting boundaries, it's going to be a close call. That 4 takes it to 45 at the end of the 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is when it's really important that Nandavada does the job that she needs to do, and that is to get a single and get the Danger Woman back on strike. 18 now off of 11. Nandavada, she did her job early, got a couple of early boundaries, but it's now time to let their better batter do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, just having a look at Babar there. I'll leave that on the screens while I talk. But Babar did, when she went for a shot on the leg side, she caught one just on like about the hip. She's giving that a rub. That's why I think just a little bit of magic sprays come out to ease the pain she's feeling. You don't want her to be injured, not while she's going here at the moment.
Well,
so game on.
You don't have to run between wickets if you're hitting boundaries like that. So
that's true.
Let's just keep doing that as end of the 5th. It's 45 for 1. So they're on track to give this one a crack anyway. And so there's going to be a no ball. So they're going to have a free hit here.
This is Anisa Azmat who bowls, and she starts with a one that's not on the pitch at all. So free hit coming up. And this is where Nandavada has to play her part. And just don't want to waste this. Even if it's a single and it means that you at least get to the likes of Bar at the other end, you'll take that. And she hits it pretty well. Chase is on here now, and that's a Payal.
Take the single, leave the single. Yes, good. Well done there. Nandavada was thinking of going back, and Baba, using her experience there, says, nope, I've got this, thank you. So did her job perfectly there. She knew she had a free hit, so she could have a swing at anything.
And that's just Steve McVeigh, who's, well, like us, same game very much on here now. Yeah, it certainly is. And just the right thing. No ball, 1 run, gets a single. Now Babar gets it short, and she goes for another big hit. And this is, well, what's this? 4 or 6 or 6 is signal, so it's another 6. It's the 3rd from Babar. And just look at the Czechia bench. They are up and about. They're loving it at the moment. Czechia, Czechia, vamos. Another shish from the bat of Babar.
Brings up the 50 as well for her team. 53, so they're just over the halfway point in terms of bowls balled. Well, they're over at the halfway point of the runs they need as well. So they're right on track here. And with Daba at the crease, anything can happen.
Floated up. And this one gets missed out on. It doesn't really get her feet involved here. So it comes back with a dot ball. So well done to Azmat.
Yeah, so she needed to move down the field a bit, just reach for that. Was a little bit nervous maybe about getting stumped or potentially. And mistimed that one again, a slower ball. So she does struggle with these slower balls. She likes the pacey ones coming at her.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I know that everybody's very excited and doesn't want to dampen the mood from Czechia, as this one's going to be a wide. But don't forget that Spain, they still have Naomi, who's got an over to go. They've still got Uswa. And we haven't even seen yet Payal Chilungia, who the last time we've seen her bowl took a wicket maiden as well. So they've got bowlers here. And they'll be hoping that they can just tidy this up. But this one is another good leave. Yeah, it's always going to be a wide. So unless you know you can put it to the boundary, don't waste them.
Yeah, so learning a little bit here every match. And she leaves that one. So comes in again for her 5th and another wide. And so these are going to start adding up. And The pressure starts coming on, so the third wide in a row.
Yeah, this is
Getting
where
nervous.
this is where I've not seen it yet. This is where, and this is where the Czechia girls did it really well when they had bowlers with having problems. Where somebody would come across and just try to calm them down and compose them again and say, hey, "Don't worry about it. It's fine." And so another wide. So this is clever at the moment. This from Farwar. She's just allowing the wides to go. I think if it's down the leg side, she'll go for it because that's her hitting zone. That's where she gets the power in the shot. Outside the off, she's just taking the wides. She'll take this one as well. So full, not short. Can't rock back and give it a bang. So lets that go. So this over is starting to really hurt.
Yeah, it's been an extra 6 runs now in this over alone. So they start adding up. 58 for 1, 2 to come. That one in her hitting zone, but it's just going to be the single. But she is now down.
Be worth having a look at it side on. I don't know if the umpires have asked for this. I mean, there's no pace on it.
When she pointed to it, she came back to the umpire and said that was high. And she's probably right in that, saying that, to be honest.
I think she does come out to it and the ball is going downwards, so it's a difficult one. I think they are having a look at it. So,
yeah.
So I think it's on the way down. They've called it. Okay, they have called it. So the umpire's deciding that one is going to still be over the waist if the bat is in the crease. So free hit now as well. So, okay, this is a good opportunity for Nani Veda to get another one here, another boundary. She go for it. She hits it pretty well, and she's trying to get it in the gap. The chase is on, and it will go through. It's missed there by, I think that's Basharat that's out there. So it's going to be another boundary. This over now has gone for 19, I believe.
Yeah, so a big over here. A 6, a 4 from the no ball hit, free hit there, and a lot of extras. So this has been a very, very good over for the Czech women. So 64 now at the end of the 6th. So they are on track.
Yeah,
43 runs in 25 balls.
Yeah, and this is where, sorry Georgie, this is where I just noticed straight away. Elspeth looks at Payal and says, come on, it's time to put an end to all these runs. It's time to plug that hole in the bucket because runs are leaking here. So Payal Jungalia will come on to bowl. Will she? Or will she not? Well, maybe not. They're going back to...
I think Azmat still has 1 ball.
Is it still
remaining?
more to go? All right. So not quite the over.
So because it was a no ball on the wide.
Down the ground.
Probably could have gone in for that one. Doesn't. Goes for the single.
So that over in the end. So we're getting that, catching up here now. So I think, what does that go for in the end? I think 20 then. That becomes a magical over, I believe.
Yep, 20 off the over. 65 for 1 at the end of the 6th. And I don't know if I would have taken that run because Nevada's going to have the strike. Although in saying that, in her defence, she's 17 off of 13. So she's seeing them well in this innings.
So here it is. So Payal Jungalia coming on and just wanted to slow things down. They needed to still go at around 10 and over, so it's very much possible. And Payal straight away says to the umpire, I don't like the look of this one. And if it gets changed, Asmat will say, that's what was wrong. It was the ball, see?
That's exactly right.
So Trippy was saying, let's go. Let's go Czechia.
Pretty sure he throws the same one back.
Hey, Kroon, by the way, was saying, let's go golden ball. Well, okay. We know that this Spanish team was involved in an incredible golden ball at the Cardiff Oval in the Women's European Cricket Championships. So, okay. We'll just leave that out there. But Chilungia has bowled well. And that's beautifully timed. And 4 runs right in the gap. Well, what a shot this is.
And where's this come from, Nandavada? You've just come out here, and now that is your 4th 4. So she's now seeing them very well. So, yeah, you can stay up there.
It's that little bit of improvement we've been talking about. I mean, in the last match, she did get some scores. I think she hit a couple of boundaries, got to double figures. And, well, maybe having the responsibility of the captains doing this.
Whoa, that one's whacked. It's going to be fielded though, but what it does do is get Baba on strike, and she hit that one very well. And a lot of these ladies, both the Spanish team and this Czech team, play that onside very well.
37, 22 balls. Okay, Baba, 25 of 15. It's a bit of a full toss, trying to get it past Basharat, who can't get there. It's 4 more. So cuatro más, just got to get the ball to pitch, going for it full, but goes over pitching this time, so another boundary.
Whoa, and this is game on, isn't it? So the Spanish side will be wanting to tidy this fielding up, because they are being able to pick them aside here, these two players at the moment. So 37 runs needed. 33, I should say, after that 4.
Now, this is what she was saying last time to herself. Why did I go for a shot? Was it on? I don't have to. And she decides there's no need to go with this one. They've taken that rate to under 9. It's a decent delivery. And she says, nah, I'm not going to give my wicket away. Naomi makes the stop. So that's an important delivery. So last one here, 9 off it so far. Can she get the dot ball in here and keep it to under double figures? She sneaks it in, and she does, so it will be a dot. So though there were 2 boundaries, 2 fours, it only goes for just the 9, and I suppose that ends up being a win for the Spanish side. So the rate goes back up to just under 10.5 required per over. So we're down to the last 18 deliveries, 33 required.
Yeah, so 50-run partnership as well comes up with these two players. So it's lovely to see. It's something that they didn't manage to do yesterday. And today they've got 3 overs left for 33 runs, and they can snatch a win. So it's very much within their grasp. Saeed, though, will want something to do with that.
This is what's coming up next. No Christian Munoz-Mills, so yes, Ali becomes the captain again for this one, but plenty of good players there to look out for. This is hit pretty well, and Payal coming in. It's a good thing, though, isn't it? Because once again, Nivada gets the single and gives Bawa the strike. So Uswa Saeed bowled a very good first over, only 4 from it. Floats it up there, and that's well played now. She's going to respect Uswa, because Uswa has got her out a few times. So unless it's a bad ball, I don't think Baba's going to throw a wicket away. Look, goes back and plays a solid back foot defence.
Yeah, she doesn't cope well with those full deliveries, but she does cope well with those shorter ones. And that one is hit down the ground, and it's another boundary. And so she takes herself to 33. And she takes a check scored at 79.
The boundaries, a couple of boundaries and over what they're looking for. Elspeth almost gets there. There's a little deado on there, a little finger, but she can't stop it going to the boundary. 4 runs, so Uswa just needs to go a little bit fuller, but keep it outside the off. And Miami goes too wide here, so well left by Baba. So that's another one to go in the total. The score moves to 80 now, so 27 runs away from victory here. Czechia floats it up, and there's the defence. So not going to give her wicket away. I wonder if she's thinking here, Georgie, that okay, if Uswa is the danger, see her off. If I'm still here, I can go after the other bowlers.
Yeah. Although Chilangia is one of those, and she is a very good bowler. And that one turns, and bit of a swing, half swing really, and a miss.
Close to finding the edge of the bat there as well. So it's a good over there so far. Couple more to come. One more to come in it. What a spell. Floats it up. Gets hit well and going to get 4 runs. That's a really good hit. Fetches this from outside the off. Feels the need to get this shot in and does. So that's the second boundary. That over will go for 10. And the score 84 for 1. We're going down, right down to the wire here. Right down to the wire. Anyone got a tingle? Anybody tingling?
Yeah, and this is where the pressure starts coming on. So whoever's going to be taking this, they're going to feel the pressure. They know that if they give any wides or any no balls, it can be really tricky. So Basharat is going to be given the ball. And have a look at that. It was just that couple of overs there in the third and fourth, which dipped. But since then, that rate's come right on up. So Nevada, she's come out and surprised us. 23 off of 16 for her so far. So she's obviously confident. New bowler in.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Basharat here. They're keeping Naomi for the last. So in comes Basharat. And that's hit pretty well. And it's going to be a boundary. 4 runs is in that gap between the mid-wicket and long on. Well hit. What an innings this has been from the captain, Sashisha Nandivada, keeping them in this match. So Basharat will feel the pressure here.
Another one hit, and so they play that leg side so well. It's going to be the single, so Babar's going to get herself on strike.
Let's have a look at this golden ball so far. We saw one in Gibraltar, and the second in the season was here. Me and you did that our very first match. 154 to 154. This is going to go all the way, is it? Yeah, it is! Bolle, 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 brrrr, kinna sona, shaka, lagya. Well, Fawa Baba, he's on fire at the moment. What a shot this is, an absolute cracker.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And how good is the timing as well of having this one. So it takes the pressure off of this over. That's been 11 from this over. And they're 11 from getting themselves even with this Spanish side. So 12 runs, 9 balls. So it's taken that pressure right on off. So that one just going to be the single here. Nevada, she's going to be given another chance, and fair enough too. She's hit enough boundaries for Baba to trust to say, you know what, go for it. We've only got 10 more to go.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, am I missing something? I'm just having a quick look at the bowlers that have been used. So, yeah, Naomi's only bowled 1, Payal only bowled 1. So, why didn't they go back to Payal here? So, I'm a little bit surprised that they did go for Basharat. She gets a dot ball in here. So, this last ball now becomes ever so important. 11 of 7.
I'll tell you why, Rico, because nothing is quite like game experience. So she'll never feel like this in training. So Basharat with her last.
It's a good delivery. It's on the stumps and she feels it herself. Probably because I think Fawad Baba saying, no, I'm not taking a single. I'm going to face the last over. So we go into the last over. 11 of 6. Tingling, anyone? Tingling? Are we going to see a golden ball here? 10 takes us to the golden ball.
Naomi's going to be given the ball, Naomi Hillman Ben Mayo. And so this has been an exciting chase down from this Czech side, and so if they fall short, it'll be agonisingly close.
Just like the Czechia men who came back a lot better in that last match, and we saw so much improvement from them with the bat. We're seeing the same here from Czechia. The men weren't able to get the victory. They've got one more match though to go. Can the Czechia women here pull off a win? And what a win it would be. Naomi with the ball. And it's down the ground. And that's a great stop. That is a good stop. That is just pure class really. And that's when you take one for your team, because a lot of players would have backed out of this. The catch is not on, so she says, right, I can't catch it, but I got to stop it. I can't let it be a boundary. And she becomes a human shield, Dazuzwa. It's up in the air. Fielder after it. Can she get there? No, she can't get there. It's going to be 4 runs. They're up and about, are the Czechia girls? They're up and about. They can sense maybe a victory here. That one goes for 4.
And she's very in touch with that half century as well. 48 now to Bubba. And so she's taking her time to get back to the crease. She's got 4 deliveries to do it.
Gets played away. In come the fielders. Can't afford a mistake. Gets thrown to the keeper's end. That's the way you got to be. That's clever. They get a single. So 6 of 3. 6 of 3. 5 takes us to a golden ball. Naomi, remember when we had that golden ball at the Cardamom Oval, she bowled it and Spain won it against Austria. Hit hard. This could be 4. It will be 4. 4 runs. What a hit from the captain. Nandi Vara gets 4. That means there is 2 required from the last 2. They're on the verge of a memorable victory. What a performance from Team Czechia. What a performance from these 2 out there. Don't forget, though, the important role that was played by Sasrakova, hitting 15 of 10 balls, including those 3 fours.
So 2 to come. 1 would tie this.
It's interesting how they put fielders back and not really in to try and save the single. Here we go. Oh, it's a dot. It's a dot. Well, now this game becomes alive. 2 off 1, a single. They've got to run here. A single could take us to the golden ball.
So I hope that they know that. I hope they know that no matter what, you've got to be running. You've got to be getting down the other end, Baba. And she knows it.
It's hit hard.
Run, run, run.
They've got to try and come back for the 2. There's definitely 1. Here comes the throw. And, well, we are going to get the scores tied, I'm sure. Scores are tied.
Yeah.
We will go to a golden ball. We are going to have a golden ball. Spain are going to be involved in another golden ball. How about this? It's down the ground, so they complete the 1. And she had to really turn around and try and go for the 2nd. And so nobody is out there, though. Nobody's out there. Take the single. So the beauty of this, I suppose, for Czechia, they can turn around and say any one of these to come back because nobody is out. You would imagine that it's going to be Baba. Now Spain, any bowler can bowl it. So golden ball, everybody. The second one here in Barcelona, but this is an international one. It will be the second one that the Spanish women will be involved in. They had one at the Women's European Cricket Championship at the Cardamom Oval, so they know all about this. They know what it is. And I'm pretty sure maybe Naomi would bowl it again. She was the hero last time, but this is it at the moment. So this is golden ball number 53. It's number 2 here. We've seen 1 in Gibraltar. We saw 1 here, which is 154 to 154 that me and you did the very first match. And now, well, the very last match of this women's ECIs will be decided by a golden ball. Will it be 5-0 to Spain, or will Czechia get one here right at the end?
Yeah, I'd be putting my fastest runner down the other end.
Yeah.
That's what I would be doing. And so I'm not sure if that is going to be Nandavada. I think they will keep her out there, but if I was anyone else, I'd be patting anyone up, putting the fastest runner there.
Golden ball, everybody. Golden ball. Who's going to win it? Who is going to keep their calm and keep their cool? Last time it was Naomi. She bowled it at the Cardamom Oval to scenes of complete delight and joy for the Spanish women. Are we going to see the same again? Here's the field.
I would have bowled someone else as well. I would have bowled maybe Saeed or Chalongia, but they've gone with Naomi Hillman.
Golden ball, 2 to win it. And it's missed, and it's going to be a victory to Spain. Naomi has done it. It's very much the same, in fact, exactly the same as what we saw at the Cardamom Oval. Naomi is a hero once again. Naomi Hillman-Berhamo, she bowls it, keeps her cool. And what about the work from the keeper as well? It's always brave, I think, to have a keeper standing up to the golden ball because you want to try, you don't want it to get through you. But what a moment, magical scenes here. Absolute magical scenes. You can see Czechia, they're absolutely distraught. They came so close, But what a match, what a moment. This, for me, is what sport is all about. This is what it's all about. And look at those there, look. I mean, it's been a superb performance from Babar. She ends 49 of 29. And what about the innings there from the captain, Nandivara? 33 of 23. It's been quite unbelievable. These two teams have put on a fantastic match for us. Probably one of the best matches that we've seen. And Naomi holds the nerve. But look at the work here from the keeper once again. Absolutely brilliant from Toshiba Mirza. And that's great work from her. She keeps her cool. She takes the bails off. And is not going to get the two they need. Spain win. They win this series 5-0, but they have given us something to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect delivery there from Naomi Hillman. And she wasn't happy with how they ended and wasn't happy that they went to a golden ball, but she came in and she was cool and she came in and bowled a beautiful delivery here, and you can see them all.
Doesn't that tell you the story?
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
wonderful.
story of what we've seen here from the women. Look, all together, all of them, you know, talking to each other. That's just been absolutely wonderful. And you can see there's, there's a little bit of pain there from Team Czechia, but you know, look, both sets of players applauding each other. The coaches are there as well. I can see O'Neill Brook there, Farouk is there. It's just wonderful scenes. It's been the end of a superb effort from these two teams. Spain will win the series 5-0, but Czechia, they improved with every match and they gave us a match to remember. Congratulations to both sets of players. There'll be some joy, there'll be some pain right now, but afterwards, in about half an hour's time, both sets of players will know that they provided us with a magical match. And look at the Spanish players, the men players, they're coming in, applauding their team as they come off, and no doubt they'll be applauding Team Czechia as well. And I'm sure the Team Czechia players will be there as well, applauding their girls. Fabulous match, really is. This is top quality entertainment, cricketainment at its best.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding match, and we could see the improvement throughout all 5 matches from that Czechia side, and you could just see then it was topped off with an absolutely superb performance. And well, how good was some of those batters there? Nandivara, that's not what we were expecting, and she came in with the captain's badge today, and well, she gave a brilliant performance there, 33 off of 23, so a very, very good effort. And well, it started from this girl here, Tesarikova, and she came out with the first ball of the day and just whacked that one out of the park, and it didn't stop there. She had 3 fours to her name in pretty quick succession as well. And then out of nowhere, Nandivara as well came and joined in the party with hitting some wonderful 4s. A lot of them came to this leg side, and I feel as though the Czechia side didn't really, the Spanish side, didn't really protect that at the same as the Czechia side did. But then once Tesarikova got out, it was the Babar show, and she came in and again agonizingly close to getting that half century and getting that win today. So she gave it absolutely everything. She hit 4 sixes in this match, and we've not seen any other players hit any of the sixes. So she was absolutely superb, and she came in and after a couple of, I think, disappointing by her standards innings, came and had one to remember.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we know that before the start of today, she scored 95. She added 4 earlier, but then that not there. I mean, it was superb because she was under pressure as well. And what I like, though, all the way through, she got really good support from her captain, Nandivara. Don't forget the role that she played. Remember, she'd struggled with the bat all the way through. Her highest score, I think, before this was 12, and then she goes out there, scores 33 or 23. It just was entertainment from start to finish. It really was. And here's another one of those big hits. It was just 6 after 6, and it has to be said at that point that the equipo España didn't really know how to deal with it.
No, and even when they changed the strike, I feel it was the first time that Fawa Baba managed to change the strike and feel comfortable with the person down the other end, because I really think that we cannot sniff at how good Nandivara was in this afternoon's match here with the bat. And well, she just gave Baba the breathing space that she needed, and she really challenged, both of them really challenged everyone in the field today. So very, very exciting for these Czechia women to see just how much they've improved from day one until this final day here today. So very exciting stuff here from the Czech side, but huge props to Spain, who managed to get their 5th win.
Yeah, and ditto that. But the other thing, of course, to remember and mention is I'm pleased to say that we will see this Czechia side also playing in the Women's European Cricket Championship later in the year. And, look just how much they've improved in the 5 matches that they played here. They'll have some more coaching. They'll play some more cricket. And I think they will also, well, like they did here, turn a few heads when we see them at the Cardamom Oval. But that was a big moment there, wasn't it? Look at Naomi jumping with joy. Great work there from the wicketkeeper, Mirza. But, of course, the key thing was that no contact on the ball. And like I said at the time, that's really brave from the keeper. A lot of keepers would say, right, I don't want to stand up because I don't want to give any byes away. If it gets past me, 4 byes, you lose the game. She stood up, she backed herself, and those moments there, well, they're the sort of things I think that you won't ever forget. They will stay in your memory forever, the way the teams came together there at the end to congratulate and consolidate each other.
Yeah, it was a wonderful moment there as we have a look at the scorecard for one final time between these two sides, the Czech women and the Spanish women here. And, well, much healthier looking than we've seen it in the past. 49 off of 29 there for Baba, 33 off of 23 for Nandavada, and I think that she was absolutely outstanding. So huge credit to her. And, well, Tesarakova, she got us off to a hot start, 15 off of 10. So that got them to their 106 total. And so here is the bowling card. So plenty of bowlers being used and more expensive than we're used to seeing them bowl, but they did what they needed to do in the end. And, well, Hilman Bermejo, she did a very good job with that golden ball there and takes someone with a cool head to be able to take that. So huge credit to her. She stood up when she needed to. She used the bat very well at the start of this tournament, and she finished strongly with the ball, including that very, very important golden ball. So that's what we're looking at. And the Spanish women going golden point winners here today. So well done to the Spanish women. Clean sweep of the series, but the Czech women, they had plenty of improvement. So well done to them.
And Georgie Parker, you are the new golden ball magnet.
I am.
And we're the golden ball team. And can I just say, and maybe we can very quickly go to the comms cam here as well. Can I just say that maybe I did have a little bit of a feeling here today because I got my little bit of gold on today. Well, it is, of course, the international. So a little bit of gold on here, and I maybe thought that the golden ball was coming. And so the gold was here. I was wearing the bling, the golden. There we go. It worked. We got the golden ball. We're the golden team. That's 2, by the way. Two golden balls. Well done.
That's it. Well, that's one for us. Now, we do have one more match to come today, so looking forward to seeing the men take on, and I reckon that this Czech men will look with inspiration from this women's series. That's going to come up very shortly.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, if Team Czechia, the men here, needed anything to inspire them, that would be it. So, yeah, that match coming, a quick look here, coming up in about 15 minutes time. So we're going to take a short break and come right back. And maybe the men can provide that. Well, that's one for you to follow, guys.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
The final match coming up of this international weekend. And what a weekend it's been of international action. We've seen Spain win 5 out of 5. Well, that's the Spanish women, of course. Can the Spanish men do the same? Let's join the captains in the middle for the coin toss.
Czechia call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It's tails.
We're bowling first.
Have a good game. All the best.
Yeah.
All the best. Spain have won the toss and they're having a bowl.
Yasir Ali winning the toss, and surprising, I think most people deciding this time he wants to have a bowl first. I think the Spanish team are testing themselves, doing batting first and bowling first. So this time they're going to try to restrict the Czechia side. Czechia, though, I think in the last match we finally saw some fight from them. We finally saw some of their players come good. We know that Mohamed Ratur looks a good player. Well, he showed that in the last match, didn't he? Getting a fine half century. What about the way it finished with Buyan getting a very quick fire 40 runs as well? That means that we know that they are capable of doing it. And if some of the other batters can click as well, remember Martin Waldal, what a good performance from him. We saw him in the earlier match, scored 19, not out. He was given another opportunity. He goes out there in the last match, gaining at number 3 and getting 30-odd runs as well. So they can do it, but how many do they need? That's the question. And how do their bowlers contain the batting of the Spanish? The Spanish have been in great form. We've seen a number of their batters have clicked. Hamza Salim Dar is looking absolutely awesome at the moment. Christian Munoz Mills, the captain, looking good as well. Babar, we know what he's capable of doing. Ishan has been good. But I think, again, we might see them just rotate their squad slightly. Might see some other players getting an opportunity. Maybe this is the time that Ishan finally performs. Hasn't scored a run here today. He's had 2 golden ducks on the spin. Somebody like Awais Ahmed could perform as well. And also, I think Martinez, he was absolutely brilliant. He scored a quick fire 30 before he got run out by Babar. So I think Spain definitely want to have a win here. But even though they scored that 206 in the last match, I think they would be disappointed within themselves in their performance that they weren't able to stop Czechia taking a point away from them. So I think this time around, the whole plan is to go back to what they like doing. Restrict Czechia to a score and then go out there, knock them off quickly and take away all the points and make it 5 wins out of 5. Well, that's the plan. Well, I've thoroughly enjoyed this international weekend and I love having someone like Georgie Parker alongside me as well. Georgie's really enjoyed watching the international cricket and well played to the women. It's been a fantastic achievement from them, from all of those players. Both sides have come along really well. And now, Georgie, we're going to see the final match of the men as well. And it's going to be Spain taking the field first.
Yeah, thank you. And well, my heart rate's only just dropped after that thrilling match in the women's, with the Spanish women's winning in a golden ball. So my goodness, the second golden ball that I've seen here in Spain, and the 3rd of the year here on the ECN. So what a thrilling match there, and congratulations to the Spanish side for getting the 5-series sweep there of this series between them and Czech. So we've got the final match of the series in the men now, and the final match of play in the ECS here. And so Spain and Czechia, and you can see some of the big hitters staying in to the lineups here. And so how will they go? The Czechia side in the women's improved every single match, as is the men. And I think that the Spanish, although they were heavy winners in that last match, I think that they'll be disappointed with giving the Czechia side so many runs on the board. They were able to get over 150, and so I think the Spanish side will be wanting to really, really restrict them in this one. So they've elected to bowl first, and they haven't done this yet. So they're hoping to, I'm sure, keep this to a very reasonable score and then to be able to come home strong in the second innings here today. So 89% chance of winning, it says. So the Czech team have scrounged back 1%. So earlier today was just 90% to 10. So we're going to have some usual hitters at the top. Ratul is going to be at the top here. And so we know he can hit the ball around. He was fantastic in the last match, 64 off of 26. What can he do now as he faces the first delivery? And, well, we've got a movement behind, so we're going to have to just do that one again. Time to get out of the space there. And he was just in the way there with his bright vest on, so he has to get out of the way, and they're going to have to start this again. So a little bit of an anticlimactic start here as Hamza comes in with the first delivery yet again. So Hamza's been very good throughout this, although it was expensive in his over that he bowled in the last match, so he'll want to tidy that one up. Went for 16. So first over, first ball. And that one catches the call, but it's not going to be there. It's just going to be the single, and so he gets off the mark, and he's speedy between the wickets there. Ratul, he waited to go and then took right off once he knew the run was on. So first run's on the board now, and now we see Sahil Grover. We haven't seen him bat in a while. So what can he provide? So swing and a miss to begin with. Dot ball. So wasn't Martin Wandle a real treat for us to watch in the last match between these two teams? Came in number 7 in the first match and then came in at number 4 and was outstanding. And we know why Ratul's in. It's still going to be some nice runs coming off. That's going to be another dot ball. So Hamza tidying himself up after being hit around the park on the last match. We know he's a great all-rounder. He's been very handy with the bat. Hit a 58 as well in this middle match of the day. So 5 matches over these last 2 days. So plenty of cricket being played. And don't forget, plenty of these players playing in this ECS series in Spain as well. So, which is 18 matches throughout the month. So lots and lots of cricket for some of these players. Comes in for his 4th. Another swing and a miss. So a very, very good over here. And Grover, he's showing us that he hasn't been seeing much of it lately. So just one from the over so far, so not the over that they probably wanted to start with, this Czech side. I'm sure they were all watching on. Well, going to be a wide. And they were all watching on. It was so lovely to see them in the crowd cheering on their women's side, and well, weren't they fantastic? They took some of their energy onto the field with them, the women, because it was, I think, the best game of the series so far, and what an improvement they saw and that they had. So Hamza wide before, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. And that one, it's going to be clearing the field. And is it clearing the boundary? And it is. So the first 6 there, and the first little boundary of the day. Last one there, Grover, after 3 swings and misses, he comes and hits a 6. So he gets himself off the mark, and he takes his side to 8. The last one of the first over here. Hamza comes in, bowls it long, and it's catching opportunity, and wasn't able to get underneath it, Hugh Penant, and just lost it in the greyness of the sky. It was always going to be a tricky one, turning and having to keep your eye on it. You can see here it was high, and it was hard for him, never really was able to get it at sight on it. And so Grover lives to fight another day. And they run the 2 on that one as well. So Ratul now is going to be on strike, the left-hander. 8 days to go. We know all about that. We've been talking all about that. And that was exciting cricket. So second over coming up, and it's been given to Raja Adil. Ratul is on strike. And it's starting to get a little bit dimmer here now. Sun's still out, but the clouds are coming over. Starting to get a bit cooler as well. So Adil comes in to the left-hander. Bowls it nice and well bowled. It's going to be collected there by Yassi Ali. And it's going to be a dot ball. And so it's a 4th dot ball already. We're only 1 ball into the 2nd over. And so Czech side, they want to be starting to get some runs soon. Just the 1 boundary so far. The deal. Another swing and a miss there. So Latour not seeing these as cleanly as he saw earlier today. Outstanding knock and an outstanding partnership he had as well with Martin Wandel. And then Shazib coming in at the end, 43 off of 11. And that one's been hit. Has it cleared the boundary though? It hasn't. It's going to be fielded there as well by Panin. And they're going to run, and they run solidly as well. So they get back for 2. And just not hit too cleanly and well fielded. Good hustle. Good cricket all round, really. He saw it to be hit. Bowled a little short. Just didn't have enough quiet on it there. But good running. And so 2 from it. And that one's short, and it stuck him. And really good running there in between the wickets. Grover wanting to get himself on strike. And he just saw that there was an opportunity there for a run. All runs count. You want to be able to do this, and good effort here by the keeper. He made him work for it. Really, really good piece of fielding there, Alec Davidson. So Grover on strike after that really good run. Adil come down the leg side. Should just be a leg buys. And it's gone down for 4 though as well. So no matter how good you are as a keeper, you're not going to be able to get that one. And so it's going to be a little bit of a punishment there for the Spanish side. And Alec Davidson saw there doing what he could, but it was a tough ask for any keeper. So 4 leg buys. Grover still on strike. 1 to come. And short, knocked down. Should just be the single. And Baba Khan collects that one into the 2nd, and we're 18. So just chugging along. 10 runs on the 1st, 8 runs off the 2nd, but there wasn't have those 4 leg buys. And wouldn't be so many. So not really seeing them all that cleanly yet here, this Czech side, but after their performance in their middle match today, anything is possible. They were absolutely brilliant. And so I'd like to see them play with that aggression and that confidence. And that obviously rubbed off onto the women. Last match of the day though, a lot of cricket in 2 days. So Grover is going to be on the strike after that single. So start of the 3rd, end of the power play, and it's going to be a 6. So a nice big 6 there for Grover. He gets himself up to 15. And Hamza has bowled that one right where he wanted it. Right in the hitting zone there. And so a nice big 6 there. 24. Grover. Just knocks that way away. It will just be a long single. Collected there by my son, who had a few troubles in the field earlier today. So we're wanting to be tidier in the field and up to the standards that he expects of himself. Ratul, just the 4 runs to his name at the moment, seeing 5 balls as well, so not going at that run rate that we like. That one moved his feet, shuffled around, and chipped that one out. So that one's gone down for 4 down the ground. And it was clever bowling, but he just managed to use his feet work here. You can see here, just shuffles back. He able to get that one over the field. Power play still in play. So 3 balls to come in this power play. So hopefully we can get some runs on the board before it becomes more difficult here. Ratul. And that one's down the ground again, just where he hit one before. And long off was too shallow. Goes over his head. And so another 4 there. A nicely struck shot. And they're the ones that you can't get away with in outside this power play. So he wants to get them while he can. 2 to come in the power play, 33 for none. And both these players starting to see them. Ratul down the leg side. Is it going to get down to the boundary or is it going to be collected? It isn't. It's going to be another 4 there. So this has become a nice, tidy, handy little over for the batting side. It's going to be 19 from it so far. And so Hamza has been hit around a little bit. So Ratul on 16, 37. 1 to come. Touched nicely, played very, very nicely. Cut that one away, and another 4. So that over goes magical. 23 runs from it, and Hamza, he'll be disappointed, I think, with his bowling spell. He went for 33, no wickets. And so they finish the power play, 41 for none at the end of the 3rd. As I welcome back Rico into the cube, and well, the first 2 overs, a little bit after what we just witnessed, had a little bit lacking in energy, but that one picking it right back up.
Yeah, I've taken me medicine. I've calmed down.
Yeah,
I'm back, everybody.
Blood pressure.
I'm back, everybody. I needed those 3 overs. Thank you for covering for me. But what a finish! And I know a lot of people in the chat. I think Christopher Ward summed it up, saying he's gutted for the Czechia ladies. Yeah, look, I'm with you, but, you know, I've just spent some time with them, and they're just full of beans because they know they've been involved in quite an amazing match, and the way the 2 sets of players gel together. And we've done a little bit of presentation as well, so remember that before we come back, before the start of the 2nd innings here, come back a little bit early because you'll see just a little presentation that we did, because I think we didn't want to really miss the moment and the opportunity to thank both sets of players and do a little presentation for them to enjoy and for you to enjoy as well. But yeah, what a match and what a way to finish. And I tell you what, the men have got to go some to match that, haven't they?
No, absolutely they do. Both sets of men have to. That was a wonderful, wonderful match. And I was loving seeing the progression. How that missed, I don't know. Just love seeing the growth of sport, the growth of cricket, growth of particularly women's sport.
Bit of turn here, Van.
How that missed is insane.
I think look at the reaction there from Alex Davidson behind the stumps. He was sure that was going to hit the stumps. He's playing out in the off. It should be stopped. So, yeah, you were just saying there with the power play, it was well, that's the dive to make sure he gets in. It was a slow start the first 2 overs, the 10 and the 8, but that 3rd one for Hamza, very unlike Hamza. He just couldn't get the ball in the right areas, and the batters took a liking to him. A little bit of a change in the order here. Grover going up to the top of the order just to try and get a little bit extra firepower there, but I'm glad that Ratul is there. And it's just going to be another single. And I'm pretty sure, well, hopefully they'll stick to maybe Martin Wandel to come in once again at 3. And you got the likes of Sazib Bouyan, who absolutely smashed it all over the place in the last match as well. Speaking of smashing, well, there you go. That's out of here. So Grover is getting into the groove as he finds a big one. That's a biggie. Takes him on to 23.
Yeah, big hit there. We want to be seeing them continue. So Grover, we've not seen so high up the order. And so he's showing us why he's been moved on up. Brings up the 50 as well. That one is high. And the keeper's underneath it. Shouldn't miss this one, but he does. And he will be disappointed with that one. He was well underneath that, Alec David said. So and not able to keep it in his mitts. And so that's a get out of jail free card if I've ever seen one. And you'd be flat as anything if you're Baba Khan.
Yeah, look what Soler does. He's really quick to remove the lid. Why? Because we know, look at the lid, look where it is. Because if you're trying to find that with the lid on, you can't find it. So he gets rid of the lid straight away. He then gets himself in a position to take the catch, but he doesn't hold on to it. And I think he is going to be disappointed there. So Baba Khan probably should have had a wicket. He doesn't. And Czechia, they're 52 with that loss after 4.
Yeah, so bringing up that 50 with a nice 6 as well, Grover. So a couple of players here, 24 and 23, both off 12 deliveries. So sharing that strike around as well. I'm going to have Mohammad Atif come in for his first of this final. Swing and a miss. And we saw that in the first over. If it's not in that hitting zone, it seems to not be able to hit it. But you need to be able to move to keep it in your hitting zone.
Played a lot of cricket, hasn't he, Tiff? Don't forget. I think he's played practically all but one of the games that Pakakir Badalona have played in this series so far. So
that's what I said, that there's a lot of cricket being played by some of these men.
He's going for the shot, and it's going to be snapped up beautifully. This is such a good catch. Ishan, he's back, everybody. This is a good catch because he doesn't rush into it. He knows exactly how he's going to take it. He waits a little bit, starts to go forward, and then I think he takes it just before the ball hits the deck. So that's the one they wanted. So Grover will go. And tell you who's feeling good about this, Soler, because he dropped him just the ball before this. A very good catch taken there by Mohammad Ishan.
Yeah, so it means that that didn't really cost his team anything, dropping that one. Just maybe a run. So in comes Martin Wandel, who he came and surprised us a couple of matches ago, where he came in pretty late in the piece and came in and hit a very handy knock, and so then they moved him right up the order and he got the team going. He hit a lovely 32 off of 13, so that would be a handy little inclusion here as his team's 52 for 1.
Yeah, good contribution there from Grover, 24 or 14, so he doesn't hang around. He scores a pretty decent rate. It just means that it's a good start. And one man who has been scoring at a good rate himself is the left-handed Martin Wandel. Let's see if he can get another good knock in here. He's up against Mohammad Atif, who's, let's just say, he's got an extra yard or two of pace since he's been in this international setup. Take one. I don't think he'll be taking on the arm of Martinez. There he comes, and looking forward to seeing him with the bat again. And Danny Long Martinez. So 2 golden balls, eh?
Yeah, hey?
2 golden balls.
I'm seeing it all, mate.
Do you know there's some commentators that are still waiting for their first golden ball?
Yeah, well, they need to come and do it, speak with me.
And I have to say this, is that surely a wide? Yeah, it is. I have to say this. When we got the first one, remember I said, look, maybe you're the golden ball magnet, and then thought, hang on a minute. Tyrone Peters is here, and he's been involved in a lot of golden balls. Of course, no Tyrone Peters.
So it's me.
So it's got to be, this time around, it's definitely you.
It's me.
So you know when we go through that period of time where a number of matches, golden ball, it just keeps going, and we get into 100,
Bring
200, 300,
over.
we're giving you a call.
Bring me over. And he's bowled him, so Ratul shows too much of his stumps, moves his feet out of the way, and the left-hander's gone. 23 off of 13, a handy contribution, but a nice wicket there for Atif. His second of the over, and a handy wicket.
Well, Atif hears us talking about a golden ball, and then he delivers this. Well, that's a juicy little ball as well. Full straight Yorker length coming into Ratul, and he just can't deal with it. Look, it's almost like he gets set, get ready. He makes a little step, but it's too good. It's the perfect Yorker from Atif, and that's another one that goes. So 2 wickets down, and now it's time for maybe a little bit of Sabazi Buyana time. So Zib Buyana comes in. He batted very well in the last one. He really was smashing it all over the place, wasn't he? 43 of 11 towards the end of that last match, helping his side to get to 151. Chasing, of course, 207.
So the left-hander. And clears in with pace there as well. And so this has been a wonderful over for Mohammad Atif. The 2 wickets, just the 2 runs. There's 1 to come. So after a couple of good overs as the Czech side, runs have started drying up. And so final ball here of his over. And that one's hit. Is it going to be clearing the field? It is, and it's going to be a 6. And so that's a nice way to end the over, but still a wonderful piece of bowling there from Atif. He goes for 8 in that over, but takes the 2 wickets with him. So very, very nice. 60 for 2 at the end of 5.
Yeah, good strike. Well, everybody, I am back and I'm still standing. I wasn't for a few overs, I have to admit, because that finish to the Women's Internationals, that last match, going to a golden ball, that took a lot out of me. That was quite incredible. And you know what also took a lot out of me is the scenes that we saw at the end. So moving, and I think the way that the 2 players were with each other at the end was exceptional. So what a lovely moment, what a lovely way to end that women's series here.
Yeah, it was wonderful. I mean, you see that this is a growing sport. You can see that these means a lot to these girls, and I think Bubba at the end there, she looked like she was close to being in tears, and fair enough too, because she was just so agonisingly close. But she was absolutely outstanding throughout this whole 2 days of play here. And so Hughes Penan's going to be given the ball for the 6th, and those women there, they were absolutely outstanding. And I love watching women's sports. I love seeing how nice and caring, nurturing they are.
Shot. This is an exceptional shot, a risky one to play. We know that Sebastian Hughes Penan has been superb. He's got this on the money. This is taken right off the foot of middle stump. So that's an outstanding shot from Martin Wandel. So he picks up his first boundary. One of many, he will hope. Okay, this is more up than distance. Fielders coming in. Can they get there? No, they can't. And,
no.
You're going to see a comedy moment here. Oh, well, have a look. You can cue the music to this if you could. Oh, yeah, this would be the Keystone Cops all over again, wouldn't it? Have a look at this. First of all, it bounces over Ishan. Ishan, get out, Mata, shota diya, Maggie kara. And then it gets. And then if this went to the boundary, well, it would have been comical. But then Ishan says, Rande mera ya mera. We don't have time to show you all of that, but that was quite, that was a comedy epic on the European Cricket Network. This one is going to be taken. That is hit hard. Buyana, we know when he hits it powerfully, smashes this hard, but Yasir Ali, the captain, makes no mistakes and takes the catch, and he's showing no pain. No pain, he says, don't show the pain. As we see him take the catch, so once again, Sebastian Hughes Penang takes a wicket.
Yeah, he's been a very good wicket taker throughout these 5 games. And so it was twice he's been on a hat-trick, so I'd be nervous if I was the new batter coming in, because he knows where to bowl the next ball. So Hossein's going to be coming in, and we have not seen him bat yet, and so he'll be joining Wandel at the crease.
Well, Sebastian, he's having a wonderful series here. First time we saw him was November last year, when yeah, he might have been a little bit nervous or so, but I mean, look at him picking up wickets here now. I think that's that might be the 11th that he's taken for Spain. I think in this series alone, that's probably his 8th. So he's doing really well, and he's bowling well, and he's causing problems for batters. So Buyan, no fireworks from him this time. And this one just gets played away. They'll take the single. Sebastian, good bit of bowling from him. And look, we know that Spain won the series 5-0 in the end. with that golden ball finish. Well, does he get enough of this? I don't think so. His catching practice out there for Hamza, and Hamza holds on to it. So unfortunately, Wandel, he's going to have to depart as well. So no, not too many fireworks from him.
Yeah, and I think he'll look back on that one and wish he didn't reach for that one. That was definitely going to be a wide, and he got sucked into it and ended up getting a wicket instead of a run. And so he was very good in the match before. Didn't really get going here. 10 for him off of his 5 deliveries. So 4 down now for 70 runs at the end of the 6. And so Davizzi is going to be coming into play. And he went out for a duck in the last match. So hopefully those demons don't follow him into this one.
Yeah, Davizzi's a good player though. I mean, you can't see him getting too many bad ones. So hopefully he'll come strong. Have a look at that. Na, 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 na. I think if Charlie Hunt is looking, Charlie is going to be spinning feathers, and 1 or 2 other of our commentators. But we reset it to 0 again. So we're going to be starting. So this will be, if there's no golden ball here, well, tomorrow we'll go back to the European Cricket Series with just 1 on the board. So well done to you. And what I was going to say to ask people in the chat, because I know there's so many of you there, and thank you for watching today. You've been absolutely brilliant on this International Sunday. Quick question. So on the women, so this goes to the women's. Who would be your MVP, most valuable player? Well, let's see what you think about that, because it was a difficult one, a difficult decision to make. I'm not going to give you no spoiler alerts from me. But who do you think the MVP is? Says this is a nice looking shot, and so Hussain goes boom, shakalagya.
Big 6 there. And so he's going to have to keep his team ticking along, because they lost a few of their heavy hitters. And so that one is going to be stuck into that vortex. Is it going to go all the way to the line? And it does. The boundary rope comes a-calling. And so it doesn't matter how it gets there. It gets there nonetheless. Yeah,
it's given us 4 byes. So there must have been, that's why it wasn't stopped by the keeper. Definitely took something. And then Babar, well, he sticks a foot out to it. He can't stop it. So valuable. If they don't come with the bat, it'll take them whichever way they come. And this is crunched. And it's a few people up there. We're doing what the Spanish were doing when I think when the Spanish women were playing, the Spanish men were going, whoa. Well, now it's the same happening as some of these spectators up there watching and making plenty of noise. It's been great here. That's one thing about this stadium and this complex in Mount Druitt. Plenty of players that have played are coming here to watch the cricket. Plenty of support for the Spanish, and plenty of local people as well coming down, and a lot of people that probably don't know the sport watching, as this is another one that's blasted out of here. 6 more. Off you go, Adnan. Off you go.
Yeah, it's a big 6. And so this has been a big over here from Baba Khan. And another 6 there as well as those leg byes. So 1 to come. 92 from 4.
Booney getting the treatment.
Yeah, 22 runs already from the over. And it's going to be another wide. So he's going to have to do that one again. So 23 runs from the over. 1 to come.
Yeah, well, Booney will still be saying, I should have had a wicket. I should have had Grover on 23 when Soler put it down. Now Soler does him a favour by getting gloves onto this. Otherwise, that could have been 5 wides. High, Ishan getting under it. Takes the catch, so Booney does get a wicket. There is a little bit of joy for Booney. And as Ishan says, yep, I'm back, everybody. I am back. Mohammad Ishan, remember, he's been in the wars here today. He's had 2 golden ducks. When he was last out in the field, he dropped some catches. But behind these stumps, he was good in the last match. And this time he says, I have no issues. There's probably a few in the crowd that were giving him a few jips. He turns around and says, there you go. I'm good today in this match anyway. This is what's coming tomorrow. We return back to the European Cricket Series. And I can tell you something. Catalonia Red against Catalonia Dragons. That is a huge match because Red, they're just above the Dragons. But if they lose both those matches, the Dragons will leapfrog them. And then later on, the likes of Sahel Hospitalet taking on Paco Care Badalona. if they cause a bit of an upset, they could also leapfrog the Dragon. So plenty to play for. That's a battle really at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, bottom end battle. Let's call it that. And it's the last day that you'll be here before you head off to home. Have a little break before going off to the ECL.
That's right. I'm not going to leave you. Who you got up first? Corey? You're going to be with Corey?
I've only got one day with Corey, then I leave.
So you leave. Then it's going to be the Corey and Vinny show, I suppose, to the end of the series.
Yes.
And then, of course, I will join both Corey and Vinny, of course, at the Cardamom Oval, getting set for, well, a week tomorrow, start of the European Cricket League. And I know a lot of work is being done behind the scenes there at the Cardamom Oval, and it's looking pretty spectacular. I've seen some pictures of it, so get ready for that to start. Of course, it's one of our 3 stellar events of the year there in Andalusia.
Struck down the ground, but it's going to be collected there by Longon Yasser Ali.
Kroom is still saying he's still recovering from the last match. So anyway, out there,
But Kroom, who do you think will be the MVP?
Yeah, that's what we asked. Who do you think should be the MVP for the women there? There's a number of names, of course. I suppose Naomi's name will be in the hat. You could go with somebody like, oh, this should be another one. Ishan, 3 out of 3. Ishan now, he's celebrating good time. There's a hat-trick of catches. You see, you can always have a blip, but you always come back strong. Speaking of hat-trick of catches, well, that's another wicket to Sebastian Hughes-Binan. Now he has taken a 3-for. So 3 wickets to Binan, and he's still got the 2 deliveries. So this over's gone 1-0-1 wicket. Hasn't he had an excellent series? And, you know, we're talking about MVPs for the new women. Well, another one is who would be the MVP for the men? This guy's name definitely has to be in the hat.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been very consistent as well throughout all the matches. And I'm just thankful I don't have to make the decision of that, because I think that's a tough one to make. And he's got a habit of getting himself on hat-trick balls, so I wouldn't want to be this batter coming in. Nagari.
Very good point. Nagari, who sort of, well, we started seeing him as an opener. Not anymore. He gives himself a little bit of room, but he gets into position too late. And by the time he plays the shot, it's past him. 3 for 12 with the ball to go. And he plays this out. You know what? I'm gonna give you my view. I think he is my MVP in this series between the men. I think every time he's bowled, he's been fantastic. He's taken wickets. He's caused problems.
He's taken catches.
Where's the batters? The skyline here at the moment. And and also, I mean, batters have performed. But you know what? Unlike the European Cricket Series, these international series have been nothing like that. I mean, if you think about batters that have scored half centuries, I know Babar scored 1. Christian Mills has scored 1. And what about today? Did anyone get one today? Yeah, Hamza Salim got 58 today. But no huge scores, you know, and you could say the same about the Czechia side. So no batter for me has really stood out as being consistently good in form. I think it has to be a bowler. And for me, well, I think the bowling of the young man has been absolutely superb. So Sebastian Hughes, he's my player of the tournament. Well, this one is going to, I think, catch a bit of pad and go race all the way down to the boundary. Oh, is there bat on this thing? Has he been giving us runs? They've probably given us runs.
No, leg buys there.
Leg buys?
Yep.
So let's see what these two can do. They need to get a move on. The 100 now on the board. They've got 11 balls to try and get to make this into a competitive score. It's another one down the leg side. So Adil Raja, who was a late in this squad, I think he comes in for Sunith Reddy, who I think had a bit of an Achilles issue. But, well, that's like a goalkeeper making a save. But he's a very, very disappointed with himself. Alex Holt there believes he should have done better.
He's making him work for it, Adil.
No power in the shot, so nothing there. Slower delivery from Adil. I want to have a look at Adil running in here, Raja Adil, because I know when we saw him last year in November, December, he was really struggling getting used to running from the artificial outfield onto the artificial wicket, and he was stuttering. Let's see. He seems to have got it sorted. This gets scuffed in the air. They're taking on the fielder. Good throw could have him in trouble, but misses the stumps. So they will scurry through to get a single. And Kroom saying Baba or Naomi. And it will be between those two. Okay, that's what Kroom thinks. Anybody else? Yeah, Baba did come back into form well in that last match, didn't she?
I feel if Spain played Naomi how you would play her if it was more than just a series, and maybe it would be Naomi. But I think in the last couple of matches, they kind of just put her in the ice bath and let her chill out for a bit. Yeah,
Elspeth, the captain, also got some good knocks in, didn't she? The last 2 times she's batted in the 33s. What about Payal?
Yeah, she was very
her
good.
bowling. So she's run up there as one of the top bowlers as well. Gets played out, taking him on again. In comes a throw.
Oh,
once
missed
again,
the stumps.
Yeah, I
think he was home anyway.
Yeah, I think that's why he doesn't knock him over there, Soler. But tiki-taka now it's been, isn't it? I mean, when we didn't see any boundary off the over from Soler, from Sebastian. So boundaries have dried up. I'll tell you what's dried up as well, the heat. Where's the sun gone? It's got a bit nippy all of a sudden.
Well, it's because it's later, 5:30 coming up to.
And gone.
Oh.
Run out. Yeah. And it is Mr. Popular. It's Baba Khan Booney. He doesn't try and throw it too hard, just knows he's got to hit the stumps. He says...
it's his second direct hit of the day as well.
Do it again, Baba. We didn't see it. Give us the love. Show us the love, Baba, giving us...
It's a second direct hit of the day for him. So he knows where the stumps are. And he just very flippantly throws that as well, nonchalantly.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. He doesn't like trying to smash the knot. Look at that. It's a little backward flick. So... How about that, everybody?
That should have been in as well if he ran with his bat down. I don't think he expected him to get that out of his hand. So very, very good.
Let's see it again. I want to see it again. I didn't notice it straight away. It's a backward flick. Look at this. You can't. This is the most casual run out you'll ever see. He says,
I think he didn't really. I don't think anyone thought it was going to hit. Look, the bowler's not there. The batter's not there. He does a backward flick and then suddenly, well, you've got a wicket from it.
Well, this ain't a wicket, that's 4 runs, so it's a little bit wide and, well, fast maybe, but Ush Sharma says, I'll have that. So the last ball of the over from Raja Adil. He sprayed it around a little, didn't really get punished, but Sharma says, I'll punish you for this one. So finally, we do see a boundary, 109 for 7 of 9.
Well, we often see some beautiful sunsets here, but the dark clouds are in the way as we're coming into that time of night. 5:23 on the dial here, local time. We are nice and high here at the Montjuic Olympic Centre. Sharma's going to be taking his first ball of this innings here. Atif is coming back into the strike now. He had a wonderful over, a couple of overs ago, 2 wickets, the 8 runs.
Beautiful view that, isn't it? You don't get tired of the view from up here. It's quite sensational. And I suppose coming in early the last 2 days, we see the sunrise as well. That's quite spectacular on a clear day.
I'd rather be in bed than sunrise, to be honest.
Could be gone. Should be. Oh, well. And they're appealing here now. And what do you reckon on this? I mean, it hits the... Well, I think Atif may appeal, but now he's saying, oh, I'm sorry. He goes to get a kidda jaria. Aja. Bapa's ja. He throws it. It's right at him. I don't think you can say he changes direction. He doesn't deliberately stop the ball going towards the stumps. Now, what happens here? He says there's something. Well, I thought it was his arm that's busted. He ends up being his bat. How does the bat get busted? And let's see this again. What happens here? How does the bat get broke? He's saying, well, he needs a new arm and a new bat. And then a bat, we do it again, mini bomb, we do it again. And let's see if we have got this again. Well, the bat does go out. So let's see this here. So he goes to play this shot, and maybe the
shot did it.
then he's running into trouble. In comes from a Tiff, and it right on the elbow. So he's broke his elbow and his bat at the same time. Anyway, I think he's okay. That's Ayush Sharma. And, so a Tiff. And he's already hurt him once. Now he's going to try and do the double whammy and try and get him out. So Sharma, I credited him for a boundary earlier, but it wasn't him, was it? It was Magar who hit the ball to the boundary, the last ball of Raja.
5 to come in this innings. Not one with a new bat. It's just going to go for a long single. They look for 2, but not going to go risk it. And so just the single there.
The crew was saying that the Stoke style run out. What a throw, says Christopher Ward. And some people saying, I can hear the music. Yeah, there's been music all day here.
Bambi on ice. Magari.
Tell you, that's what I look like if I'm on ice. I am hoping. Do you ice skate or anything like that?
I live in Australia. What do you think?
You have ice rinks. I live in Spain and I've been in an ice rink.
You're from the UK? No, I haven't been. I can ice skate, but I've not been on ice skating for a very long time. That doesn't interest me. It's boring. Very boring. I'm not good enough to do anything fun on it.
You know what? I don't know about ice skating. You know what I'd like to do, and I can't do that either, is a rollerblade. I'd love
There's
to be able to
a lot of
rollerblade.
rollerbladers where we're staying. Have you noticed that? Down by the beach. That one is whacked out of here. So that's a nice 6. And so Sharma comes in and joins and gives his team a little bit of a boost here, gets them to 117. So down near Castle de Fells where we're staying.
Yeah.
A lot of rollerbladers along the coast.
Yeah, isn't it a lovely sort of walkway there? Because it's really wide. It's like...
I walk every night. Yeah. Walk about 7-8 Ks every night.
You know, I walk there. You know what annoys me about over there? So the rollerbladers, no issues. They're scooters. You know what about the scooters? The lights they have on them.
They're bright. Yeah, it's nice and scenic and beautiful.
Oh,
that one's
on the
got him in
lid.
the lid.
On the lid, and well, I tell you what is this all about? First he nearly breaks his arm, and then he's going and saying, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Gives him a rub and everything, and then he tries to knock his block off. Watch this. This is why you wear lids.
Yeah, and that one.
Oh, that could have been really nasty. Well, it would have been nasty if it went for the lid. I suppose that if you're saying, if you want to play the Hollywood shot to me, well, let me just remind you, I'm pretty quick, you know. Sharma, well, he's been all shook up. Well, he's been hit on the arm. Now he's hit on the helmet. And Atif will think all that's left to do is to knock the timber over. Well, he doesn't, but he gets a dot ball in, and that will be the end of the innings. So 117 it will be. And I get the feeling, and I know exactly what you're going to say, because we've spent a lot of time together. You're going to say Spain are going to be looking to get these in 7 overs.
I think so. And, well, it's the first time, though, that Spain have won the toss and elected to bowl first. They've been putting on their own total on, so I think this one should be over in well less than 7. But in saying that, well, the Czechia team, both of them have been surprising us today. And so who knows what's going to be coming out. So this Czech lineup, they started strongly. They had Ratul in there, who came in 23 off of 13, and he was joined there by Sahil Grover, who moved himself up the order. And so they were both hitting them a little bit, but then the overs were too sparingly in between, too sparse. They had a good over and then had a bad over, a good over and a bad over. And so after that, they weren't able to really get too much momentum, and was relying on some of the poor bowling from the Spanish side. There are a few extras going on in this day today, 18 extras for a Spanish side, who I'm assuming will think that that's maybe too many for them, given that would then get their total to only 99 if they didn't have them. And missed catches as well in the field, but not by Isan. Isan was catching everything that came near him. So it was a good effort, though, from the Spanish side, limiting them just to 118.
Yeah, they came back well, didn't they? The halfway point was 60, so they were sort of on for 120. I suppose in the end they just fall 3 short of that. But yeah, there was a few errors, it has to be said. But fair play to the bowlers. I'm liking the nod of approval there from Awais Ahmed. Said, yeah, ball, but yeah. In the tidy, this one was a comical moment. And Hamza, he does some dandy footwork in the end to stop that. And Ishan says, oh, leave it alone, it's mine. I'm not letting that ball get the better of me. And it didn't get the better of him. That was a nice catch then from Yasser Ali, the captain. But to Ishan, he was back as well, taking the catches and taking the applause off the spectators.
Yeah, he was very good after this afternoon. Probably not up to the standards that we'd expect from him, or he'd expect from himself either as well. But you can just see, if you saw the celebration in that one, he wanted to turn to silence the crowd because he kept making all the catches that he needed to be making in the field. And so that's what good players do. They can pick themselves up after a performance that they're not happy with. And this was an absolutely outstanding run out from Baba Khan, and one that I don't even think his teammates or he was expecting. That was just a little flick to the end, and that one, well, he was in a bit of the wars there, wasn't he?
Poor Sharma.
Sharma, he broke his bat, broke his arm, and then gets his lid broken as well very quickly after that one. So a tiff coming solid in that final over, just 8 runs from the final over, so limiting the Czech side to 117. And well, as opposed to the match prior to this one where you're having a bunch of players sitting in the 30s, you have a couple in the 20s, and Hussein giving it a go as well, 19 off of his 7, but just not as many contributors, and they're not contributing as hard in this match as well. But after 5 matches, you can't expect them to be able to keep that and sustain that, and playing out of their skin against this side that is on paper a much better side. So a big performance is going to be required from the Czech side to be keeping this Spanish side to limit them underneath this 117. So Raja Adil coming in 2 overs, just 13 off of those. And Baba Khan, he was expensive though. He was the most expensive, except for Hamza, who 2 for 33. So this Czech side, a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, and let's see if they can try and slow down this, well, you've got to say, well-oiled Spanish batting side. And they'll be looking to knock these runs off pretty quickly. And just to remind you, we normally have a quick changeover time in this last match. Get your random questions in, but before we go back to the action, we will show you a little bit of the presentation ceremony for the Women's European Cricket Internationals. So do come back and join us and watch some of that. And for those of you that have been wondering who the MVP was, well, if you watch, you'll find out. So myself and Georgie will be back in just under 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back, and we're in between the match innings between the men here and Spanish and Czech. But earlier than today, we had the series finish between the women in the Spanish and Czechia sides playing each other. Now, Spain did come out as the 5-game victors in this one, a clean sweep, but it was a brilliant finish to this match and series with a golden ball being done in that final match. An outstanding game there, and so Rico caught up with the captains and the teams in those two matches to give them their presentation. So let's go to Rico.
Hello viewers, welcome. We're going to do a quick presentation for the women here in this European Cricket Internationals here in Barcelona. What a wonderful series. It's been 5 matches and we were treated to an absolute epic with the golden ball. Give yourself a round of applause. Brilliant performance. Very well played to Team Czechia. Your performances throughout those matches got better and better, and we saw a huge improvement, particularly in that last match. Well played. But the winners with 5 wins out of 5, and unlike Elspeth, the captain coming forward to take the trophy, is Team España. Vamos! There you go. Very well played. Well done. Great performance from the Equipo Rojo. Well done. Felicidades, muy bueno. But also a great performance we saw from the Czechia side as well. There were a lot of individual performances as well. So giving this beauty away was very difficult. Who was going to be the most valuable player, the MVP? I know that Naomi, you were superb. Naomi, you were superb. We saw some excellent bowling figures. Where's Payal? Payal, where are you hiding? There you are. Incredible. I mean, a double wicket maiden and a wicket maiden. We saw some great performances in the field from Team Czechia. But the MVP, the player of the match, especially with 3 really good knocks, is going to be Fawa Baba. Come forward. Superb. Great performance from you, great performance from everybody. Thank you very much for really giving us 5 excellent matches and also treating us to a golden ball. Well done, everyone.
Thanks, Rico, for that. And, well, we saw how happy and thrilled those girls were. Both of the teams there as well. Huge opportunity for Czech, and the improvement that they had from game 1 to that final game there was absolutely outstanding and wonderful to see. So well done to both of those teams there, and the Spanish side going home as 5-0 victors in this. But for now, we've got to come back to the match going on ahead of us, and here is what we're looking at. 7 overs or less is what the Spanish side will be aiming to get this over and done with. And I tell you, we've been saying this for a while. I think the last couple of games, I don't think that they've really given the Czech team their entire respect, because I think that they've been hit and miss within those innings.
Yeah, that's fair to say. And, well, we have seen the Spanish women win all 5. They did the whitewash. Oh, the men are going to do the same. You'd expect they would. Tiagi, he's been good here today. And he's going to get hit over the top, though. Over the top of the man at extra cover. So 6 to start. And it's a big hit from the little Mohamed Babar. Well, some would call him little. And hits it hard, hits it big. So Babar up and running. He has scored a half century already. This one is too wide. Almost loses his balance. He doesn't need to be chasing those though, does he?
No, absolutely not. Not when the target's only 118. You've already just hit a big 6. Let them go for a wide. You've also got Martinez down the other end. We know that he can hit them around a little bit as well.
They had issues with the running the last time, these two. Babar ran out Martinez when he was batting beautifully well.
Yep. Around the wicket. And just going to be knocked for a dot ball there. So keep the strike.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I was just about to say that the fielder that gets clonked, and that was Piyush Singh Bagal, is probably going to hurt his hand. He then watch the throw here.
Oh. He's lucky that went through. the confidence to know that that's going to be going underneath.
Perfect dummy. And then, well, he hurts you again. First he hurts the wicket keeper, and then he hurts the whole team by smashing a 6 big down the ground.
So the lights have just come on, so you can see that it started to get dark here in the Barcelona Baseball Centre.
Oh, well, we've seen some funny moments, haven't we, already in this one. Okay, nothing funny, says Tahagi for me. And that's going to be 4 more. Just a little sweep paddle shot to get it past the fielders on the leg side. So 4 more. There you go, gets down and plays that sweep. Good shot. And it looks like Tahagi is wanting some more protection on the leg side. He doesn't get his wish though. Oh, brutal.
Crunch.
On top of the nets.
Yeah.
Well, it's some of the, I think that might be some of the Spanish ladies that are still here. They're probably having a little bit of a net. Just watch this. Somebody was there with the Cricket Hispania shirt on. So Nawaz is there. He goes there with the broom.
That target of 118 looks pretty close when you're hitting them like this. And you're 23 for none off 1.
End of the over, yeah, exactly. And that's what Babar can do while he's out there. And what we did see the last time is that, well, Martinez was more than keeping up with him before he got run out. And for 30 of just 7 deliveries. There you go, everybody. We did it again. Look what we did. And, well, we didn't do it, I suppose. It was more that the Spanish and the Czechia women provided us with a sensational match. It's a second golden ball that the Spanish women have been involved in. And it's the second one that they've won, including, of course, that victory against Austria in the European Cricket Championship. So, well done to them, and well done to Czechia for providing us with such an entertaining match.
Well fielded. Really well picked up there. Like it was going to be a boundary if it went through.
And this time, look at the calling here. Not just the calling, but a big stop sign being put up there by Martinez saying, no, we're not going.
He's been run out before, he's been burnt. Not today, not again.
And it doesn't quite get the middle of the bat. It is going to go to the boundary, but it just sounded just a little bit hollow, didn't it?
Yeah, it didn't sound wonderful, but gives him a nice 4 anyway. Okay. Just opening his face as he's coming through.
We are now making a change. He's bringing the long on up. So Sharma comes up and he's pushing the captain back in that wide long off position. A little bit too wide, so wide gets called. And hey, there is a big international day today. I'll mention it.
What is it?
World Whale Day.
Ah, I get my own day.
Now. See, you can get away with that. If I said that, the world would be on top of me saying, you can't say it. Yeah, World Whale Day. This day seeks to appreciate these aquatic creatures that are an important part of our ecosystem.
I like whales, except for the killer whales. I don't like them. They're scary.
Is it because they go after the dolphins?
Yeah, and they like play with the seal cubs and no thank you. Little pups.
Yeah, so, you know that...
They're mean.
The killer whales, I mean. Nice looking shot and well fielded.
Have you seen a whale in the wild?
There's one thing I'd love to do is go on a cruise which is in the Antarctica where you can see that. You know, or go to somewhere like Iceland where I know that you can arrange
of the orca
whales. To go out there. Yeah.
Oh, they're too scary. Don't see them.
But have you?
Well, we get beautiful ones coming over in WA. We get them migrating from north to south or south to north. And they're beautiful when they do that. So you go whale watching and see them from the coast. You see them breaching along the water. It's beautiful. They're big and wonderful. And they deserve a day because they deserve to be looked after.
Yeah, well, it is their day today, so it's all about appreciating the whales today, and also be aware of the problems that are caused. A lot of them, of course, are man-made and making their marine life very difficult. All right, this is up in the air. Here's an opportunity if you can get there. No, he can't. And he palms it away. The batters could have taken two. Martinez says, no, let's just stay here.
Yeah, I've seen enough, and I actually don't want to see him anymore because
Magari.
it's the end of the over. 31 for none at the end of 2.
Martinez gets alive there. Gets dropped on 5.
And just the 6 from that over as well. Or 7 from that over.
Magari, I can just hear, you could probably hear that in coming through the microphones. Vamos España, that's the Spanish women that's still here. Some of them were in the nets a bit earlier, but they thought it's too dangerous to be there now. Let's get out of here. But yeah, what a wonderful weekend it's been of international action, and just take the opportunity to say a big thank you to everybody involved, of course, Cricket España and the Federation also of Czechia for organising the teams to get out here. Big thanks to, of course, the ground staff here. The umpires have been fantastic. The catering's been good. And it really has been fantastic. And, of course, big shout out to the ECN crew as well. It's 5 matches in the day. That's a lot. And especially when you're fighting against the light as well. So earlier starts. So top work from everyone. And, of course, a huge shout out to all the players and the coaches and the management.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't do it without anyone. Takes everyone to make the world go round. So well done to everyone.
So a nice shot just whipped away by Martinez, and looking to cash in on the life that he was given. All right, this is miscued again. Now somebody's got to get a call on this, and that's well left. There's a good call there by Sabawoon, the captain, and he does have the likes of Buyan, who was backpedaling, and I think he got the call in, says, stop right there, I'm coming. And well, this guy, we've talked about some highlights. Hasn't he provided us with a highlight today with a superb catch that he took earlier in the day with the ball that was destined for the boundary? And this one then, in comparison, is a pretty straightforward one.
Yeah, make sure of it though, and well, it doesn't have to be special as long as it's caught. Doesn't really matter. And so he gets their first wicket. So nice little breakthrough here. 35 for 1. Alec Davidson-Soler is going to be coming in, the wicket keeper, and so he didn't get to bat in the last match.
I think it's probably the first time we've seen him with the bat, I think. So he's, I don't think he's scored any runs yet. So looking to score his first international runs. Maybe he knows that. He chases this wide one. Leave those alone. Don't need to chase them, especially when you don't need to go too many and over. They're only looking to be going at just, well, they're under 11 and over, so you don't have to chase the wide ones.
No, not at all. And you've got a big hitter down the other end, so just do your job.
He's trying to get it in the gap, and I knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen. They got too close to each other, so nobody could get a dive or a slide in here. So you saw Davitsi getting too close to the fielder coming in, and then Ratul in the end. He can't get the slide in, and the ball goes right through the middle of him.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Split the difference between the two. So 4 off the mark there for Davidson.
Good delivery, good comeback. I suppose that's worked out well. Magari dropped Martinez, and the captain said, well, you dropped him, you might as well try and get him out. He said, all right, Skip, I'll do just that. He did get him out. And now he gets a good ball there to Soler after being hit for a boundary.
Yep, so I think the key to getting this overdone quickly is to be keeping your big hitters on the strike. Since Baba's got himself off strike, they've not been managed to get many runs at all.
I'm just getting me thinking, Cap, on was it Soler that came out and was trying to do the the fancy shots in the
yeah,
last
I think
match.
it was.
So,
Yeah.
so it's not his first match. So
And his first shot, his first proper shot was a
he went-
beautiful one down the
that's
ground.
right, yeah.
But then he tried to do another ramp on the last. So he wants to be a fancy little player, and that's okay. I find a lot of young players in all sports want to do the fancy stuff. The other stuff's a bit boring.
Yeah, so he started with trying to do the ramp, didn't get it right, hit a 6. So 6 was his first scoring shot for Equipo Rojo, and then he went for another ramp, I think got that wrong, and I think in the end he only just managed to stop himself being run out. So end of the over, they've come back well here, they've slowed things down a little bit, however Czechia, but Spain still going along quite nicely, 40 off the power play.
So Czechia at the same point, the one run ahead, but they never really got going, never had any of those big overs.
Look at those, all the little ones there, going to see Bambi. Look at them, off they go. They're all so excited. Bambi on ice. All right, captain will come and have a bowl here now. The Vitzi. Nice looking shot, straight to the fielder though. So the Vitzi bats left-handed, but bowling right-handed. And I know there's quite a few people who normally have to sign off a little bit earlier before we go to the end of day highlights and say our goodbyes. So thank you if you are going to be skipping away early. Thanks for all your support today and over this international weekend. We've been glad to have you on board. And as we always say, stay tuned and tell your friends, tell your family, and always hit the like button as well. Those of you that are staying to the end, well, we look forward to seeing you once more, final time on the camera. We'll say our goodbyes and well, look out for the highlights of the day because we've seen some fantastic magical moments. Davitsi once again to Babar, who's once again finds the fielder. So bowling to his field at the moment, Davitsi, the captain.
Yeah, which is good. They've managed to really slow this down and keep them to exactly where they were at this moment. So Spain will want to get a wriggle on.
Nicely played, beautiful shot. And that's a shot of a player that has played a lot of one-day cricket. And we know that Alex, he has, and this is just, yeah, just gets a little bit of width. Says thank you very much. He knows where there are and where there aren't fielders. There's nobody there on the third man boundary. Lovely shot, well executed.
Yeah, and that's better cricket. Play the ball that's ahead of you. And that's what he did there.
He's going to be ramping, you know. He is going to be ramping.
Oh, it's like
just feel
Manir with his reverse sweep. Some players know what they like and like what they like, and they're going to do what they like.
You don't have to ramp that. You just got to stand tall and smash it. It's too short. All right, get out of there. Get out of there.
Keep the helmet on.
Yeah, don't take that off. There's 6 runs, too short. It holds up. And look at the time that he has to play that shot. So that's well struck. And, what a find he is as well. I loved his work behind the stumps. Of course, the brother of Andrea, who plays for the women, wants to take the single, but he forgets he's there with Baba.
Yeah, who says, I have not seen the ball enough.
Yeah.
I've seen 10 balls. You've just come on the scene and you've done 9, so no thank you. And Baba wants to have a little bit of a play. 53 for 1 at the end of the 4th. And so they're right on par here. Right where the Czech team was sitting.
Yeah, just have a look at that. The 2 lines do meet. They're staying more or less, I mean, just like they were in the last, just a run ahead this time. So I don't think I could handle another golden ball, that's for sure.
No, we're done with them.
So what's the number? 118 is the target, of course. Now, of course, maybe they would have liked to have got this in the 7, and that's really going to take some doing, especially with the number of dot balls and singles. So once again, is this another, will this be seen as perhaps another missed opportunity? Or another sort of black mark, if you like, against the Equipo Rojo here?
Well, I just feel as though when you are a team that gets over 200 the match before, you know that they can hit big, and they can hit big for consistent over after over after over. So to then only do it for the first over, and or maybe he's about to unleash here, Bubba, but
Yeah.
I think that you'd be disappointed there's not the consistency within your team. In saying that, don't want to take anything away from this Czech side, who is making it difficult for
Oh,
the
that's
Spanish
wild.
team.
What a wild throw that is from DeViti. I thought he was aiming for the umpire. Look at the wicketkeeper saying, look at them all. They're all at him now. So who are you aiming at there? Who are you looking at? Well, I thought the wicketkeeper was going to be wiped out here for a moment. Look, I think you're absolutely right. I think Czechia, their challenge here becomes to try and stop Spain getting these runs
In
in 7. Spain, they should be challenging themselves to try and get them in 7, because I think, you know, without being disrespectful to Team Czechia here, I think Spain know that they're always the favourites in all of these matches. They are the stronger side. They play this format well. They've got obviously home advantage as well. So winning the matches, I think they know they should be doing. But I think they should be challenging themselves to win it well. When you've got an opportunity to win it within 7 overs and take all the points away, you've got to be challenging yourself to do that. So I do feel that if they don't achieve that, they will feel that, you know, they haven't achieved everything they should have here. That is an amazing hit. It's a crazy shot from Babar. He just literally steps away. He hits this beautifully well outside the off. And, you know, when you see him hitting shots like this, there's sometimes nobody better to watch. He just is a different talent when he's going well like this. And he could still get them to that score pretty quickly. Now he tries to time this and place it in the gap, but it goes a little bit too square, so I'll just get a single. And he won't mind that, because he's going to take the strike here. When you mentioned that he wasn't very happy that Alex was taking a lot of strike away from him, and now he's saying, right, it's my turn. And we can leave you with this one more time. Get your diary out and scribble it down. There's upcoming events for you. We will be starting the European Cricket League next Monday. Remember, tomorrow we commence with the European Cricket Series here. The final of that will be on Saturday. And then we've got 4 weeks at the Carnama Oval before we then make arrangements, thanks to Bizaway Travel, our travel partner, to go to the likes of Portugal and France straight after that. Well, that's an easy hit, really. It's not a good delivery. He can't be bowling there to Babar, so Bhuyan comes on, and he's going to go for 4 of the very first delivery bowls of his second over.
Yeah, so Baba Khan wants to get this done and dusted. And so he's starting to fire away. But I think that 46 runs from it. There's another 6, so just the 40 now. So he's now starting to motor on, and he now gets himself up to 49. So kissing the half century right there, 1 run away.
Yeah, it'll be his second half century as well. Remember, he blasted, I think, 62 the first time we saw him. And he'll bring it up with another sizzler. Just plants that foot forward and whips this away. So 50 to Babar. Exceptional batting from him. And, well, they need to find a way to keep him quiet. Otherwise, they will get to this 118 pretty quickly. So, Bhuyan has, well, he's given some of this treatment to the Spanish boys in the previous match. Now it's his turn to receive it. 4, 6 and 4 off the over. And this one should just be a single. So Soler will go back on strike.
Yeah, he'll give it to him for 2. He won't run on the last one, though, I wouldn't have thought. So Soler gets the opportunity again to have a look at the ball.
Chase is on for the fielder. Gets there, and he's making Babar run too, and it's thrown to the wrong end. Now, you've got to be alert to this. You know, if they're taking 2, the man who's going to struggle is going to be Babar. And just watch here. It's almost like Alec makes him run the second. He said, I don't care, come on, you're running, you're coming back. And it gets thrown to the wrong end.
Yeah, he was halfway down, and Bubba begrudgingly gets to his end.
It's going to be misfield.
And Bubba's through because it means he's going to get on strike. And they're going to get the 4 runs as well. So 89 for 1 at the end of the 6th. So can they do it? I doubt that. 33 runs if they want to do it in this over. 29 runs, I should say. So it'll take a big, big over. In saying that that one went for 21, so around about it.
Okay.
It's a target, isn't it?
I'm going to say yeah. I think Bubba's going to go for this big time. So let's see. 29. Are we going to see a supersonic finish here? Who's going to be bowling it? They're going with
Davitsi, I think. No.
Hussain Davitsi, the captain, seems
Hussain,
to be.
yep.
Yeah, Hussain is going to bowl it. So all right. Okay, Bubba knows what he wants to do. God, what a shot. Just so clever and so powerful. Just whips this off his pads. Quattro carreras. The fielder goes down to try and stop it. Kafi कोशिश की थी fielder ने. Chokka लग गया. 4 more. All right, that's 4 of them.
25 to go. He needs at least 1 6 if he wants to do in this over.
Now this is clipped out into, I can't believe the huge gap that there is out there on the leg side. Well, Stefan Gooch beats who's that to the ball. But where is the fielder on that side? So they've got this Southern Cross field. That's a tiff. So Stefan Gooch wants his own highlight. Everybody wants their own little moment out here, don't they?
He wants the ball back. He wants to get home for dinner.
Well, there's the field change now. So they get a mid-wicket out there. Oh, one-handed. He goes for a one-handed shot. Now he's running hard. He wants to get back on strike. Oh, they're going to get what's the fielder done? Have you seen anything like this? Well, Mohammed Baba goes for a one-handed shot. He's going to get 2. This is deliberate. I'm telling you this now. This is deliberate. He goes for a one-handed shot. Well, this has got to be the HCL software moment of the day. This is genuine. It's got to be a legitimate one-handed attempt. We ain't going to get a chance to show it. And there it is. And he goes again and he gets it. Oh, would you believe it? Babar is in the house. He tried it once and got it wrong. The bat went flying out of his house and out of his hands. And this time he does it. Oh, that is incredible. Mohammed Baba has just smashed a one-handed 6. Oh, one-handed 6. Oh, you're out of here. Crazy stuff. He wants to do it again. He's just saying, oh, I can't believe this. Oh, I can't believe it. He has done it again.
What is going on?
Oh, this is sensational. Baba is playing with them like he's playing with the kids. This is international cricket. Mohammed Baba, watch this. One-handed. He's done it 3 times. He's got 2 6 6.
Oh, is he going to do it again?
No way.
Oh, he's doing it again.
He's doing it again. This time it's going to be just a single.
What is wrong with this? Is there something wrong with his hand?
No, there's nothing wrong with his hand. And, well, they don't get the 29. They get the 23.
112 after 1, in 1 after 7. And I don't know what I just saw. That was absolutely ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous. Was that 5?
You know when...
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 one-handed hits.
You know when... we won't talk about this. You know when you've seen and been playing cricket for somebody like me for, what do we say, let's just say I guess 40-something years. I have never seen that in the 40-plus years of cricket. Never, ever. I've seen batters trying to hit the ball with 2 hands and the one hand's come off and it's gone. I've never seen a batter do it deliberately. And what's the purchase?
The purchase he got on 2 of those, huge 6s.
Oh.
People dream of hitting that. And he also now has the strike, has the ability to win this match with 1 6. Is he going to do it again? No, surely not.
He's already proved it was no fluke.
Oh,
Now
no.
what's he wants to play some other games
What's he
here.
do?
And he will smash this out for another 6. Babar is just showing us that he's at another level.
And
he
that's
really
it.
is.
And that's the win.
That's the win done in style. So
Oh,
he
my
does it with
goodness.
6. So they're gonna
What just happened?
they're not gonna get all the points. I suppose that's something. Czechia will get a point from this. But Babar, some people will say maybe they don't like it. Some people will say it's showboating. Some people will say that is not sportsmanship. But I mean, that is just sensational. And I know that that Danny in the production room was saying he's going to try and put those 3 together if he can. Maybe we'll see it in the highlights. I tell you, folks, the highlights are worth watching. And can I just tell you this? Mohamed Barber had me on my knees. There's no lie. When he tried it first time, I said he's deliberately played that shot. A few people would have said, nah, don't be silly, Rico. He's gone two-handed. He's come out of his hand. And then he did it the next 2 balls. One-handed 60s. Look, they're examining the back there, examining everything. But just look at him. Look at the size of the guy. Look at all the players around him. He is a giant. One-handed 60s. I have never, I repeat, never seen that in my life. And I tell you something, that, well, clip it, show it, share it. That will go viral. I'm telling you that now. What we've seen here from Babar in 3 deliveries, well, cue those 3 up, stick it on there, it will go viral. The world will be watching, and Mohamed Babar will be a household name. That is quite incredible. Spain win the match, and it's just exceptional stuff.
What? I can't believe what we've just seen. We've just seen a golden ball in the women, a thrilling final ball, and then we've seen a man win it with one hand coming through. And you said it, you did call it. You go, that was deliberate.
Yeah.
While we're trying to look back and see that shot again, he comes in, he does it again, and then again, and then again. And that was absolutely ridiculous. As we're going to have a look at some of these highlights, the Spanish team get this win in 7 overs and 1 ball against Czechia. And my goodness, I don't know what we've just witnessed.
We have seen something.
Well, I just thought we were doing a little bit of discus like we saw earlier today. And, well, this Czechia side, they probably didn't put enough runs on the board as we would like to do. And the Spanish side, they got a little bit, you like sun, you like sunsets, and you like sexy cricket. And that's what we saw today.
That was just amazing. You know, there are people coming into our commentary queue because they know that those highlights are going to come up. They want to see it again. This was just amazing. Adnan is here with me, and Adnan can't believe what we just saw here. And you're right, you know, it was sexy cricket, but it was sexy beyond belief. It was just incredible. I mean, these were some of the normal shots that Babar plays. And I said at the time that when you watch him in this sort of mood, there is no better player to watch because he's out. I mean, here we go. I mean, this was one that he got. I mean, look at the reaction from Soler. Look at Soler, cannot believe it. And Babar says, if you think it was a fluke, I'll do it again.
He's gone, I can't do that with 2 bats.
Look
at
hands. This.
He does it again.
Oh, incredible. Oh, and by this time, I'm on my knees. Because the first one, we haven't got the first one when he tried to do it, and he doesn't get it right. The bat comes out of the hand. But, that was the first time.
And the
way he ran.
I've got to get myself back on strike because now I want to prove that I can do this well. He gets himself back, runs without his bat, and then he comes and hits some absolute beauties, one-handed, no problem. And what a finish. What a match. And then Spain, they've come out of here as 5-0 victors. We assumed that was going to be the case. Again, hoping that they could have done it in under 7 overs, but Baba at the top there, 83. And when he got going, And so an absolutely outstanding knock from him. And, well, he gave us something. We've had it all, okay? We've had it all together, you and I.
Yeah.
And we never predicted that is what we'd have. Would we see 2 one-hand sixes? So as we look at the scorecard here, and, you know, they're not overly concerned about that anymore because it's the one-handed sixes was stealing the show here. And, well, That was exciting. Exciting couple of matches to finish some exciting couple of days of cricket here in these international matches. And so Spanish team have come through as victors, 5-0 victors in both of these matches, both of these series, men and women. And so the dominance there between them and Czech. But the Czech team, both they improved over the course of the days.
It's not
You're
often,
still speechless.
It's not. Yeah, it's not often that I'm lost for words. I mean, what we've just witnessed here, it's crazy. But you know the thing about this is now, is that every time he goes out there to bat,
You know it could happen.
people are wanting to see. You know when you know a batter can play the scoop or play the reverse, and they think he's going to play that shot soon. He's going to play that. You know, we were saying that about Soler.
Who's done it once.
Yeah. So every time that he goes out to the bat, people are going to be saying, he's going to play the one-hand shot. He's going to play the one-hand shot. It was quite amazing. We've seen something sensational here today. First of all, of course, we've got to talk about Spain, their men and their women winning both these series 5-0. And of course, the Spanish girls, they did it in style with the golden ball. Spain, well, Bavard does it in style with some of the craziest cricketing scenes that we've seen.
We've watched a lot of cricket. You've watched more than me. And I've never seen that. And even by European Cricket Network standards, that was absolutely ludicrous. That ball that was a big six. It wasn't just a six. That was a big six with one hand. And not only does he have the audacity to do that once and miss and lose his bat, he has the audacity to do it not twice, not 3 times, but go for the 4th as well. And so that was an outstanding way to finish, a wonderful, exciting way to finish, and kept us on our toes. And
certainly did. Well, you on your toes had me on my knees. It really did. I couldn't believe
it got you on the ground, and it got me out of my seat. It got us doing everything opposite than what we were doing, and it was fun. That was fun, and that's what we're all about here.
Yeah, well, what a finish to the internationals here. As I think Mohamed Baba has got everybody talking. There's people now saying, did you see? Go back and watch that. Yeah, that is just going to go round. It's going to go round the planet, isn't it? That's quite amazing. What I loved about that is when he tried it the first time and he got it wrong.
He wanted to prove it.
He knew that if he doesn't get back on strike, that everybody was saying, what a so-and-so. He got that completely wrong. But then the fielder got it wrong. Should have just picked it up, got it back. The fielder tries to flick it back, got it wrong. He charges back on strike. And then I thought, is he going to try again? And you just knew he was going to, because otherwise he would look silly. And didn't do it once, he did it twice. So quite amazing. It's been an amazing day, everybody. Thank you all for watching. You guys have been absolutely superb. I can hear the music playing, so the highlights are coming up. Highlights you're just going to have to want to watch. A lot of people are going to be watching these highlights over and over again. But look, thank you to everybody involved in this international series. It's been absolutely brilliant. We'll show you what's coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow we go back to the European Cricket Series, so it will be Catalonia Red in action against the Catalonia Dragons. So there's going to be a bit of a Catalonia derby. Can the Dragons breathe fire on the Red? They need the points desperately, do the Dragons. Then later on, another team that is desperate for points, Sohal Hospitalet. We'll see some of the international boys in action, as well as Pakar Care Barcelona will be playing. So that's the cricket coming tomorrow back to the European Cricket Series.
So, time
but
for
the
us to
international
breathe.
has been brilliant. We have to breathe. It's been amazing.
A golden ball, one-handed sixes, a 5-0 series defeat for both the Spanish sides. We've got it all. It's time for us to have a little bit of a break. I'm tired.
Yeah, we are tired of it. You've done brilliantly well. We do have another golden ball as well. Well, the gold outfit did its job. But look, thank you very much for watching. You guys and girls have been absolutely fantastic. You'll see us tomorrow, slightly later time. We can have a lie-in tomorrow. So until then, as I always say, be good, be happy, be kind, take care of yourselves. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia.